Hello and welcome to Quantum Break. This is my second ever playthrough. The last one was a few years ago, and at that point I wasn't exporting my VODs to YouTube, so I don't actually have that playthrough, but I wanted to actually do different choices to what I did in that first playthrough. And thankfully this game has a timeline that actually shows you what choices you made at certain points, and also, what collectibles you might have gotten and all that kind of stuff. And been looking forward to doing another playthrough of this game for a while, especially because in the time since I've played Control and Alan Wake 2 has come out, and so I'm very much looking forward to picking up on things that I may not have recognized the significance of. Now, I must say that Quantum Break is not necessarily officially part of the Remedy connected universe yet. Essentially, it's a similar situation to what was happening with Alan Wake 1 for many years, where Xbox actually owned the full rights to Alan Wake 1, which is why it took so long for it to actually come out on PlayStation, because the rights went back to Remedy. So they were able to actually do the remastered version and release that on multiple systems. However, Quantum Break is still a game that Microsoft actually owns, and I don't know how long Remedy has to wait until they get the rights back. But when they do, they'll be able to officially include connections. As such, in Alan Wake 2 and also in Control, there's certain references to Quantum Break without being able to actually specifically mention the characters' names and all that kind of stuff. But there are connections nonetheless. Hey there, Inmita. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. I hope things are going well. I'm going good, thanks, dude. Things are going well. It's not Inmita, no. This is Remedy who made this game. Detroit Become Human was done by Quantic Dream as well, but it definitely does look the same. Like, these graphics and all that kind of stuff do look very similar to Detroit Become Human. This game came out 2 years before that one did. Oh, nice, Amita, that's good. I'm glad to hear that it's going well. This will be slight spoilers. I won't go into deep spoilers, but essentially the previous choices that I made at the junctions, the choice I made at Junction 1 was for the PR approach. The choice for Junction 2 was the personal approach. The choice for Junction 3 was the Amaral approach. And the Junction 4 was the Control approach. I actually chuckled at the fact that that was called Control. So the way this structures is that you have like your gameplay, and then you'll have a junction, and then you'll have an episode, a live action episode that will fill in the blanks for certain characters and events. Certain choices you actually make in your gameplay will actually be reflected in the episode of the live action series that you watch. So it does that throughout the whole game. But you've never seen any gameplay of this game, so this will be the first time you see it? Oh, very nice. That's really cool, dude. Yeah, it's been years since I played it. I think it was 2021 when I played it. So, a fair while ago. Okay, so I've already looked at the options off stream. Time to jump in a new game. I'm just going to keep it on normal as well. Actually, I might go back into options. Sound effects 60%. I'll put the music down to 80 and the dialogue down to 90 as well. Hey Alchemy, same for you. You've played Alan Wake 1 and 2 and Control, but not touched or seen anything Quantum Break. Oh, very nice, Alchemy. That's cool. What I'm going to try and do, because Alan Wake 1 celebrates its 15th anniversary this year, like I did with Control earlier in the year, I want to try and make sure I cover all the references to Alan Wake that are actually in this game as well.
The number one killer is time. It destroys us all. This is what you need to know. Time broke. A growing fracture leading to the end of time. We went after a device that could fix it. Things turned ugly. Paul Serene was there to stop us. He has superpowers.
Jack?
Him and me both. We failed.
Jack.
And of course, time travel was involved.
Jack.
Going too fast for you? Okay. What do you want to cover first? You tell me.
Let's start at the beginning. When you first arrived at Riverport University.
I came back home to see my best friend, Paul Serene. He wanted to show me what he'd been working on. My brother Will was a scientist. He was also involved. Paul said it was world-changing. He was right.
Whoa! Come on! Watch where you're going, man! Fuck off!
Get out of the road! Asshole. Riverport University. Here we are.
Hey, thanks for the ride.
No problem.
You'd been away for 6 years.
Paul and I had kept in touch, but, well, not so much.
How did it make you feel?
I was just happy to see Paul.
Alright, so I don't know the actor's name, but the driver is actually the same actor as Dylan Faden in Control. Alright, so we've started fresh, but I've kept track of what choices I made at each junction.
Paul told me to meet him at the physics building. I guess I should go find Paul. Rough night, huh?
It's just whatever's doesn't even matter anymore. Yeah.
I doubt he's out here.
I guess he had
We better head into the campus.
a rough time drinking. The games that Sean Ashmore has been in that I've actually played and enjoyed is this one, Quantum Break, Alan Wake 2, and also Dark Pictures' Man and Medan.
Paul.
Jack.
Just got to the campus. Where are you?
God, it's good to hear your voice. When you hit the courtyard, look right, you'll see this fancy modern physics building with the lights on. I'll meet you inside there. I am so looking forward to this, man.
You still haven't told me what this is.
I know. See you soon.
Why 4 a.m.? Why not wait till morning? Paul had always been a showman.
Hey, Mr. Goatee. How's things? Yeah, I haven't played this game for a while. This is my second playthrough. Protest flyer. Hey you, take action now. Monarch Solutions wants to tear down the pride of Riverport University, the beautiful and historic library building generations have studied in. This is a part of our heritage, but they don't care. Are you going to put up with that? Of course you aren't. Are you going to take action? Of course you are. First of all, go online, use hashtag #SaveTheLibrary, and get loud. The only way they'll stop, if they look bad enough doing it. Secondly, join our protest at the university on October 8. Let's show them there are still people left in Riverport who give a crap. Oh, nice, Mr. Goethe, that's good. I hope that you enjoyed your gym session. You had some food, gonna relax till Sunday now. Awesome.
That's vaguely ominous.
Sophia Amaral Seminar Poster. Guest Seminar Dr. Sophia Amaral. Thursday, September 29th, September 29th, 7 p.m. at the Henry Kim Theatre. The recently appointed head of Monarch Solutions Physics Research Division, Dr. Sophia Amaral, has taken much of her inspiration from the theories of Riverport's own Dr. William Joyce and now devotes herself to discovering practical applications for chronon particles. Her presentation will highlight the evolution of chronon particle research and will be followed by a Q&A focused on career advice for aspiring physicists.
Some protest. Hey, do you know where the physics building is?
You mean the big-ass metallic turtle behind me? Hard to miss, man.
Thanks.
Babe,
Conserve the library. Reminds me of Save the Clock Tower and Back to the Future. And I would dare say that that is not a coincidence. That is referencing, because there's a clock tower there on the library. Hey there, Shin. How's things? 1.21 gigawatts. What the hell is a gigawatt? Stop Monarch Problems poster. For years, Monarch Solutions has been buying out Riverport piece by piece, steamrolling over small businesses and local culture to establish a corporate dominance. On October 9th, they intend to demolish the historic Riverport University Library to make way for additional Monarch-funded university research centers. They've gone too far. Sick of Monarch Solutions turning our city into a corporate monopoly? So are we. It's time to stop trading culture for profits. It's time to stop Monarch. On October 8th at 7 p.m, help us spread awareness of Monarch's shameful actions by joining our protest in the central courtyard. Camp out and enjoy the all-night music. Tell your friends. For more information, contact Amy Ferrero. Note, this is a non-alcoholic event. Aw, so you're telling me I can't have 2 or 10 beers. In fact, I can't even have any. Damn it.
Hey, it's Bobby Radford here on the tail end of the night shift. How you doing, Riverport? Burning the midnight oil? Just waking up? Or you getting ready for bed? Or maybe you're asleep. I wouldn't blame you. Not a lot going down in downtown tonight. Unless you're at the Riverport University campus, where the protest against Monarch Solutions is still going on. You see, Monarch wants to knock down the old campus library and put up a brand new building. The protesters are saying that building's a part of our heritage, and we don't need Monarch gobbling up yet another bit of Riverport. Personally, I'm with the activists on this one. I'm sure Monarch's new building will be big and shiny, but well, come on, who gives a shit? I love that old library, even if it is kind of falling apart. I like things with character. And Monarch, hell, they've got all the character of a brand new smartphone. Sure, call me a hipster, whatever. I just think you don't have to be a smug douchebag with organic sneakers and an ironic NASCAR cap to prefer a nice corner restaurant with personality to yet another Olive Garden, you know? Still, much as it pains me to say this, I think this is a done deal. Monarch's gonna take that library down tomorrow no matter what we say. Might as well pack it up and go home, get ready for the next fight. Because you know, they aren't done with our town yet, right?
Shin, if you go to the O'Reilly Auto Parts, you can find the flux capacitor item number is 121G and line is EP. That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm going to try and get all the narrative objects that I can. If I miss some, so be it, but my main priority is catching Alan Wake related stuff as part of celebrating the game's 15th anniversary.
Baby, call it a night. There's nobody left to convince.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
He's been gone for 5 years.
Dark matter and dark energy constitute over 95% of our universe. We're just a speck of light floating in an endless ocean of darkness. Every story finds its writer. Wake has a bloody knife in his light of the flashlight. He smiles a wicked smile as he lies enough with blood on his face, eyes staring. All of us have two faces. The one we wear for all to see,
and the face that lies beneath in the dark.
Seeing this now after actually having played Alan Wake 2, because when this game came out they were still developing Alan Wake 2, it's really cool to see how much stuff ended up actually being in Alan Wake 2. And we have a scene there where Alan is wearing the outfit that he wears in American Nightmare, which in Alan Wake 2, when Alan actually comes out of the lake, he's wearing that, he gets put into that outfit, sorry. So that's a reference there. And the characters that were the FBI agents is Saga Anderson and Alex Casey. And what else was there? Yeah. And the fact that we saw scenes of Saga and Alex Casey investigating. And in Alan Wake 2, that's part of the story, is you're investigating what happened in Bright Falls. Hey there, Godfather Al. You remember this game? But every time you see this actor, you see Iceman from X-Men movies. That's totally fair. Yeah, I was saying earlier that the 3 games that Sean Ashmore's been in that I really like is this one, Alan Wake 2, and Man of Medan as well. So I hope he does more horror games in the future. Maybe he'll be someone in Control 2, hopefully. Nice one, Godfather Al. Rod actors. Amy's Monarch Timeline. Monarch Problems. Selling out Riverport since 1999. 1999. Bought out all major tech and security companies in Riverport using earnings from shady investments. 2000. Evaded questioning regarding who was truly running Monarch. 2001. Bought out major media outlets. Questions stopped being asked. 2006. Bought Gull Island. Tore down war monuments to construct R&D facilities. 2008. Demolished Riverport Central Train Station to build Monarch Tower. 2010. Purchased entire industrial district and dry docks, putting thousands of people out of work. 2010 is also when the first Alan Wake takes place in, and its release year as well. Godfather, at least say which actor do you look like out of all the actors in this game. None of them.
Paul had always been hungry for success. Driven. He made it onto a lot of those top young professionals lists. And now he was coordinating some huge project at the university. It's a big deal for him. Protests seemed like a lost cause. Maybe sympathize with the students.
If you're with that fraternity, you've done enough damage. We're being shut down.
Hey, I come in peace. I'm just meeting a friend nearby.
At 4 a.m.?
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, we're spreading awareness about Monarch Solutions, so if you want to know how badly they're giving us the shaft, then you could just ask me.
Cool. I hadn't played Detroit Become Human by the time I got to this game in my first playthrough, so now I actually recognize that the actress there for that character is in Detroit Become Human. She plays a couple of the androids in it, and she's also married to the actor who plays Connor, Brian Detchard, as well. Godfather Al, Michael Fassbender, Henry Cavill, Chris Hemsworth? No. Yeah, I don't look like any of those actors. If I did, I probably would, go to fan events cosplaying their characters.
All right, what's going on here?
Okay. How would you feel if you knew a corporate monopoly was taking a massive dump all over your personal history?
That's quite an opener.
Good. Because that beautiful library over there is over 100 years old. It's part of the city's heritage. And Monarch Solutions plans to tear it down tomorrow. Do you want to know why? We've got a chart with all the details. Go ahead, check out the chart. Monarch's tearing down the library to build another research facility. For what?
I bet you're gonna tell me.
To push their corporate agenda. I mean, look at those numbers. They're slowly taking over the city and everybody's completely blind to it.
It doesn't look good. Hey, I gotta meet my friend, but you keep fighting this, okay?
All right. Enjoy your booty call.
Not exactly.
I forgot to read. 2016 aimed to demolish Riverport University Historical Library to replace it with yet another research facility. That's right, Godfather Al, yeah. Yeah, she plays the two sex androids that wanted to have a life together. And depending on your actions, you can either let them go or you can shoot. At least one of them, I think.
Hey, protest's over. Head home.
Not why I'm here, Chief. Holster that safety whistle.
Prick.
Where's your uniform?
Excuse me.
Come on. I've been in shit enough to smell at security.
You sure this is somewhere that you want to be sniffing around?
Was that supposed to be a threat? Because that's adorable.
Just walk away.
Not the happiest guy, are you? I'm guessing you don't get invited to many dinner parties.
I said walk away.
All right. Good talk.
Liam Burke, a Monarch security officer. Our first meeting was cordial compared to him introducing a rifle butt to my head later on.
Godfather Al, can I borrow your copy of Alan Wake 2, please?
Move along.
Pretty hard to, because I only get digital games now. Dr. Kim Memorial Article in Memoriam, Dr. Henry Kim, PhD, 1965 to 2016. Our dear friend and colleague Henry Kim, PhD, passed away on Friday, February 12, 2016 at the age of 50. As a professor at Riverport University, Dr. Kim was praised for his tireless devotion to his field and his students. Both Dr. William Joyce and Dr. Elton Meyer, whose research efforts eventually led to the discovery of the Meyer-Joyce field, were his students. He later made a name for himself as the director of Monarch Solutions Physics Research Division. While maintaining this position, he also contributed heavily to research at Riverport University, leading his services to the development of Project Promenade, based on his students' discoveries, which he continued to work on until the time of his death. Godfather, that's exactly your joke and meme. Yeah, unless there's some way to digitally transfer across the internet. I mean, there would be, I imagine, but still.
Not exactly modest, are we, Paul?
Paul Serene, Focus Article, Riverport University Employee Highlight. Paul Serene, Project Director. With a track record of extremely profitable business ventures behind him, Paul Serene joined Riverport University in 2010 to head one of the most significant physics research projects in the university has ever seen. He is the youngest project director in the history of our university and by far the most successful to date. His involvement has encouraged a flood of high-profile investments that resulted in the extremely ambitious, yet unrevealed quantum physics project referred to as Project Promenade. In his own words, "I'm not a scientist myself, and thus it may come as a surprise to many that I thought to obtain the position as Project Director Development here at the university. For me, it's a dream come true. Growing up, my best friend was the brother of renowned quantum physicist William Joyce. I've always been fascinated by William's work, and his publications from 1997 to 1999 were groundbreaking for the scientific community. As a businessman, I've been able to help shape a path to create practical applications for William's work by building on the foundation that he created with a group of immensely talented physicists. That was the basis for Project Promenade, and the results have been absolutely revolutionary." Paul Serene's favourite sport team is the Riverport Rexes. You can see him front row at every game. In beta, you've seen people renting their Steam account in some platforms? Damn, that's interesting. Godfather, yeah, Steam has family share, but don't know how it works exactly. That's interesting. Didn't realise. Godfather L, everyone in the family can play the same games, however, you think only one person can use it at a time. Oh, that'd be annoying. MT, yeah, never tried it, but you have seen it as an option. Instead of buying the game from them, you can rent or buy their account. Huh. Never would have thought they would have done something like that. Oh, good, we can actually see it in full view. So I'll do that, and then later when some other people who've played the Alan Wake games come into chat, I can also show them as well. So I'll play this video again. This is the video that is teasing what eventually would become Alan Wake 2 in 2023.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
He's been gone for 5 years.
Dark matter and dark energy constitute over 95% of our universe. We're just a speck of light floating in an endless ocean of darkness. Every story finds its writer. Wake has a bloody knife in the light of the flashlight. He smiles a wicked smile. He lies in the blood on his face, eyes staring. All of us have two faces. The one we wear for all to see, and the face that lies beneath in the dark.
It's interesting there because in Alan Wake 2, the opening narration has Alan referring to monsters wear many faces. Alright, now it's time to progress the story further.
You made a long trip just to see a research project?
Well, reading between the lines, Paul was under a lot of pressure. He needed a friend. I wanted to help him any way I could.
Son of a bitch.
Jack Joyce. In the flesh.
The esteemed Mr. Paul Serene. What's shaking, Moneybags?
Shut up and bring it in. Welcome home. 6 years. And I was starting to think you'd never come back.
Yeah, me too.
Come on.
This way. We're going upstairs to the project lab. How was the flight?
First class. Thank you for that. It's a step up from our van trip to Utah.
I missed that van.
I'm guessing that Will's not meeting us.
He doesn't know we're here.
I knew Paul had asked my brother Will to consult on his project. Will was all the family I had, but he was difficult.
Hey, how much did you pay them to put this on display when I got here?
Even I'm not that tacky.
Yo, Paul, you think you got enough space here?
Well, you know, us business types need somewhere to practice our putting. I promise, what I'm about to show you is far more exciting than the lobby.
That will be for me to decide. Incident? Jesus, Will. What'd you do this time?
To Haley Shelton from Joseph Shahade. Date October 7, 2016, 9:37 p.m. Subject William Joyce, security clearance. Haley, any idea who William Joyce is? Got a strange request to cut his clearance at exactly 4:20 a.m. on October 9th. Order was from Liam Burke of Monarch Security Division. I know they're consulting for university security, but do they have actual authority here? Whole thing seems sketchy to me. Thoughts? Joseph, I asked, and I've got confirmation from our supervisor that Dr. William Joyce's security clearance needs to be revoked.
Small pleasures.
So yeah, the time for termination is scheduled for 4:20 a.m. October 9th, precisely. No idea why that exact time. Must be a contract thing. The guy was consulting on Promenade, but he lost his shit in front of investors a few days ago. I was the one dragging him out. It got pretty crazy. He was yelling about how some lady warned him this would happen. No idea what the hell he was about. If it was up to me, I'd cut his clearance immediately, but screw it. They don't want my advice. I don't want to get involved in any of that Monarch stuff anyway. Let's just do our jobs. So just keep an eye open for Dr. Joyce until then, okay? P.S. Don't feel too bad about it. I heard this guy actually stole some video game from the break lounge or something, so maybe not somebody we want running around anyway. Godfather Al, it's Littlefinger. Oh yeah, the actor who plays Paul Serene. The only thing I knew him from before playing this game was The Dark Knight Rises. He plays the CIA guy on the plane that Bane interacts with.
in here, Jack. Going up.
It's quite the facility you got here.
What can I say? I have a knack of milking money out of wealthy investors.
Protests against Monarch are going strong, I see.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you didn't join in. I thought that kind of trouble was your forte.
Well, it used to be our forte. You're the one that sold out.
Oh, I don't know. Rich and successful isn't too bad. You should give it a try.
Monarch Solutions job fair poster. Meet Monarch's spokesperson Martin Hatch in person. September 29, 2016, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. You're about to graduate and you're looking for the next step. Your future starts here. Monarch Solutions is the #1 employer of university graduates in Riverport. We are actively seeking new employees within various
Over here. Come on. Going up.
divisions including energy solutions, security enforcement, marketing, criminal research, robotic engineering, customer service, information technology. Attend our 1 p.m. seminar with Monarch's Martin Hatch to learn the many benefits of working for Monarch Solutions. Be a part of a bright new future. Be a part of the Monarch family. So, rest in peace to Lance Reddick. He is the actor in this game who plays Martin Hatch.
Let's take the elevator, Jack.
I was saying earlier that Remedy don't actually own the rights to this game yet. Microsoft does. So when they've actually wanted to do connections to Quantum Break in games like Control or Alan Wake 2, they haven't been able to directly name the characters the same. However, Mr. Wallen Door is supposed to be Martin Hatch. Door, Hatch. And so when Remedy actually get the full rights to Quantum Break again, maybe they'll do like something in Control 2 to rectify the reference. The simplest way to do it would be just to say that Wallen Door used the alias Martin Hatch in the past. You know what I mean? I sort of... oh no, I didn't actually see that one, Godfather Al. I only saw the first one, Shanghai Noon. So he was the villain in the sequel. Interesting. No. Microsoft owns Quantum Break. Remedy doesn't actually have full rights to Quantum Break yet. It was similar to Alan Wake 1. For many years, Microsoft owned the rights to Alan Wake 1. But then Remedy finally got the rights back, and so they were able to finally do Alan Wake 2. But also they did the remaster of Alan Wake 1 and released it on PlayStation consoles, which they couldn't before when the property was owned fully by Microsoft. But yeah, Alan Wake 2 is Epic exclusive, so I don't think it'll be coming on Game Pass anytime soon.
There's more to this than you're letting on. Is it about my brother?
Still worry about him, huh?
If Will did something wrong, then...
Jack, man. Look, I've been tight-lipped about this for a reason. This project we've been working on is going to change the entire world.
Why do I smell one of your long-winded presentations on the horizon?
I would never. Oh, look. A perfectly placed presentation to illustrate the project. Now, who put that there?
Oh, shocking.
Okay. Enough joking. The lab's this way, Jack. Come on.
We'll get to your lab. I want to see your presentation. I know you love this stuff. Come on, man. Dazzle me.
Well, If you insist.
Progress. Our primary drive as a species. Over time, we have cured life-threatening illnesses. Explore the world.
Oh, good. Going into marketing spiel mode.
Don't ruin my flow. But there is one element which denies us true progress. Time itself. Now, I'm not a scientist, but here's how it's been explained to me. We've known that, in theory, a rotating black hole creates a deformation in space-time, potentially allowing travel through both space and time. Years ago, William Joyce, your brother, posited the existence of chronon particles, now known as Meyer-Joyce particles, which fill an all-encompassing field, enabling the constant and steady progression of time. Here at Project Promenade, we have combined both these theories to discover a way to manipulate that field. And the results are staggering. There's more, but that's enough of a primer for now.
All right, let's do this. So this is about quantum physics. Paul, you know my brother spent years stuck down that rabbit hole. Is that why you brought Will on as a consultant?
When Dr. Kim passed away, your brother was the obvious choice to bring in to replace him.
The city had changed. Paul changed. Didn't feel right being back.
It was your hometown. In 6 years, you never felt any desire to return?
There was always more keeping me away.
Over here, Jack. This is what I've been working on. Welcome to Project Promenade.
Oh, shit. You guys must have some budget. What is all this?
The future, Jack. You were looking at the biggest discovery of our time.
It's impressive, but Will's the scientist. What do you need me for?
There's a reason we're doing this at 4 a.m., Jack. I need someone I can trust. I need you to help me convince Will.
Yeah, I had a hunch.
When your brother found out the scope of what we were building here, he... well, you know Will.
Yeah.
Hang on, I gotta get something from my desk. Will overreacted. Scared off the investors, ranting about miscalculations, dangers, all with no evidence. It works, but they're gonna cut our funding if I don't prove it.
You always did drag me to these situations.
Me drag you. One word, Utah.
Haha. All right. Touché.
And from what I hear, you've attracted plenty of trouble without me these past few years.
Well, apparently it's my forte.
Jack, come on. I see the concept of personal space is still foreign to you.
Hey, somebody's got to keep tabs on you.
To Paul Serene from Meredith Rosen, date October 7, 2016, 11:33 a.m. Subject: Project Promenade Beta Test. Paul, investors have made the decision. Based on William Joyce's concerns, they are halting all funding for Project Promenade until an equally qualified specialist can be assigned to the project to perform further inspection. I did everything I could do to sway the vote, but the only board member who voted in your favor was Martin Hatch. We brought up William Joyce's questionable mental health, but the damage was already done. He planted the seed of doubt. Let me know how you wish to proceed. Myrrh. We absolutely cannot afford to lose momentum at this point. If we put Project Promenade on hold, then we will lose every Chronon specialist on staff overnight. Monarch is paying double the wages we are. It would be an absolute nightmare. Our staff is irreplaceable, and I'm struggling to hold on to them as it is. I've known William Joyce since childhood. There's no doubt that he's a genius, but he also has a history of paranoia and mental instability. He's lost sight of the big picture. His concerns regarding Project Promenade are outlandish, unfounded, and based on ludicrous conjecture. The only reason we pulled Will in as an advisor is because there are no other qualified specialists available who the investors will trust to sign off on the project now that Dr. Kim is gone. We can't just wait for the board to find a suitable replacement because there are none. Kim approved these figures long before his death. I refuse to let William sabotage everything we're building here. I need you to keep the investors distracted. Buy me time before a final decision is reached. I'll find a way to gather the proof we need in order to proceed to beta testing. Give me 48 hours. I'll make this right. Paul. Hey there, Sage. Never played this. Was always put off by the large file size. Ironic considering it's standard now for new games. Totally understandable though, for sure. You know, that can definitely be off-putting as well. But yeah, it is funny how those kinds of things end up becoming the norm, you know. But yeah, this game, I enjoyed it a few years back when I played it for the first time. I hadn't actually played Control yet, and Control was actually out before I actually played this. This game came out in 2016, so I didn't know what happened in Control, and also since my last playthrough of this, Alan Wake 2 has come out, so it's really cool to replay this now, after having played Control, finally, and also having played Alan Wake 2, to actually see what sort of connections or seeds were sown in this. And we've already seen the return video of Alan Wake and Saga Anderson and Alex Casey.
Jack, you know asking for her help is not easy for me. I am in deep trouble. You see, the tests I have to run here are not strictly speaking legal. You're the only one I can trust to help me with this.
Whatever Will did, I want to make it right. I love my older brother, but he didn't make it easy.
It's already essentially set up. Anyone can do it, but you're the one I want to do this with.
Godfather Owl was coming next from Remedy, Quantum Break 2, Control 2. So Quantum Break 2, they won't be able to do until they actually get the full rights back for Quantum Break, which they don't have. So the next game is actually FBC Firebreak, which is a spin-off game that is actually set in the oldest house where Control 1 takes place. And then after that game comes out, will probably be Max Payne remake of 1 and 2, and then Control 2.
Jack, thank you. I knew I could count on you.
And the other thing is too, Remedy wants to actually do a lot more. They kind of want to make sure that they're doing a lot more of their own games, as in not necessarily always going to partner up with some other entity to make what games they want to make. They also want to lean more heavily into coming up with all their own games so that they have full, control and rights and everything like that to it. But they also have a plan to do multiple different games set in the same universe but different genres of games. So that way, if you're a fan of third-person action games, you might want to play those games by Remedy. But if you don't like those and you prefer first-person shooter games, then you might play FBC Firebreak and that might also get people interested in the other games in the series or the Remedy Connected Universe if they like what they do. There was some kind of presentation they did, I think it was last year. They talked about some of this stuff. But I think they also talked about a new IP that they haven't actually revealed yet that they're also working on. So I'm wondering what that will be. But the whole Connected Universe thing, there's so many possibilities that they could do. And there's so many sort of like different genres of games they could do. Like hell, they could even do like an old school point and click adventure game if they wanted to, set in the same universe as like Control or Alan Wake. I mean, it's all in the same universe, except this game though, because as I said, they don't actually have the full rights to it yet, so they can't actually make direct connections. They have to be vague, which is why instead of Martin Hatch in Alan Wake 2, it's Warren Dorr, because they don't have the rights to use Martin Hatch. That's right, Shadow. Yeah, they are working on Control 2. Yep. How's it going, Shadow? This way we won't have characters interrupting my reading. To Jack Joyce from Paul Serene. Date September 9, 2016, 9:27 a.m. Subject: Coming home? Jack. It's been too long. You ever coming home for a visit? The ocean sewerage musk of Riverport isn't luring you back yet? Not to brag, but they've recently redeemed this city the coastal Detroit of America. Everybody's thrilled, as you can imagine. What's the latest? Where are you now? I'm guessing you're squatting in some Buddhist temple making feng shui bracelets and brushing up on your Bikram. Cultural ignorance intentional to aggravate you. Still waiting for the day I get the call that you need me to bust you out of some shady Thai prison. I've got a fund on standby for your inevitable fuck-ups with the law. In all seriousness, though, hope you're doing well. Thinking about you. Miss you, man. By the way, this is going to come as a shock. Remember the big project I told you I'm heading at the university? They want to bring in your brother as a consultant for the final stages. Just wanted to let you know before you read it online or something. You'll be reading a lot more about our project once it goes public very, very soon. It'll be hard to avoid the buzz, even over there. We both know William can be difficult. Any advice on how to best deal with him? Best, Paul. To Paul from Jack. Moneybags. Navigating my way through Vietnam. Heading back to Thailand in the near future. Hope you're keeping that fund stacked, because I'm bound to make some bad decisions along the way. Actually, I got in a little bit of trouble down that way already, but I think it's all sorted now, and nobody made the mistake of calling the cops. How's the high life? Saw an article on you recently. Top 30 entrepreneurs under 30 or something. Still wearing that ridiculous overpriced watch I see. About Will, what can I say really? Clearly I'm not the expert on dealing with my brother. There's a reason we haven't talked in 6 years. The best advice I can give you is this. Lose the watch. Jack. MAT watched Alien 3, by the way. It was a good movie, although you didn't like the approach they took and what happened to Ellen Ripley. Overall, it was a good movie, though. Not as good as Aliens, of course. That's totally fair in Meta. Yeah, it's a very divisive movie in the series because of how characters from Aliens get killed off at the start. And they felt that that was, a slap in the face to not only the previous movie, but the characters as well. And if you look into behind the scenes, I won't go into too much detail just in case you do actually want to watch the behind the scenes, but the director was actually David Fincher, who would go on after that movie to do Seven, and he didn't have a good experience on Alien 3, but there was a lot of versions of that movie that was even written before he came on board, and they had different directors too as well. But that's good that you watched it still. But yeah, I actually like Alien 3, but I definitely understand the fans' hatred for how they start the movie. I definitely feel like they could have done something different. Shadow saw some gameplay of a game called Mind's Eye, and the game is weird. Yeah, I saw some too, Shadow. Like Leslie Benzies, who worked on a lot of the GTA games, he spearheaded it, I think. And I saw a bit of gameplay too, and it seems like there's some kind of like body swapping or at least temporary body swapping style kind of stuff. Not necessarily physically, but yeah, I won't say any more, but from what I've seen, it seems interesting. But I don't know if I would play it like when it's, brand new though. Yeah, and Mita. Yeah, it's like some of the concepts that they had as well. Like there was one concept where the entire planet, no joke, was going to be made out of wood, of all things. A wooden planet. It's like, okay. To Jack from Paul. Will's in good hands, don't worry. I'll stop wearing the watch when you stop stealing fugly ram statuettes for souvenirs from police stations. To Paul from Jack. You'll never let that one go, will you? Jack to Paul. I keep the photo as my phone background. Your noble protest still provides me with inspiration. Travel safe. Paul to Jack. That's borderline creepy. Best of luck finishing up the project. Talk soon. To Jack from Paul. Jack, you know I'm the last person to ever ask for a favor, but I desperately need your help, man. Everything I've built here my entire career, it's all at risk of crashing down if I don't do something. I need to take the only measure that it will put this project back on track, but I can't do it alone. I need somebody I can truly trust to help me fix this. Where are you right now? I only have 48 hours to set things right. I know Riverport is the last place you want to be, but I can have a flight booked for you immediately. I realize this is by no means a small ask, but I'm desperate. I need to know if you're in. Best, Paul. To Paul from Jack. Almost 2 decades as friends. Not once have you ever asked for help. This must be bad. You okay? What kind of trouble you in? Of course I'm in. I'm here for you, man. Currently in Bangkok, but I can find a way to Riverport as soon as possible. We'll wait by a computer for further details. To Jack from Paul. I just booked you a flight from Bangkok to Riverport, first class. Taxi will be waiting for you at the airport when you get here, and drive you straight to the university. I can't tell you any more over email, but we'll explain everything when you get here. You just saved my life. These aren't the ideal conditions for a reunion, but can't wait to see you again. And then Jack to Paul said, I'll pack my things and head to the airport ASAP. Whatever this is about, just make sure Will doesn't know I'm coming home. Not the kind of baggage I need to unpack right now. Hey there, Lucas. I hope things are going well. In Mita, true. The beginning is also kind of unexplained and unexpected. Even later on, they still don't explain how that came to be, given the fact that at the end of Aliens, the ship looks very clean. Yeah, it's really like a very, very lazy way to do something. I mean, they could have had, like, the ship crash land on, like, an alien planet or something instead of what they went with. But, yeah, I think the tricky thing was, like, they were trying to do the one alien thing again. And so they wanted to try and streamline things to make it similar to Alien 1, which isn't necessarily too bad, but the killing off of certain characters is like, what?
Hey, I'm not creepy, Red Legion. It's the T-800 that's creepy. His logic is more of a machine. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, Brian, I'm not creepy. I learned more about human nature than most machines. I'm not just code and logic, you fool. Ha 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 ha. I laugh weird. I won't laugh. Red Legion. I'm a cybernetic organism that learns soon enough. I will sound more natural, like Rod. Or even you, Bane. Skynet out. Hey, Arnie, I mean, you never know. You might. Hey, Lidus. Thank you for redeeming those, dude. How's things, buddy? Hope things are going well. As for me, things are going good. Playing this for the second time. Haven't played it since, I think, 2021 was when I actually played it the last time. Or maybe it was 2020. Can't remember now, it's been so many years. But, yeah, things are going good. You going well, Lidus? Excellent. That's really good to hear, dude.
So, what's this?
Corridor schematics. Travel clockwise leads to a forward progression in time. Counterclockwise, travel backwards.
Oh, it's like you invented a clock.
Yes. Years ahead of our time.
Ladders, there is an actor here who was on the Rookie as well, you think? The other guy, he died in real life, right? Rest in peace. This game was one of those you always wanted to play but never got the chance to do so. That's right, Ladders. Yeah, Lance Reddick was in this game as a character named Martin Hatch. And I think the plan for Alan Wake 2 was to have that character be in Alan Wake 2, but they don't have the rights to Quantum Break, so they had to actually come up with a different character's name. And so I don't know if they tried to get Lance to play the character or if he had passed away before. I'm not too sure though on the timeline of events. But yeah, Lance Reddick is the actor that was in this that passed away, unfortunately. Diaries. Oh yeah, we haven't done what we need to get those yet. Alright. In Mita, her performance was always on top though. Was as always on top though. Same with Charles Dance. You had never actually seen him in a movie where he was young. That is really cool in Mita. I've had similar experiences with actors that I had only ever seen when they were older. And then when I saw one of their earlier roles, it had this weird sort of like deja vu, surreal kind of feel to it, where it's almost like having to do a double take, and you're like, hang on, I know what that guy looks like because I've seen him when he was older. Like with Sean Connery, for example, you know, like when I first saw what he looked like when he was doing the early James Bond movies, I was like, hang on, oh, he looks different without the grey hair and the beard, you know, and mustache. Lattice, the guy that is reading the corridor schematics is the one in The Rookie. Oh, okay, Lattice, yeah, I don't know the actor's name, but the first thing I saw him in was The Dark Knight Rises. He's actually the CIA guy on the plane at the start of the movie. You know, the cop show if you follow series of stuff. Not really, no. I mean, I've heard of that, and I know that Nathan Fillion is in it, but I haven't actually watched it. And me too, yeah, and the voice isn't as deep as now when he's older. That's true too, for sure. You know, and various factors can come into play as well. But that's the thing about aging. It's not just physical things that age. It's also your voice can age as well.
I need you to push the lever over there, labeled Chronon Conduit. That'll activate the core. I'm gonna run diagnostics and make sure it remains stable.
Oh, nice, Lotus. Once your university posts the video they asked you to come and record, you'll send it to me on Discord. That'll be really cool, dude. Also, best of luck with that too. I hope it really goes well.
We need to keep pushing forward, Jack. That's just the Chronon Conduit initiating.
Are you sure it's supposed to do that?
The figures are all stable.
What was that?
The core replicates the effects of a rotating micro-black hole, so activating it can be a bit intense.
A black hole? What exactly are we testing here?
You're about to find out. This way. We've got to raise the corridor. Just like old times, eh? Slightly illegal, moderately reckless.
I'd raised some hell with Paul in the past. I could tell this was different. Still, I didn't understand how massive and far-reaching the consequences for this would be. How could I? I knew Paul. He played it cool, but I could tell he was nervous.
What's happening? We're really doing this, Jack. It's gonna be amazing.
That's a pretty trippy effect in the background there, behind Jack's head. Oh yeah, Linus, yeah. I mean, it takes a lot of, courage to, go on camera as well, especially if you're trying to, deliver information and all that kind of stuff. Oh, okay, Linus, so Sean Ashmore is in The Rookie. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I thought you meant, I thought you were referring to the other guy. But yeah, Sean Ashmore, the 3 games that I've played that I really enjoyed him in was this one, Alan Wake 2, and Man of Medan as well. He plays Conrad in Man of Medan. You're super nervous, Linus. I don't blame you, dude, Sometimes, though, that is good, because it just means that you're hyper aware of what you need to do as well, and that you actually care about it as well.
Here, take this. You need this key to activate the corridor. We need to turn the keys at the same time to activate. Security precautions. Ready?
It's like we're launching a nuke. Wait, we're not launching a nuke, right?
One way to find out. 3, 2, 1.
God damn, Paul. What is this?
The corridor. The passenger enters one end, travels around the loop, exits the other, and arrives at the predetermined time in the physical location where the machine is situated in that time.
Passenger? Wait. This is a corridor for... You're actually going inside that thing? In the machine, through time? It's a fucking time machine.
I'm going to be the first, Jack. And you're my witness.
This is crazy, Paul. I mean, this can't be safe. What happens when...
Our team has already proved it works in the trial phase. It is ready. We've passed every test, every inspection. We're about to make history, Jack. All you have to do is hit that switch.
Two minutes to the past.
Remember this moment.
Paul! What? How...
It's fine. It's okay. Stay calm, Jack.
Stay calm. There's 2 of you. You just fucking multiplied.
This is exactly what was supposed to happen. He's me, a future version of me from 2 minutes in the future. Your evil future self. We did it! Fucking incredible. I mean, just... Imagine the implications. We could warn people about disasters before they happen, cure diseases before they spread. I just had this conversation. Still sounds good second time.
Jesus Christ.
Now go into the machine. You need to complete the cycle. Yeah. Yes. Of course.
Wait, Paul, what are you doing?
It's all a big loop, Jack. I need to enter the machine and travel back to the moment I exited the machine in order to, well, be here.
And what if you don't?
There is no what if. I'm here, it's already happened. You saw it, Jack. We did it.
Oh, that's impossible. That's literally impossible. I mean, I can't even...
There's no time to stop now. We need to test the other direction. Set the machine to 5 minutes to the future.
What are you doing?
Oh no.
Jack. Will? You have to help me with this. We have to shut this thing down now.
No.
No, stop him!
Shut up!
They could
Hold
damage
on.
the core!
Hold on. We can't shut it down. Paul's still in there.
Shut up!
Look
Shut
at me.
up!
Look at me. Put the gun down and we can talk, okay?
No, there's no time.
You're not thinking straight. Put the gun down. Jesus Christ, Will.
Time is going to end. Jack, you have to trust me.
Or what? No, I gotta let you out.
Oh God! No! No.
You okay?
I think so. I'll find a way out. Make sure Will's okay.
Yeah. Okay. I could hear Will's words in my head. Time is going to end.
This shouldn't be happening.
What the fuck is this?
The numbers were stable. It should have worked.
We broke.
It should have worked.
Time. Is this really happening? This can't be real. How the hell?
Mary Adoc, what have you done? That's right, Lotus, yeah. Yeah, Sean was Iceman in X-Men. He was in Alan Wake 2 as well, as Sheriff Tim Breaker. And there was a movie that he was in that I never saw called Frozen as well. I think it's about him and someone else who gets stuck on a ski lift when it's an extreme winter or something like that. But I never actually saw that movie though. But he also has a twin brother as well. I think is it Aaron Ashmore? I'm not too sure though. So in that scene in X-Men, in the first X-Men when you see two of them, one of them is actually the twin, I think. In Mita, for a moment you thought Charles Dance was an android in Alien 3, you were just looking for clues that would reveal that, but when he slept with Ripley later you were like, nah, he's human. Then it's confirmed when that alien gets him. That's true in Mita, yeah, I think that's quite clever though, because they sort of like put that in your mind that it could be, but then it sort of like turns it on its head. Lotus, man, this science fiction stuff is insanity. I mean, if we think about it, you could manipulate things you can, cannot, or should not do that is like playing God, but you don't want to indulge further as this could go against chat rules. Feel free to delete this comment if you think it's inappropriate. Oh, definitely not. Nothing to worry about there. I mean, that's the thing too, like, we often perceive the big things, and then we think, how did this happen? But there's thousands of little things along the way that actually made that big thing happen as well. And it's all about, perception of time and everything like that. Dilation of time. For example, if you're doing something you enjoy, you're not really going to look at the clock too much. Therefore, when the activity is finished, and then you look at the time, you think to yourself, holy shit, time flew. But if you're doing something you absolutely hate, and you just want to get it over and done with, you might look at the time a lot more. And so you're keeping timestamps, even subconsciously, and then after the activity's finished, you're like, oh man, that took so fucking long. But time itself didn't slow down or speed up. Time itself just went the same, but your perception of the time was affected by whether you enjoyed the task you were doing or not as well. But there's definitely always a negative side to any sort of like technology or tools as well. Like someone can take a spoon and kill someone with it. That's not what it was designed for, but someone can take it and use it. It's not the fault of the person who designed the spoon, but some idiot decided to use it as a weapon. You know, it's the same with technology like computers and stuff. You know, there's some people that use computers for nefarious means and all that kind of stuff, and cause havoc and all that kind of stuff. But that's not what it was intended to be able to do. You know, and there's so many sci-fi stories that sort of grapple with that kind of stuff. I mean, you even look at the Terminator movies where it's like, do we really want AI? And I don't mean it in the way that we now know it as, but I mean back when they did Terminator 1 and Terminator 2, Skynet is AI, and Skynet is the one that decides that humans are expendable and they should be destroyed. You know, the intention behind creating Skynet wasn't to do that, but it was just something that ended up happening, you know. And so you've also got the disasters that could happen with technology, and time travel is something else too, as well, because there's so many small things. As I said, like we think about the big things. So if something really bad happened to you, you might think easy, just travel back in time to the night before and make sure that where the accident happens, you're not there anymore. However, there might be small decisions that you made that even if you get to that point in time where you actually make sure that you're not going to be physically there, things might have already been set in motion, you know. So if you were to time travel, you'd have to look at all the small things as well as the major things and think to yourself, okay, is this actually going to fix it, or has something already triggered it to happen? Hey there, Adam. Have a good stream. Never watched fully Quantum Break, so this will be interesting. You see it as a high-profile voice actors. It does. Yeah, absolutely, Adam. Yeah, that was the great thing about Remedy and their games as well. The actors that they can get. And Courtney Hope, we haven't actually met her character in this game yet, but Courtney Hope plays a character in this game, Beth Wilder, and she went on to play Jesse Faden in Control. And the brother of Jesse Faden, Dylan Faden, the actor who plays him, is actually in this game as well. So it's really cool when they do that too. They reuse actors and get them back for other projects and stuff. But thank you very much, Adam. I definitely will have a good one. Hey, Hipsuit. How's things?
What the hell? This is crazy. Is this permanent?
Will. Will. Jack. Hey, Will. Zero state. What have we done? She warned me. I knew she was right. All this time. I warned Paul. This could all have been avoided. We're too late. Come on. It's jammed.
This wasn't supposed to happen. The figure's all...
Stutter. Collapsed.
Jack! There's no other way out. I'm going through the machine.
Paul, wait. No!
Jack! This way! Jack! Jack! Come on! We can escape through the hatch I came in through.
I didn't want to leave Paul, but there was no way to help him. I didn't know where he'd end up.
Jack! He's here! Hurry!
He's here! Fire!
What the hell?
Hurry! This way! Jack, your hands.
Gotta keep moving.
No! Jack. You just... What just... Go. This way. Move.
That was the first time my power started to manifest. An out-of-control burst of energy that saved Will.
Jack, I know it's fucked up, but we have to go.
Oh no, Hipsuit, sorry to hear about that. Painful, you just woke up an hour ago, everything hurts. You think you had a bit too much stress yesterday. I really hope that you have a better day today. Hopefully you're able to do some things that will help, you know, like any medication you might be able to take and stuff.
Jack, your proximity to the pulse, it must have altered your relation to the chrono
Will.
field.
What I just did back there. What the hell is happening?
That's what I'm telling you.
Not in the right language.
I'll try to explain, but we have to go. Explosion make time go bad. If time is an egg, then that egg is fucking broken. The time egg is fucked.
What? Why is there an egg in this?
Excellent question. Hopefully so, Hipsuit, for sure.
They're coming. Let's get out of here. There's a fracture in time. It's breaking down, leading to the end of time, and door.
What?
Locked. They cut my security clearance. Ah! That didn't help.
Stand back. I'll get it open.
HQ, Securing the
Will,
server room. Over.
more of them. Hide. They're coming. In here. I warned Paul about this. About the calculations. I tried to make you listen to me. By shoving a gun in my face? Yes, a gun. The universal symbol for shut the fuck up and listen to me.
Sound logic is always...
Shh, you.
No, what? I don't know.
Hold up.
We're on this side.
Okay.
We sure he didn't head back up to the lab? He could have gone back and tried to take the service
This
elevator.
doesn't make any sense. How? Why are you even here?
That's your biggest concern right now?
Backup's en route to flush him out.
Paul brought me here to clean up your mess.
My mess? Do you even...
I'm getting some shit back there. May have to crawl behind.
Raider team, target spotted exiting the service elevator.
You heard her. Let's go.
You have no context for any of this, Jack. You weren't here. A lot happens in 6 years. This is bigger than us. Can't make it personal.
They're trying to kill us, Will. It's pretty goddamn personal.
Listen, getting you involved is the last thing I wanted. I'm sorry.
Right.
This way.
From Rhea Ends to Paul Serene lab clearance to James Ness. Hey James, Paul Serene just had me go through every step of activating the machine in detail with him for over 3 hours. Do you have any idea what's going on with Project Promenade? Do you think he's replacing us? And what about Dr. Joyce? All that stuff he said about how we won't be able to stabilize the Chronon field. What if he was right about the miscalculations? I know he comes across as a crank, but he came up with a lot of the research we're now building on. I don't understand the implications if there is an error, but Joyce seemed to think it was serious business. Also, I tried to look up an overview of the figures today, but all the files have been locked out by somebody named Martin Hatch from Monarch Solutions. I know they put some money into this project, but do they seriously have that much authority over us? I'm so confused. Rhea.
They'll be coming back. Let's go. This entering time is only gonna get worse. We have to stop this before it's too late.
How?
First, we have to get to my car. Look at this. The goddamn paramilitary out there. And we're the target.
What's their chopper waiting for? Pickup? I saw that guy earlier. Like he's part of this. Maybe even leading it.
You're better at the door thing.
Will, get out!
Oh, target's armed! Opening fire!
I'm pinned down! Yeah, I noticed.
Suppress! God damn it! Cover me! What are we gonna do?
Will, are you okay?
I think so. But Jack, that was...
I know. This is way out of hand.
I'd used a gun before. I'd been in a couple tough spots. Never had an army of pro gunmen chase me.
Paul was positive that the experiment would work. That the figures were correct.
Because his specialists were a bunch of goddamn idiots. Their formulas were missing these variables entirely.
You're seriously making corrections right now?
Well, if they made them in the first place, we wouldn't be here. Let's get out of here.
We activated a quantum ripple. Watch the next episode of the show to see the consequence of your action. So if we did not interact with that, when we actually watch episode 1 of the live action, we won't actually see the results. But because we did, we will. Gladys, what weighs 6 ounces, sits in a tree, and is very dangerous? What weighs 6 ounces, sits in a tree, and is very dangerous? A squirrel with a shotgun. I don't know. What is the answer? Oh, a sparrow with a machine gun. Okay. But watch those sparrows. Close, yeah. Yeah, I never actually heard that before, or even a variation of it.
Not good. This is not good. Wait. It's coming down. Hide!
Not again.
These guys are wearing Monarch uniforms.
Monarch? What the hell is Monarch?
The other Joyce is here too!
You tell me!
Hey! For once, this isn't my fault.
Keep pushing!
Time's acting up again.
No surprise. We have to go.
Raider team, have Jack and William Joyce been detained?
Did you hear that? They know our names. They knew we'd be here.
They must be after the machine. The elevator. It's the only way out. Jack, in here.
Gladys, you got another riddle that sounds malicious, but the answer cracks you up. Mind if I say it? It's not that bad once you find out. I mean, go for it, dude. To Camilla Walkwater, Gary Van Horn, Jordan Einhorn, Tommy Zalasti, Rita Everest, Thelma Louise. Abraham Robinson, from Amy Ferrero. Date October 6, 2016, 3:04 p.m. Subject: Library Protest Info. So here's a bunch of things we need to do before the protest. We only have a few days before it's happening, and we're not remotely ready, so we ought to hustle if we're going to make this work. Unless somebody protests, I'm going to be coordinating things, because right now we're running around like headless chickens here, and this is going to be a disaster if we don't get our act together. If somebody else wants to do this, let me know. Prep before the protest. banners and signs. Rita and Tommy got the supplies, but that's as far as we got with this. Since you two have them, you're on banner duty. Make them big and splashy. No profanity. We want them to be able to show them. We want them to be able to show them on TV. Make extra ones. We can hand them out. We can't have too many. First aid. We need to have some kind of first aid ready just in case something goes wrong. Abe, you're trained, so I'd like you to run with this. Get a couple of other people to help. Let me know if you run into a wall with that. I can guilt them into doing it. I think we've got plenty of supplies from the last time, and they should all be still good. But if we need something, we've got about $300 we can use for this. Let's make sure we've got plenty of water bottles to hand out too. Press release. I got this. I'll send a draft of it along tomorrow so we can do a round of feedback. Jordan, I know you've got those media contacts, so if you have time to talk about it and sex it up as required so we can get maximum exposure, that'd be awesome. Right now we're being kind of ignored. I know that'll change once we're underway, but I'd like the media to have this in their actual schedules. Posters. This is pretty much taken care of. Lots of them are around already. We've got social media full of that stuff now. I'd like to spread them out beyond the university though. I'm going to be going to Port Donnelly tonight, so that's one area taken care of. So if anybody else can take a little Riverport tour and put some more of them up, let me know. University liaison. We need to keep Riverport calm. If they feel like we're stepping on their toes too much, we'll be fighting on two fronts. The good news is actually one thing I feel we've got completely under control. Thelma's been talking to them from the start, so if anybody gets any static from any university rep, don't argue and don't escalate, just call Thelma. She's got it. Transport. I've got all the flyers and the PA system and tents and everything else at my place, but my car's still busted, so somebody's going to have to pick me up on the morning of the 7th. I nominate Gary because A, he's got the SUV so he's got the space, and B, Gary's built like a brick shit house, and those boxes of flyers and the speakers are heavy. Also, I love to watch a man work because the matriarchy is 100% real and I'm a part of the problem. It'd be great if somebody could swing by and get the banners and signs from Rita and Tommy too. Abe, I know you're going to be busy with the other stuff, but do you think Gail could do it? I know she's not really a part of this, but all she'd have to do is drive. She doesn't have to be at the protest itself. During the protest, we all know how the actual protest is going to go, so I'm not too worried about it. We all have speeches and whatnot, some chants, the usual thing. Jordan's taking care of all the on-stage stuff. He'll introduce speakers and generally work the crowd. Thelma's organising the actual program, so anything you need to get on the agenda, if somebody wants to speak, whatever, Thelma's in charge of that. If she doesn't know about it, it won't happen. So don't tell Jordan, tell Thelma. There's a thing I want to be really clear about. We have to keep this peaceful. The last thing we need is give Monarch an excuse to start anything. This is all about public image. They're going to do what they're going to do with the library, and unless the university steps in, the building's going down. We all know that. I'm hoping we can stop that, but even if we can't, we can make people realize what Monarch is doing to Riverport. That only works if we look like reasonable people and they look like, well, the corporate assholes they are. Camilla, you've done this kind of thing before, so I trust you to keep an eye on everything. It'll be tricky, because Campus Security is a subsidiary of Monarch, so if there's a problem, I don't know if it's going to be in their best interest to actually do their job properly. To complicate things, people are going to get wasted. I know that we're saying they shouldn't, but we can't really stop it. All we can do is try to steer people who get too drunk out of there, and please, guys, everybody organising this has to have their heads on straight, or it'll just turn into a mess. Camilla, that's on you too. I know you've got your own crew, and I trust you to handle this, but if you feel you need a hand, ask anybody. We'll drop whatever we're doing and help you out. Everybody, do what Camilla says. I guess that's everything for now. Let me know if there's a problem with any of this. We can do this. We just gotta hustle. Amy. Burke, check it out. I was looking for key people among these protesters in case we need to get some leverage. It's a bit of crapshoot. It's not like they have an official website with an org chart or something, but one of them had her email address on a poster, so I took a look at their inbox. Totally a great use of my time and expertise, by the way. These people are so interesting and not at all boring me to death. This Amy Ferrero seems to be in charge. It's not like there's a real chain of command, but she seems to be coordinating this shit and generally calls the shots. So if we're going to grab somebody so we can spin things later on, she'd be the one. She's got family we can lean on if we want to go that way. Check out the email below. There's some other names and intel in there you might find useful if we need to obtain this. Now go on with your bad self and get ready to, I don't know, do whatever you manly man types do before conducting an illegal clandestine paramilitary operation. Lift weights, arm wrestle, smear some camo paint on each other's faces. Is that a thing? Good talk. Charlie. Lightest what is black scary and comes only at night. The Dark Knight. Close enough. Yeah. Well, that's too, because Batman primarily wears a black suit in a lot of the movies and stuff. That's right, Lotus, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I don't mention references to things just in case someone in chat actually comments and says something. But yeah, you're right, Thelma and Louise. That was a good catch. Movie starring Susan Sarandon and Gina Davis. Also, Brad Pitt was in it as well. One of his earlier roles. Linus Louise, you hate freaking autocorrect. I don't blame you. It can be really annoying sometimes what it changes.
Going up. Come on.
We can't go to your car. Monarch could be expecting that.
We have to, Jack. It's important. To fix the fracture. We need to get to my car.
Okay, just walk me through this, Will. Okay, time's broken. Fine. But now you're saying we can fix it?
In theory. I built something for such an event years ago. But finding the countermeasure won't be easy.
The countermeasure? What? Okay.
What happened?
Maybe the door's still open. Let me try.
Oh!
Will? Oh, crap. Frozen again. Somehow I could focus and unfreeze Will. Even if the world was still frozen.
Stunner. She was right. About the fracture. About all of this. We don't want to be here when the stutter collapses.
From Liam Burke, University Operation, to Monarch, Prowler Squad. I'm going to be working in conjunction with Prowler Squad for the duration of this operation. Martin Hatch assures me you already know your roles, but I'm sending this list to make sure that you understand the roles of the squads you will be potentially assisting if the operation does not go according to plan. There is no room for error on this one. Bandit Squad. Establish an enforced perimeter around University. Ensure quick arrival and departure of Extraction Squad and Corps. Prowler Squad. Move all civilians beyond viewing distance of extraction operation using cover story supplied. Contingency plan. If operation goes hot, then apprehend any witnesses of extraction operation. Raider Squad. Infiltrate physics lab. Block all exits. Apprehend Jack and William Joyce if possible. Eliminate if not. Assist extraction squad in removing core from time machine. Extraction squad. Remove core from the time machine. Lower core and wheel out to extraction truck. Contingency plan. If operation goes hot, then extract core via helicopter. Deliver core to ground zero operation. Await for instructions on final transport to Monarch Tower. Striker squad. Remain in underground parking garage as a last resort containment measure. Exactly, Mita. FBI, open up!
We don't
There's some janitor equipment here. Years before Artie. Dun 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 dun. Bom 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 bom. I'm the champion of light.
Where's your car?
This way.
I met this girl on my way here.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna get her moving. She's not unfreezing. It worked on you. Why isn't it working on the others?
I don't know. It may have to do with chronon exposure. Look at them all. It's a goddamn invasion. What are they doing? Why?
Slinky. A flying slinky. What I love is that there's a theme of loops, spirals.
This way.
So a slinky is something that is representative of that, and so having that be in the sky. Plus, if we look back here, we have the kind of like tunnel looking thing, which has graphics that suggest that it's like a tunnel that's like a wormhole, like a spiral, you know, things like that. It means you just had a customer into the chat and say the order should be taken from this point and delivered to that point, and end the chat. I guess you feel like saying to them, okay then, right?
They're taking everybody, every witness to what they've done. In here. We can get to the parking lot for an electrical.
You said you were prepared for this. You knew it was gonna happen. How?
Beth Wilder. It's complicated. I'll explain in the car.
Beth Wilder. She's dynamite. That's right. In an alternate universe, she's a certain director of a certain federal bureau.
Through this door. You should go in first, just in case.
Lighters, William kind of looks like the hero you're playing as. Well, they're definitely two different actors. Dominic Monaghan plays William, and Shawn Ashmore is Jack. Not supposed to be twin brothers, of course, but...
Stud has collapsed. For now. Oh no, no. My car. They're patrolling the parking lot. Oh god, it's...
Okay. Okay, Will. Calm down, okay? I'll take care of this. I'll fight my way through. I'll get the car and I'll bring it around.
Are you sure you can handle this?
No. Are you sure you can fix time?
No.
Then we'll call it even. Alan Wake. Love this guy's stuff.
Me too. Huge fan. Alright, so the symbol in the top left is the same symbol in Alan Wake 1 that Cynthia Weaver paints to signify that there's a stash of weapons and stuff for Alan to actually use that are related to lights. The loophole, a shoebox, the safe. Only place that can't be altered. Clicker, child's fear of the dark, a symbol of safety. Alice Wake, did he murder her? The muse, but stronger than man. Fickle muse leaves him. She can survive without him. He cannot survive without her. He banishes her in anger, regrets it. Thomas Zane, poet, writes about Wake. Alan Wake, writer, writes about Zane. Who made who real? Eternal closed loop? Ouroboros? AWE, Alan Wake experience? Altered world events? See, when I first played this, Control had actually come out, but I hadn't played it yet. So when I actually first played this game, none of that had any significance to me. But now having played Control in the years since first playing this a few times now, and also Alan Wake 2 a few times now, there's a lot of stuff that I'm actually seeing in this. So yeah, AWE, Altered World Events. In Control, the DLC AWE is supposed to be Altered World Event, but it also stands for Alan Wake Experience as well. Psychological. He is mad. Urban Reason. Mr. The brutal, hateful editor, critic, who defiles the artist's words. And that's something that we see in Alan Wake 2. Old Scratch, the devil. Old Norse, Skrate, demon. When the writer is trapped in the dark place, i.e. mad, who wears his face? His dark side. By turning his back to Dr. Hartman's diagnosis, he accepts the reality of the supernatural, ascend to become the hero, or turns his back to the reality and embraces the madness, descend. To reach the surface, you must first dive deeper. This house of dreams, clues. I know I'm reading it out of order, but it's all fractured in where it's placed. So it kind of fits the arrangement. Duality. Dark place. Dark revenge. Is that revenge or reserve? Dark matter, dark energy. 95% of our universe. Who made our world? And there we have the spiral symbol, which is also in Alan Wake 1, but it also becomes very significant in Control, as well as Alan Wake 2. Supernatural. Wild superstition, ignorance. It's really a creator happening. Let there be light. Cauldron Lake. Spiral into depths. It's not a loop. It's a spiral. Witch's Cauldron. Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga. The Dark Place, Baba Yaga, Bird Leg Cabin, Slavic Folklore, Deep Waters of the Writer's Subconscious Mind. It's not a lake, it's an ocean. Alan, wake up. Cauldron Lake, Endless Depths, Endless Night, William Blake's Something of Innocence. Now, Endless Night is the name of the short movie that in Alan Wake 2 you can actually watch. I think it's called in Finnish Joten Jo, but I'm probably mispronouncing that. But yeah, that's the name, Endless Night, that's in Alan Wake 2. The Meaning of Christmas Lights, Birth of the Savior. Hero's Journey, 1. Departure, the first manuscript. 2. Initiation. 3. Return, the second manuscript. What's really cool is I wouldn't be surprised if these notes that we see on this board weren't just written by Sam Lake to be presented in this way. I wouldn't be surprised if these were literally what he was actually writing in coming up with Alan Wake 2. So the meta of this is that we're potentially looking at Sam Lake's actual real notes of brainstorming ideas for Alan Wake 2, and also Control as well. I love this stuff. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I'm a big fan of Alan Wake, so I definitely want to examine this because the first game celebrates its 15th anniversary. And earlier this year I did a playthrough of Control where I focused on reading the Alan Wake related stuff and doing the AWE DLC as well. Admit they do look like twins. Yeah, the actual actor for Jack actually has a twin in real life. Aaron Ashmore, I think his name is. But this is available on Steam, right? I think so. I don't know. Treasures, look, Alice Wake. Awake is circled. Damn the Easter eggs. Sorry, you got so excited seeing this. Look, the clicker as well. Near the shoebox on the board. Oh yeah, Lidus, I love this kind of stuff. I don't blame you for getting sort of like excited about that. Dimitri, it is Lidus. It's on sale for $7. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, Lidus, definitely grab it. That's cool.
Here, you'll need the keys.
I just remembered there's that quote in Alan Wake 1 about what is it about? Not the grass is greener on the other side, but it's related to the word serene. Fucking hell. Ah, here we go. So in Alan Wake 1, Thomas Zane says to Alan, "I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home, there lied a deeper and darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been, Beth wilder, where waves are both words start with B, both end in TH, and both are 4 letters. Beth wilder, waves are both wilder and more serene. Paul doesn't necessarily rhyme or have words similar to more, but it's another 4-letter word, Paul serene.
Hey, Jack. Be careful.
Yeah, okay, I will.
Time vision. To locate enemies, hazards, and items, time vision deactivates when you move. Hello, Eagle Vision.
What the hell? My powers were growing. I started to sense things, premonitions, echoes from the past.
Just got orders from Monarch Actual. They want us to find a car belonging to William Joyce while we're here.
Got a plate number?
It's coming.
It's probably boron or neutron or some shit.
Engage!
I'm supposed to be in goddamn Thailand.
Who do you think you are? Enemy spotted! Go, go, go! Take cover!
7 different parking lots, and you just had to pick this one. All right, where's your car, Will? I could see an echo of the past. Will, arriving at the university.
I hope to God I'm not too late.
But that's... I'm seeing the past.
I hope to God I'm not too late.
There we go.
I hope to God I'm not too late.
The irony in a time travel story, hoping one isn't late.
Oh, shit! Something clicked. I could reach out and stop time in a focused area.
Help me! You don't know what you're doing!
Will. Fuck. They're coming from where I left Will. I gotta get back.
Go! Now!
Fast. I swear to God, if you hurt him! I could do this.
Suppress the target now!
Change of plans. Screw the car. I need to get to Will. He's in trouble.
You're Jack Joyce.
Where is he? Where's my brother?
They're taking him to the library. You might still be able to catch them.
Why are you helping me? You're with them.
It's more complicated than... Look, I don't know if you can make it, but you should hurry.
That's the first time you saw Beth Wilder.
Yeah, but definitely not the first time she saw me.
Will. Will!
There we go. There's Beth Wilder, played by Courtney Hope. Also plays Jesse Faden in Control.
I gotta get to Will.
Supposed to take William Joyce alive if he doesn't put up a fight.
Please, let me go. I can...
Shut the hell up. Look, just shut the fuck up, all right? Boss said to take him to the library. Wants to deal with this one first.
Will.
Supposed to take William Joyce alive if he doesn't put up a fight.
Please, let me go. I can...
Shut the hell up. Look, just shut the fuck up, all right? Boss said to take him to the library. Wants to deal with this one first.
He's still alive. What do they want with him?
Fuck!
Shit. Oh, shit.
Grenade!
No.
Support!
Just come on out.
You asked for it.
Grenade out!
Gotta get to the library. That's where they're taking him.
Hey there, Keone. Welcome on in to Quantum Break. How's things?
Gotta keep moving, Jack. He's gone. What?
You still had no idea that Wilder was helping you?
She wasn't the only one.
Nothing. Lights are out across the whole damn campus. Somebody cut the power. This was supposed to be a quiet operation. We got what we came for. Yeah. Let's see the media shitstorm that follows us. Hey, it's all being taken care of. You heard the big guy. Contingency plan is in effect. We finish what we started, and we reconvene at the dry docks. Simple as that. We got problems? Nope. Hostiles
It's
here.
Joyce!
Visual! Using our target!
Yeah, I will. Okay, gotta get to the library. No time to lose. I gotta get to Will.
Why are you taking me here?
It's a library. I need to return some fucking books. HQ, we've got William Joyce in the library. Awaiting orders. Over?
Will. They took him to the library. I gotta find a way in. I gotta get to him fast.
My name is Alan Schwarzenegger, and I'm going to ride myself into this story. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Does this game have Alan Wake Easter eggs? It sure does. We actually looked at a whiteboard that had a lot of notes that had references to things that would go on to be in Control and Alan Wake 2. And one of those things that I can actually re-show, I can't re-show the whiteboard, but I can re-show for you the video that references what we would eventually see in Alan Wake 2. It's called Return.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
He's been gone for 5 years.
Dark matter and dark energy constitute over 95% of our universe. We're just a speck of light floating in an endless ocean of darkness. Every story finds its writer. Wake has a bloody knife in his light of the flashlight. He smiles a wicked smile as he lies in the blood on his face, eyes staring. All of us have two faces. The one we wear for all to see, and the face that lies beneath in the dark.
There's two of Alan's faces right there, from Alan Wake 1 and 2. That's right, Dr. Darling, Return. On the whiteboard, it has some of the notes where it's like, departure, but then initiation first, before return. And of course, departure and all that, ties in as well. Dr. Darling, why did they change the actress for Saga? I don't actually know, to be honest. I mean, it'd been a while since they did this for Quantum Break. This was 2016 and Alan Wake 2 was 2023. So maybe there was like scheduling conflicts with the original actress, or maybe they just wanted to go in a different direction, or they wanted to try and, distance itself. Because the thing is with Quantum Break 2, Remedy doesn't actually own the rights or the full rights to Quantum Break. So they probably had to also make some changes to certain characters when they brought them across to Alan Wake 2 as well.
Where did that come from? need to get in that library. There's gotta be another way in.
Yeah, Keone. It was the wind. The wind is all-powerful. Dr. Darling, now you have to replay Alan Wake 2 because you don't have time to play it yourself for the third time. October is too far. I'm doing quite a big playthrough for Alan Wake 2, and so I wanted to save all that content for that playthrough because I'm going to do a deep dive, and I'm going to be doing the DLC that came out since the game has been out for a while now, and I'm going to actually do the DLC not after I've finished the game, but when in the main game the DLC relative to what's going on in the story of the main game becomes available, I'll stop what I'm doing in the main story and go into the DLC, because I want to see how things flow doing it that way. Especially the lake house, because the lake house has narration. And I was wondering how that narration would work, given that you can actually access it in the story. But it makes sense because there's a preamble in the main game that segues into that, or you can choose to go into that after that part in the main story gets mentioned.
Looks like I'm not the only one with a grudge.
Well, here I thought it was gonna be a quiet night. But it sounds like things have taken a real bad turn down at the anti-monarch protest at Riverport University. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I've just heard about security personnel in the employee of Monarch Solutions detaining students. And some reports of gunfire. Now, I don't want to jump the gun here. This is unconfirmed, and obviously I don't know the details, but no matter how you slice it, it sounds like a bad scene. You know I'm not a big fan of Monarch or how they do things, but at the same time, I hope nobody's going overboard with this protest thing. It's just a goddamn building, people. It ain't worth anybody getting shot over. Although, if they are shooting people over, that's some heinous bullshit right there. Either way, I've got a feeling this is gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Stay safe, people.
If you rotate the control stick really quickly in either direction, that's kind of what you get. Something that I'd like to see put into games is the ability to make a character more responsive to making them look like they're dancing. Because something I like to do is make the characters in games look like they're dancing when there's like something that I'm listening to, or whether just to pass the time.
That looks like a way up. Come on, I don't have time for this. Gotta slow that thing down somehow.
Nailed it.
This is Airlift Prime. We've got the Time Machine Core in transit.
Hey! Hands where I can see!
What the hell is going on around here?
Hey there, Coffeeton. You're starting to think that I'm a dancer in real life. You always manage to make the characters dance in every game. Well, the irony is I don't actually like dancing in real life. Like, it goes all the way back to when I was in primary school and going to like discos and stuff. But yeah, I'm really self-conscious when I'm dancing, and so I don't do it. The only time I will do it is if I'm really, really drunk, because at that point I don't actually care what I look like. So I do it vicariously by making video game characters look like they're dancing.
HQ, we've got William Joyce in the library. Awaiting orders. Over.
I wonder where the brother is.
The skeleton crew and wait for arrival of Monarch Actual. Everybody else needs to reunite at the Dry Docks Cronin extraction grounds. Wait for further orders there. Library is set to blow in 5 minutes.
The library is ready to blow. Now?
Stay sharp! He's here!
Why are you taking me here?
It's a library. I need to return some fucking books. HQ, we've got William Joyce in the library. Awaiting orders. Over.
Jack, run! Who is this guy? Circle around! Shit!
You alright? You're fine.
Oh yeah, Mita, that's totally understandable. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Would like to highly recommend people check out Mita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 The Wild Hunt. He's doing a 100% playthrough. He's not allowed to use the HUD. He's not allowed to use fast travel, and not allowed to even look at the map, except in forced circumstances. He's doing that as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. He's also got a playthrough going to get the rest of the trophies for A Plague Tale Requiem, and also doing a playthrough of Alien Isolation as well. He's a really cool streamer. Definitely recommend if you're also looking for a channel where you can just go in and lurk and chill as well. So definitely recommend. Thank you for leaving the lurk in Mita. I really appreciate that, dude.
I got a whole new batch of messed up shit I need you to explain.
We have to hurry. Where's my car?
I didn't like the color. Let's get a new one.
What? No, Jack. I need the...
Hold that thought.
My briefcase was in that car.
I'll take you shopping. It's a fucking briefcase.
A briefcase that contains something I need in order to stop the fracture.
And you didn't think to spell that out to me before.
I was a little busy getting kidnapped.
Yeah? Well, it's not too late to leave you here.
How the hell are you staying alive?
That's part of the messed up shit I need explained. You got any theories about being able to manipulate time?
No.
Time's come up before.
Why are they still shooting? They said they wanted to take us alive.
I think they changed their minds.
A little help. Is that all of them?
Yeah, I think so.
We have to get to my briefcase. Then we find Beth Wilder.
Why? Who is she?
She knows about the fracture. I trust her.
Glad you trusted somebody.
It's not that simple, Jack. I kept secrets from you to keep you safe.
Safe? Look around you, Will. Does this feel safe to you?
This isn't my fault. Beth warned me this would happen. I did everything in my power to stop it.
But you never told me any of this.
I couldn't just...
How long have you known?
We don't have time for this now, Jack. We have to get to that briefcase. Let's move before more of them show up.
Jack!
Paul?
Jack, we gotta go.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Jack.
No!
Paul, what happened to you? What are you doing?
Only what's necessary.
Think about this. You don't know what's at stake.
I know exactly what's at stake. That's why I'm here. You believe you can stop what's coming? I'm giving you one chance to change your mind. This path, it's already said it can't be changed. The past, the future, I've seen it. I've lived it. For 17 years.
17 years. It was you, the first experiment.
Come with me and we can see this through. Or hold on to your hope.
and burn with it.
Now listen, I built a device. I can stop this. I can.
You can't.
This is madness. There's no harm in trying.
There is. That's why I can't risk you opposing me, Will. It doesn't have to end like this.
We can't just let this happen. I'll never stop trying.
It took me years to come to terms with what must be done. But we don't have years.
Wait.
Trigger. I never wanted this.
You're not going anywhere.
Hey Tech. I'm not a Game of Thrones fan, so I don't know all the characters, but I do know that he is in that show, or was. His character probably died. I don't care knowing, because the chances of me watching the show is the same chance as me becoming a billionaire. How's it going, Tech? Welcome on in. Alright, so this is end of Act 1. I think the live action episode will play after we do the first Junction. I think that's how it was set up. So you do the gameplay, and then you do the Junction choice, and then you watch the live action episode.
My name is Paul Serene. I founded Monarch Solutions 17 years ago with a very clear purpose. There are those who would question my actions. I'm recording this as a final statement of vindication, a testimony of how things came to be. I've always been devoted to my mission. Never deterred from my goal, no matter the sacrifice. Because I've seen where this leads. I've seen where it all ends.
We have a problem. No word from Jack Joyce's transport. It should have arrived here by now. We may have a traitor on the inside. You're due for your treatment. I'll find who's behind this.
Find Jack. That's our priority. Get your best man on it.
There's more. As you know, Jack's level of interference led to unexpected complications. Witnesses from the university were transported here. You need to take a look. We can't afford any further obstacles at this stage of the plan. Now, I see two options. We could use force, remove any loose ends. But if those witnesses disappear,
The public will start asking questions, potentially turn on Monarch.
Dr. Darling, what do you mean? Aren't you a billionaire already? Aren't you Arnold Schwarzenegger hiding behind an Australian accent? If only that were true. Tech, lots of people die in Game of Thrones. All the seasons were good, up until they went off script from the books. Yeah, I had actually heard about that too, and that the final season wasn't what people were hoping. And that's a shame. Even though I don't have any personal kind of like stake in that series. But from the perspective of storytelling, when you're setting so much stuff up and then you're deciding, hey, we're going to actually finish it all, you probably want to tie it up in an extremely good way. You know what I mean? You want to finish it in a way that people go, you know what? It's a shame that the series has ended, but man, they went out with a bang. What a great end. But from what I've heard, that didn't actually happen. Which I could understand the frustration of long-time fans, because you invest all this time, and you expect that the ending is going to at least be satisfying, but then you don't get that.
Sir?
Alternatively, I could mount a broad PR strategy, get the city on
clear,
our
sir.
side. But that leaves us with the
loose ends.
Precisely.
Mr. Serene?
The choice is yours, but keep in mind, the men will view your decision as a unified strategy moving forward. I suggest we deal with the issue at hand. Liam Burke over there can explain the situation in more detail.
Of course. I want this delivered to my office.
What is it?
A reminder. How long until the core is ready for transport?
It'll be en route to Monarch headquarters in less than an hour. Installation should be complete before the gala.
Good. Jack would never understand the necessity of what I'd done. It wasn't the death William deserved, but his knowledge posed too great a risk to our plan.
Hello there, Shaky. You feel we're getting closer to Alpha Protocol? Well, I don't actually have any, soon plans to get to that game, but I definitely wouldn't mind playing it in the, future, to use a pun relevant to this game. Monarch Solutions Security Dossier, William Joyce. Birthplace Riverport. Date of birth 3/4/1978. Hair color light brown. Eye color blue. Height 187 centimeters. Closest relative Jack Joyce. Parents dead. Security protocol deceased. Target has operative value 0. Invented research base for all of Chronon research that is going on today. Has been working at Riverport University with a Chronon tunneling experiment. Security detail has followed William Joyce around long enough and has found out that he has a secret workshop somewhere. His primary workshop is located at the Riverport shipyard. Brother of Jack Joyce. William Joyce. Classification. Project consultant for Project Promenade. Witness to core heist operation. Objective. Capture alive if possible. Deliver to Paul Serene. Relevant background. Estranged brother of Jack Joyce. Renowned physicist. Proposed existence of Chronon field at age 19. Invented first time machine prototype. Developed countermeasure. Joined Project Promenade as consultant after death of Dr. Kim. Notable qualities. History of exhibiting erratic behavior. Undiagnosed but likely suffers from a schizophreniform disorder. Highly intelligent. Received warnings of fracture from unknown female source. May have received knowledge of Chronon-related Monarch operations. Will refuse to accept inevitability of end of time. May lead to unpredictable behavior. Briefing. Dr. Joyce will be present in the Time Machine lab during the onset of the fracture at 4:15 a.m. All exits are to be covered by Prowler team. Raider team will wait until 4:16 to breach the Time Machine room. William Joyce is to be apprehended upon entry. I see, Shaky. Yes, it's got a similar game style. Cool. Hello, Sona. That device reminds you of old vacuum computer servers. Oh, does it? It reminds me of those weird balls that had the suction cups all around it. That you'd throw it at something, and as long as the surface was compatible, when you threw it, it would stick to it. That's what that device reminds me of.
Paul, the men are waiting for your input.
We had Jack in custody, but I was starting to witness visions from the future which made it clear that could change very soon.
Alright, so this is the dossier for Jack Joyce. Birthplace Riverport, date of birth 1/12/1976, hair color brown, eye color blue, height 183 centimeters, closest relative William Joyce, parents dead. Retrieve target, target has operative value over Sec N 420. Retrieve to custody ASAP. Report any sightings on subject directly to Mr. Paul Serene. Contact Hatch for more detailed info. Any information about subject and sightings not to be communicated to any outside party. Handle any information strictly on a need-to-know basis. Classification: civilian witness of core heist operation. Capture or alive if possible. Deliver to Paul Serene. Known friend to Paul Serene before incident. Parents deceased. Raised self in teen years as brother became distant. Criminal record in Massachusetts. Grand theft auto. Simple assault. Attempt to rob or steal. Left Riverport in 2010. Never returned until incident. Received weapons training in Laos. Light and heavy firearms. Arrested for weapons-related charges in 2015. Charges dropped. Relevant qualities: history of violent behavior when pushed, lack of respect for authority figures, no knowledge of fracture or monarch operations. Onset of fracture will render Jack chronon-enabled, may possess low-level chronon abilities. Jack Joyce will be present in the Time Machine lab during the onset of the fracture at 4:15 a.m. All exits will be covered by Prowler team. Raider team will wait until 4:16 to breach the Time Machine room. Approach Jack with caution. He will be chronon-enabled at this time. Chronon abilities predicted to not manifest until 2 hours after fracture onset. Apprehend immediately.
You hear about the library? Serene brought down the whole building just to take out that geek. Stone cold, man. Talk about making a point.
Shh, he's listening. Sir.
Who is this?
Amy Ferrero. She's one of the witnesses. Awaiting your orders on how to proceed.
I mentioned earlier that this character is played by...
need your decision on how to proceed with the witnesses.
Is played by the wife of Brian Deckard, who plays Connor in Detroit Become Human. This game came out 2 years before Detroit Become Human, but I didn't play Detroit Become Human until 2020, and so I didn't actually recognize her in this game when I played this one, because I just didn't know the connection. But yeah, there's the IMDb link.
My powers grew stronger even as the Chronon syndrome worsened. I could choose a path that would become the actual future, but it wasn't optional. The moment wouldn't end until I made up my mind.
Junction impacts. Junction power reveals 2 potential futures. Your decision at each junction point will steer the stories of both the game and the live-action show. Choose wisely. Alright, so I've played this game before, but that was years ago. I don't have the VOD for the playthrough because back then I wasn't exporting them to YouTube, so it's lost to time. So I don't remember what the repercussions of the choices were that I made in the first playthrough to then know what will be different this time around, but even though I don't have the VOD to check, I still wanted to make different choices this time around. And so the choices I'm going to make in these junctions are the opposite to what I actually chose in the first playthrough, I already made note of what I had actually done before starting a new game save. So the previous choice with Junction 1 that I went with those years ago was the PR approach. So this time I'm going to go with the opposite one.
Initialize a PR campaign.
I want a sting.
And that violence was because of Jack Joyce.
Monarch would take a PR-friendly approach and manipulate the public into siding with us. Our lies would give us control.
The manhunt continues as authorities search for Jack Joyce.
Hey, somebody's sneaking around down there. Hey! I think that's Jack Joyce!
We'd use the media to expose, then hunt for Jack.
I uploaded all the files I stole on that USB stick from the Monarch security station.
But the eyewitnesses would be out there, and Jack would learn our secrets.
I forgot that you can actually see, a glimpse of what your choice will be. But, as I said, for this playthrough I'm choosing the opposite to what I chose in the first run. So we're not going to choose the PR approach this time around. We're going to choose the opposite, the hardline approach. If you were to choose the PR approach, Serene chooses the PR approach. He manipulates media to frame Jack Joyce as the villain in the university incident.
Any potential threats to our plan need to be erased.
Wait!
Monarch would take a hardline approach. Crush all obstacles, eliminate all witnesses. It would be harsh. But I had made hard choices for the greater good before.
I dug through the area and I found everything I could on your bro. This is messed up, man. I trusted Monarch.
But the people of Riverport would turn against us.
You murderer!
Our secrets would be safe, but the public would hate us, and Jack would gain new allies.
Monarch's got no authority to stop you, and you tell that to everybody on that bridge.
Hardline approach. Serene chooses the hardline approach. He orders all witnesses to the university operation eliminated. So for this playthrough we choose this.
We're taking the hard line. Any potential threats to our plan need to be erased.
Take her and the others to the Ground Zero operation.
Make it quick. Painless.
No, wait. Please! Please stop! Please! Help me!
Jack! There's no other way out. I'm going through the machine.
Paul, wait. No!
Jack! This way! Jack!
I use my power to guide us. To decide how to best prepare for the inevitable end of time. That gives the chosen few a chance to survive. I've seen the end of time.
Alright, Junction 1, hardline. You chose to have Serene take the hardline approach. So Cerberus agreed with your choice. 35% of the community agreed with my choice. Hey there, Raid. Sweet, you love Alan Ware. Oh, that's right. Quantum Break. Alan Wake. Quantum Break. Wake, break. It's not a lake, it's an ocean. Well, this is interesting. Unable to stream. We are unable to connect to the streaming service. Quantum Break is both a game and a show, combined into one seamless experience. The show has been optimized for streaming. What would you like to do? Check the network settings. Retry playing. Why download the episodes or skip this episode? Okay, so I must not have kept the episodes installed on my Xbox. Because the last time I played this game, I actually was watching the episodes as well. This is a good question. I don't know, I was kind of wanting to watch the episodes, but it's like 70 gigabytes, which would take me like an hour to actually download. So I think it's probably best, unfortunate, but it's probably best to just skip the live action episodes. However, for those who are actually watching live on Twitch, if you do want to actually watch them, I'll see if there's a YouTube video that actually has them. Alright, so online they do have the live action episode. They have the version that's based on your choice of the PR, and it also has the version which is your choice of hardline. So for this playthrough, considering I've chosen the hardline approach in this first choice, I'm going to provide the link for a video to the episode related to the hardline choice. And what I'll do as well, in the export to YouTube for this, I'll provide a link in the description of the YouTube video to that episode. Yeah, Coyote, Alan Break. Just want to check something for a moment. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. This means there's going to be a lot of confusion here because I don't remember
Let's
what
talk
happens.
about the dry dock incident. Monarch operatives transported you from the university to the ground zero operation at the shipyard.
Still upset about that, huh?
You were secured, unconscious.
Will?
Liam Burke went to retrieve you, and you were gone. How?
Sleepwalking.
Step away! Right now!
You've 3 seconds till I pull,
Had better reflexes.
and you're a marksman.
Okay.
We know Beth Wilder assisted you in some manner.
Then I'm guessing you know the rest.
No, because everybody who saw what you did next is now dead.
I didn't have a clue where I was or why. Never questioned it because it didn't feel real. Still waiting to wake up.
I remember now. At the end of the first episode, the standoff between Liam and Beth takes place. So the episode will explain what led to that to happen, plus among several other things as well.
Thanks for the gun, asshole.
Beth Wilder risked blowing her cover to rescue you. Sounds like you didn't exactly return the favor.
No, I didn't.
Upgrades. Upgrades. Collecting Chronon sources allow Jack to upgrade his powers.
Alright.
Alright, so let me see. Yeah, so this is Paul Serene's diary. I might play this now. Each diary has different things that you need to do. So for this first one, we had to complete Junction 1. For the second diary, you need to collect all the intel. Complete Junction 2 for Diary 3. Collect all intel in 4. And it goes like that. Alright, so we'll start with this one.
I can still see her eyes, pleading, begging to be saved. The university incident forced me to take extreme measures to cover our tracks. Amy Ferraro will be the first of many unfortunate but necessary sacrifices. Her face is etched into my mind. I hold it there, begging to be saved, to remind me what all this is for. Jack's transport never arrived at Ground Zero. I mean, it was a strange relief. If it had, he may already be dead. But Jack has a larger role in this to play. My visions have made that clear. Seeing Jack at the university, it awakened something in me. An admonition of what was coming. A reminder of how it all started. Who I once was. 17 years ago, I performed a test that caused a fracture in time. I was to blame. I came to terms with that very quickly. It took far longer to accept that there was nothing I could do to stop it. I built Monarch from the shadows. Waited 17 years for that moment to arrive again. Thought I was ready. This was my greatest struggle to date. Feeling the moment approaching, simply allowing such a tragedy to occur, knowing any action I would take to prevent it would simply make it so. And now it's here. We are the only ones prepared for what comes next. My plan was in motion. The time for hiding is over.
How close were you with Serene before the experiment?
He'd been looking out for me ever since we were kids. When my parents passed away, Paul's family made sure I got back on my feet. You know, Will wasn't around much. I never did have a tendency to make things easy for myself. Guess I dragged Paul into my mess. We spent a lot of time looking for trouble. We found it. He got out, I didn't.
You said you owed him one.
He saw the path I was on, where I'd end up if I stayed. He got me out of the country, told me to never look back. Until now, I never did. Yeah, you know, we were close.
It didn't appear on broadcast, but I actually got an achievement for choosing the hardline approach. Took a while for it to pop as well. We made that decision, 5 minutes ago or more?
Your brother was hired as head advisor on Project Promenade. Given William's concerns with the project, why do you think he accepted the position?
He knew he had to get on the inside if he was going to put a stop to it. I've got a better question for you. Why did Monarch secretly push to get my brother hired if they knew he was a threat? You wanted him there. Why?
That is simply untrue. Monarch invested heavily in the university experiment. It made sense to offer our own Cronin researcher, Dr. Kim, as the lead developer on the project. Kim's death was a tragedy for us all. But when he passed, we...
Don't play games with me.
Excuse me?
Look, you forget that I know things I didn't back then. I know what really happened to Dr. Kim.
What exactly are you inferring?
You want me to tell the truth? Then it goes both ways.
October 9th, 0400 hours. Monarch operation moves into the university in 15 minutes. This is it. Years of training, all leading up to this moment. Just need to keep my cover just a little bit longer. Monarch's objective is to apprehend Jack and William Joyce. Alive, if possible. If what she told me is true, then this operation is going to end in a shitstorm. It's up to me to make sure Jack gets out of this thing in one piece, but I can't risk blowing my cover just yet. The notebook didn't give me any orders regarding William. Still not sure how Jack is the key to all of this if William is the one with all the answers. We're about to find out. Okay. It's time to do this. Beth Wilder, signing off.
The old industrial area. Why am I here? Only way forward. Huh. Well, that's weird. All right, that's it. Okay, doesn't last. Noted. When the fracture broke time, some objects became unstable. With my new abilities, I could manipulate their timelines, rewind them. There's gotta be another way in there.
Still no word from Burke on Jack Joyce's position.
Very well. Ready a chopper for me at the dry dock. I'm heading to the island.
Roger. We'll have the chopper.
Seeing Paul's face on that screen, it was some kind of sick reminder. I couldn't escape what had happened, what he did. I needed to know why, but part of me wanted to put a fucking bullet in his head before he could open his mouth.
Want us to send additional teams to search for Joyce?
Negative. Focus efforts on disposing of those witnesses. Clear any trace of our involvement. Jack will come to us at the island tonight.
During the gala? You're sure?
Positive. Dispose of the witnesses.
Everybody Monarch took from the university was on that board. 2 lines through the deceased. Like they were nothing.
From Martin Hatch, University Fallout to Ground Zero Op All. As you all know by now, we encountered unforeseen complications during the core retrieval operation at Riverport University. As a result, we were forced to take a more direct approach that led to unwanted attention. This attention must now be removed. Paul Serene has given us direct orders. As his chief advisor and operations manager, I will be making sure that we deliver upon those orders. We are to take a hardline approach in dealing with any threats to our plan. Your directives. Execute all witnesses. Any witnesses to our actions at the university are to be executed without prejudice. Said witnesses have been transported to the Ground Zero operation. We simply cannot afford any loose threads at this point in our operation. Perform routine questioning and then execute. Civilians who did not directly witness the operation but were present may be intimidated into silence. Such cases will be evaluated by supervisors in charge of the cleanup operation. If there's any doubt as to the effectiveness of softer methods, do not hesitate to execute. We're not taking any chances. Assist in core transportation. The Time Machine core has been airlifted from the university to the dry dock near the Ground Zero operation. All available personnel must assist in prepping the core for covert ground transport to Monarch Tower for installation. 3. Find Jack Joyce. Jack Joyce's transport has gone missing shortly after reaching the Ground Zero operation. Liam Burke is heading a search party to find him. If you possess any information that might assist in his capture, report to me directly. Chronon harvesting. Until Jack Joyce is found, we are assigning additional security personnel to protect the Chronon harvesting operation and Ground Zero perimeters. Teams have been stationed to patrol surrounding supply warehouses as well. Monarch Gala prep. If your role is not impacted by the previous 4 directives, then you are to assist in prep for the Monarch Gala tonight, which is still moving forward as planned. More information to follow. Any questions regarding security can be directed to Liam Burke. Any other questions should be addressed to your supervisor. Ground Zero map. Extraction area. Zone protocol. Green zone. You might experience minor or none chronon radiation exposure (CRE) symptoms. Continuous visit should not exceed 480 minutes or 8 hours. This is an operational area. Zone clearance level 4 required. Yellow zone. Increased density of residual chronon particles present. Company approved PPE must be worn beyond this point. Report to the supervisor and leave the area immediately if you experience any Type 2 CRE symptoms. Red zone. Potentially unreversible damage from CRE unless Chronon environmental suit is worn. This is an operational area. Zone clearance level 6 required. Personnel need to complete extraction protocol training sequence before entering this area. If you experience any Type 3 CRE symptoms, contact Dr. Sophia Amaral immediately.
Is this the last of the witnesses? No. Reaper team's finishing up with the last of them in A3.
Didn't expect to be leaving the university with a kill list. Why not deal with them at the campus?
Too exposed at the campus to finish there. Had to move the whole lot here when things went south.
Goddamn mess. Media's gonna tear a hole in our ass. Who's on barrel and solvent duty?
Not me. That's for damn sure.
It's him! Joyce is here!
Give up.
Gotta move.
That's Fruitville.
This elevator looks like the only way out of here. There's gotta be a generator around here somewhere. No power. Figures. There we go. The hell is that? Hello?
Jack, this is Beth Wilder.
Beth?
I'm
You're the one my brother was looking for.
the one who was attempting to rescue your ass until you decided to go on a gun-blazing ship parade through that warehouse. Now listen closely. You're at the outskirts of a Monarch Cronin harvesting operation, and Paul Serene is at the dry docks nearby. Not a recipe for fun times. So how about...
Dry docks? If Paul's at the dry docks, then that's where I'm
No!
headed.
Jack, the fracture is our only priority now. Time is ending. Will said he...
Will's dead. My best friend came back a goddamn monster. He knew this would happen. He prepared for it. But Paul's the key to understanding all this, and I'm gonna find...
We both know that if you find Serene, you're not going to be asking questions. Think this through.
Dr. Darling, infinite ammo? Pff, who do you think you are, Jesse Faden? Speaking of... Obviously it's not Jesse Faden in this game, but same actress.
What do we got here? Paul was at the dry docks in the distance. I recognized the place. William had a workshop in that industrial area for years. I knew that couldn't be a coincidence.
Hello, Biko. Yay, Quantum Break. Never seen this game ever played. Looks good. Oh, nice, Biko. That's cool. Yeah. This game came out in 2016, so next year it'll be celebrating its 10th anniversary. Amazing how time flies. But yeah, this is my second playthrough, and usually there's live action episodes that are also part of the story, but I wasn't able to stream that episode or the other episodes because I think I need to re-download it or something. But anyway, it doesn't matter. In this playthrough I won't be streaming the live action episodes, so that'll probably make the playthrough shorter, because the first time I played it I showed those episodes. But yeah, they do that with certain parts of the story, but it doesn't seem like you're necessarily missing anything on the main narrative necessarily. Like, there might be some character interactions that you didn't see of the other characters, but the character that I'm playing as, Jack, he isn't in those episodes. Or if he is, he's just seen from a distance, maybe, or just, you know, things like that. Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming a Remedy quote, so you would like one from Max Payne? No worries at all. Any particular one, or just a random one? because the live action gameplay are just cinematics. So there are cutscenes, but there's actually separate episodes that are live action. So you do gameplay, and then you have to make a certain choice, and then there's a live action episode that follows on from that as well. But the main narrative will still be in the gameplay and cutscenes though. As I said, the live action episodes just give you extra information about what other characters were doing and introducing different characters that are more sort of like peripheral in a way. Quoth the raven, nevermore. For God's sake, can I dominate this darn bird yet? Maybe not, Zereth. Maybe not. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. I choose the Max Payne quote. No worries at all, Zereth. Definitely can do. Dr. Darling, damn it, you were busy and didn't see there was new redemption. That's all good. That's no worries at all. I mean, you know. Gotta be quick. Okay, I can't do an impression of Max Payne because I'm not James McCaffrey. Rest in peace. Up on that rooftop, I was a ninja. My kung fu was strong. I wasn't kidding anybody. At best, I was Superman on Kryptonite, about to fall into where it all went down. That's pretty short, so I'll do another quote. No minotaur lurked in this labyrinth, but somewhere out there, on the clanking deck of his cargo freighter, the skipper of the Charon was waiting, like the ferryman of the river Styx. There we go. Thank you for redeeming that, Zereth.
You snooze, you lose, Dr. Darling. Better luck next time.
Thanks for redeeming that, Zereth. Hey there, Senny. Welcome on in, dude. Hope Quantum Break is going well. It is. Yeah, it's been interesting to replay it after all these years because even though this game came out in 2016, I didn't play it until after 2019, which is when Control came out. And when I played this for the first time, I hadn't yet played Control, let alone the fact that Alan Wake 2 didn't come out until 2023, which was after I played this game for the first time. So now, having played Control a few times, and having played Alan Wake 2 a few times, coming back to do my second playthrough, there's a lot of really cool stuff that I've been able to have a different context for now. So there's things that back when I played this, related to Alan Wake 2, that was purely speculative. But now, with Alan Wake 2 existing and I having played it, now replaying this for the second time, there's things that I see that were pretty much setting up or setting the stage for what Alan Wake 2 would actually be as well. So that was really, really good. But yeah, it's going really, really well. How about yourself? Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome on in. How was Quantum Break? It's going really, really good. We got past a part of the story where there's usually a live action episode, but I didn't have them installed. So instead of waiting to install a 70 gigabyte thing, I'm not going to be able to do those as part of the playthrough, but I will be providing links to the actual episodes. But in terms of the main narrative, you don't necessarily have to watch the live action episodes. You can actually skip them if you don't want to watch them. It doesn't really sort of like have the main character from the game actually be like in the episodes. So it's more like peripheral characters or characters that you've met in the game, but the episodes deal with what were they doing before you met them, or what were they doing after the last time you saw them, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's going really good. So we're in Act 2 of Act 5. Zereth, it's a wild crocodile throws Pokeball. Listen, to 70 gigabytes. How many are there? I think there's 5. Yeah, I think there's 5 episodes. Crocodile, nice. I thought you had played it more than once already. You remember the last playthrough? That'd be cool, making all the connections to the other games in the universe. It's going well. It's a busy day here, so you'll have to lurk a lot, but you'll be listening mostly. That's no trouble at all, Crooked. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. And I'm glad that you're doing well. I hope that even though it's a busy day, it won't be so hectic that it'll be too stressful. But yeah, this is my second playthrough, and I've been looking forward to doing a playthrough of it for a while after the first one. There's certain choices at certain points that you make, and I actually made note because you can actually look at the timeline of what things you collected and what happened and what choices you made at certain junctions. And so before I started this new save, I made sure to make notes on what I'd already chosen so that this time I can actually choose the opposite, because I don't have the VOD of that first playthrough because I wasn't exporting my videos to YouTube back then as well. Hey there, Code. Welcome on in. You'll take a mime version? So, since we've got some more people in chat, Lucinda and Crooked, that have played at least Alan Wake 1, this doesn't necessarily spoil things for Alan Wake 2. I won't actually say anything about whether or not anything in this is actually in Alan Wake 2, but there's something that we can actually watch. So I'll play that again.
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
He's been gone for 5 years.
Dark matter and dark energy constitute over 95% of our universe. We're just a speck of light floating in an endless ocean of darkness. Every story finds its writer. Wake has a bloody knife in his the light of the flashlight. He smiles a wicked smile. He lies enough with blood on his face, eyes staring. All of us have two faces. The one we wear for all to see, and the face that lies beneath in the dark.
Crooked, the graphics in this game. The water looks so realistic. I know, right? Almost 100% realistic. That's right, Lucinda. Yep. It's Sam Lake. Yep. Crooked and the character models. Absolutely, yep. They're so realistic too. Like, holy shit. That's right, Lucinda. Yep. Dr. Darling. Lucinda, wait, when did this come out? It came out in 2016. So this was before Control and before Alan Wake 2. And there's a whiteboard in this game that actually has all these notes on it that have a lot of Alan Wake related stuff as well, which I thought was quite cool. So rereading that now, having played Control and Alan Wake 2, because I didn't play Control until after actually playing this game. So looking at that whiteboard, it was so cool now, after Control and Alan Wake 2, to revisit it for my second playthrough to see that whiteboard and all that kind of stuff.
Orders. I'll make it quick. Ah, for Christ's sake. Misfire.
You're supposed to be the ones who's friggin' protecting us!
Is it the firing pin again?
Yeah, I think so.
Solutions. Building a better future. Are you...
What was that?
Fine.
How did you...
You're the taxi guy. You drove me to the university. What is all this?
They're killing everybody. Everybody from the university. They grabbed me out of my goddamn cab.
Jesus.
You saved my ass. How'd you get free?
I'm still figuring that out.
So Nick is played by the same actor who plays Jesse Faden's brother in Control, Dylan.
Monarch was supposed to be the good guys.
Shaky Dylan, you son of a bitch. To Paul Serene from Sophia Amaral. Subject, fracture plus your health. Paul, the fracture occurred at exactly 4:15 a.m. just as you predicted. However, the stutters seem to be occurring at an alarming rate, much more frequently than we expected. I know better than to question your knowledge on the matter, but I just want to be sure that the timeline you proposed grants us enough time for what must be done. You didn't receive your treatment before you left. I can't stress how important it is that you continue consistent treatments or the efficiency will dwindle. We can't afford for your sickness to intensify. Not now. Please come to the island to receive your treatment as soon as time permits. I'm worried about you. Dr. Sophia Amaral, Head of Research. Paul responds, Sophia, yes, the fraction has begun, and yes, it will take its inevitable course. But you worry too much. I understand your concerns, but our preparations will be ready by the time it has run its course. Keep in mind that I've been to the end of time. I've seen how this plays out. We've taken every precaution necessary. Now we just need to make sure that the pieces fall into place. We cannot cancel the gala tonight. The team needs reassurance that our plan is moving forward without further complications. Even those who aren't aware of the lifeboat protocol need a guarantee that their efforts are not in vain. They need to know that I am in control. The university was only the first step. Now the real work begins. I am almost finished up at Ground Zero. I will head to the island for my treatment very soon. I couldn't have done this without you, Sophia. Paul.
Keep fighting. Those were my last words to her. Sent chills up my spine to think I might have...
We're not here to talk about Amy Ferrero.
You motherfuckers. Look, I need to get to the dry docks. Do you know how to get there?
Dry docks. Yeah, I think I know the way. Whatever you need, I got your back. It's a push. We gotta make it through that building to get to the dry dock. Thank Christ you're okay. What about that guy you went to see at the campus? Did he get out all right?
No. Not exactly.
This is messed up, man. I trusted Monarch. We can't let them get away with this.
I'll take a look.
I can't believe this. The world's gotta know what happened here.
They will. I'll make sure of it.
Yeah? I'm going WikiLeaks on these assholes when we get out. First, I gotta figure out how WikiLeaks works, but then I'm gonna WikiLeak the shit out of them. Oh, by the way, how did you lay out those guys back there? Had you ever fired a gun before all this?
Yeah, I have.
Like, at a person?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, Shaky. It might help to actually know how something works before you proclaim that you're going to go out and use the thing that you don't know how it works yet. Hey there, AC. Welcome on in. How's it going?
Oh, hey, the gate's open. Okay, gate's closing too fast.
Not necessarily.
So, how are you gonna get past that gate?
It's a shame we can't jump and then do this.
Oh, shit. You just... What are you, some kind of goddamn X-Man? That was...
Okay. Don't panic. It's,
friggin' sick, man!
Alright. Not the reaction I expected.
I love that reference.
I knew this kind of crap existed! Driving a cab, I've seen some stuff, man. Oh, I'm just glad you're on my side. So you're like a government experiment. Did they tell you what's going on here?
I only know what my brother told me. Time is breaking down, and Monarch is involved somehow.
Shit. It's like Watergate all over again.
It's really not.
So what is this place? What was Monarch doing at the university?
Get me to that dry dock, and I'll find out.
I like that reference to the fact that the actor who plays Jack Joyce, Sean Ashmore, was actually in the X-Men movies as the character Iceman. That's right, Shaky. We're quantum breakdancing. Exactly. Hey there, Absolution. Welcome on in. That was a good one, Absolution. It really was. Oh yeah, Dr. Darling, the one that... Well, it's not actually a Barry quote. But the command is this one. That's for Walter. But yeah, I like that one from Deus Ex Human Revolution. It makes me wonder who's in on this. Lim? Tai Yong? The government? Fucking aliens? Shit. What are they planning? I love that quote. Especially the way he's like, you know, Lim? Tai Yong? The government? Fucking aliens? Shit. What are they planning? He goes, you know, fucking aliens really loud, then he's like quiet again. Shit, what are they planning? It was a goddamn space alien. Aliens it is, Shaky, absolutely. Oh, but the Barry quote you're thinking of, Dr. Darling, is... Was it Mordor? Yeah.
There we go.
Absolution, will this be on PlayStation? Well, currently Microsoft owns the full rights to this game. So, until Remedy themselves gain full access to the rights to this, we won't be seeing this game on PlayStation. And it's the reason why they can't directly name the characters from Quantum Break in other Remedy titles. They can make references to their characters, but they can't use their actual character names. It used to be like that with Alan Wake 1. That's why Alan Wake 1 was always just on Xbox and PC for a long time, because Microsoft had the exclusive rights until Remedy got them, and so then they were able to actually do the remaster of Alan Wake 1 and release that on multiple systems. Absolution, you asked because Gears of War is going cross-platform. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. But as far as being able to use Quantum Break directly in their Remedy stuff, then they can't yet. So that would be Microsoft's decision to allow this to be played, but who knows? It would be good to be a psychic. I mean, unless there's plans, I don't know when the rights would revert back to Remedy, but next year this game celebrates its 10th anniversary.
Looks like there's an open window up above.
It's worth a shot. Wait here, I'll try that.
Man, this place gives me the creeps. Monarch bought up the whole area in 2010, but the real question is, why was everyone so eager to sell? I've heard everything from radiation leaks to ghost stories. Personally, I think this place is haunted. And I got theories, man. Okay, check it out. You know how we all got jobs? What makes us think that it's not the same for ghosts in the ghost world? You still with me? Okay, so this whole place was a huge industrial area, and it's where all the ghosts did all the ghost work, you know, building ghost boats or whatever. And then, in 2010, they all lost their jobs. There was a big ghost recession, and now they just creep around all unemployed or whatever. Okay, that last part needs some work, but the first part's pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, it's definitely a theory. Need to get up to that open window.
Maybe I could boost you up to that window. No, it's too high. You'll figure something out.
Shaky, I can try to record that fucking aliens part for you, Rod. What part of Detroit was it in, first or second? Oh, that's all good, dude. I don't actually use sound commands on my streams, so. But if you wanted it for yourself, it's actually much later in the game. I think it's when you return to Shanghai again. And you have to go, I think, through the sewers. And there's just a guy who's waiting at the front of, like, one of the entrances in the sewers. AWE. Someone needs to put redacted over that. Shaky. Oh man, what an awesome pun. Yeah, listen to Alan. Alan is always watching. Dr. Darling, redacted is redacted unless redacted isn't redacted, and at the same time redacted is redacted. Exactly, Dr. Darling, I know exactly what you mean.
Is that another one of those rewind things? I'm starting to get the hang of this. All right. Made it. Now to get to that door.
Hey, don't forget about me.
To Gil Kenstrew from Ashton Levy. Date October 9, 2016, 8:10 a.m. Subject regarding Jack Joyce. Gil, were you with Prowler Unit at the uni, hearing all kinds of rumors that Jack Joyce took out 7 squads on his own? They're saying he's chronon active without any kind of tech. We're getting stories about him freezing operators, disappearing into thin air, even heard one about him being in 2 places at the same damn time. I thought it was all bullshit, but we just got word that his transport went missing after it entered Ground Zero perimeter. How the hell does that happen? We got reason to be alarmed? They aren't telling us shit over here. Ashton. It's all rumors and conjecture from what I hear. I wasn't at the university op, but there's no way Joyce took out all those guards. He's just some random guy, not a trained assassin. The stories floating around make it sound like he's shooting laser beams out of his goddamn asshole. Anyway, they got Liam Burke hunting him down right now, so I think it's safe to say Joyce is fucked. Off the record, I heard Paul Serene has been investigating a potential traitor within Monarch. Somebody's been accessing all kinds of confidential information. Remember that research Dr. Amaral was doing to find a permanent cure for Serene's sickness? Rumor has it somebody sabotaged the tests, had to start over. Just a few weeks later the uni op goes sour. Willing to bet the same person sabotaged us there. Keep your eyes peeled, man. Maybe they're Dynamite who's involved.
Mr. Serene's chopper is inbound for...
Hey, Clarice? That you?
This is HQ Alpha. Charlie, I told you to stay off the operations channel.
Sure, Clarice, listen. Hatch told me to search for Joyce. I've got footage of Bird taking out a guard in A1. Back a Monarch truck was left open. Now I'm checking cameras in A3 and guards are either sleeping on the job or, you know, not sleeping. You know what I'm saying? Catch my drift?
Joyce.
With a trajectory towards kicking over some expensive-ass sandcastles. Look, I'm gonna keep looking for him. I'm just giving you a heads up, okay? Over an hour or whatever.
I was starting to get a little antsy out there. All right, where are we going to next? Oh, hey, there's a map over here. We can figure out the best route to the dry docks. Security's tight. We might have to head through that area called Ground Zero to get there.
That's the exact area where my brother used to have his workshop.
Your bro. You think he's connected to this somehow?
I'm gonna find out. You should stay here for now. I have a feeling the next part's gonna get messy.
Yeah, I don't do messy. All right. I'll guide you to the dry docks from here on the radio. Channel 3. I'll open up the door for you.
Deal. Keep safe.
Oh yeah, Lucinda Ground Zero sounds fun. I mean, there's zero chance of anything bad being at Ground Zero, right?
Still no word on Joyce's location.
Yeah, heard his brother scream like a bitch when he died. When he shows his face, I'll make him do the same.
Son of a... We're under attack!
Did I scream enough for you? My powers were unpredictable. They kept growing by leaps and bounds.
Joyce, you got nowhere to go! What the...
Nick, are you there? Talk to me. Where am I going?
That warehouse is split into two halves. Find the exit, take the alley to the other side, and let me know when you're there.
All right.
Shaky infinite ammo pistol, eh? That's true, yeah. Yeah, it'll always have infinite ammo. And then your secondary weapon, of course, will have limited ammunition. And when you have your secondary weapon, like in Uncharted games, you can't, you know, have multiple secondary weapons. So you have to be like, right, do I want to keep what I've currently got, or do I want to swap to something else?
Contact!
Oh, great.
Shotgunner advancing on hostile!
Motherfucker.
You wanna talk this out? Moving in on target!
Whoa.
Joyce!
We got contact!
Oh, great.
Shotgunner advancing on hostile!
Motherfucker.
You wanna talk this out?
I don't think so. Time to move.
Move up to flank! Reloading! No, wait! Get around! Hey, it's Joyce. He's trouble. Over.
HQ, friendly down, over.
Let's move out!
That's all of them.
Hey yo, Gorky. How's things? Dr. Darling Rod aiming at redacted areas again. Absolutely. When enemies in games piss me off, that's where they get shot. Multiple times. It's a humiliating spot to shoot a dead enemy in after they're dead. Glad to hear that you're going good, Gorky. That's really, really good.
Shotgunner moving in!
They don't make this easy.
Impossible!
Gotta move. Taxi guy. Where am I headed?
It's Nick, by the way.
Jack.
Okay, there's a door on the upper level leading to a sky bridge, but looks like you need to turn off security to get it open.
How do I do that?
On the map, there's a squiggly line that leads from the door to a big square, and that square has two squigglies leading to little circles.
What the fuck does that mean? What am I doing here?
I don't know, man. I'm not the superhero. Find the door, follow a squiggly line to a box, more squigglies, circles, do something. Security turns off and you're golden.
Thanks, Nick.
Hey, are we doing, boss?
Still searching for circles.
Oh, yeah. They're not like literally squares and circles. The square is some kind of security console. Squiggles are cables, I think? Follow the cables.
You couldn't have just said that to begin with?
Thought I was clear enough?
Joyce just took out Gatehouse Squad and you still don't have eyes on him? What do they pay you for over there, huh?
Charlie, just tell me where he is.
Do I hear please?
Charlie?
Warehouse B4. Better hurry.
Storehouse 1. You heard him? Move in.
On our way.
Okay, security's down.
Down? That was quick.
Yeah, shaky squigglies. To Beth Wilder from Liam Burke. Date October 8th, 2016. 5:10 p.m. Subject: Monarch concerns. Beth, I'm starting to grow suspicious about what's going on here. I have a hunch you feel the same way. I've been allowed a lot of freedom to come and go in my position, but it comes at a cost of very low clearance. Most members of the team know something I don't, and they're not eager to share. Tomorrow's operation is more than a simple retrieval mission. There are dates and times marked with detailed events that are expected to come to pass. I've seen charts with Fracture 4:15 a.m. labeled. It's way too much detail for a plan. It's like it's all been mapped out. How? Something big is coming, I can feel it. They told us our directive is to protect our world from dangers that lie ahead. If that's so, then why do I get the feeling there's something coming that we're doing absolutely nothing to stop? And if everybody else knows this, then why the hell is nobody acting on it? I can't sit back and watch if there's even a chance that this could put Emily in danger. I need to know more. Serene won't answer my messages. Hatch is a closed book. I'm hoping you're an open one. Liam. So Emily is a character that we don't, as far as I remember, see in the actual gameplay itself. A character that we see in one of the live action episodes. From Charlie Wincott to Martin Hatch, forwarding Monarch concerns. Mr. Hatch, I've been monitoring company email servers and found something interesting. Just thought you might want to know that your golden boy has been a bit snoopy as of late. Attaching his email below.
Joyce just took out Gatehouse Squad and you still don't have eyes on him? What do they pay you for over there, huh?
Charlie, just tell me where he is.
Do I hear please?
Charlie?
Warehouse B4. Better hurry.
Storehouse 1. You heard him? Move in.
On our way.
Hey there, Cody. Good afternoon to you as well. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, so it looks like we can't get this, even though it didn't turn up for me. Although maybe it did, but I just didn't realize where it was positioned. Well, that's good to hear, Cody. I'm glad that it's going great. As for me, things are going well.
Nick, I'm on the bridge.
Oh, map says you're heading towards a storage facility for, Meyer-Joyce particles and harvesting equipment.
Joyce particles? This whole operation is based on my brother's research.
Your bro? You don't think he's working for...
No. I don't know what to think, but Paul is up to something big. See if you can find out more.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Let's do this.
Escalating more rapidly than Mr. Sarin had anticipated. Chronon levels will lower to a point that renders ground zero obsolete in the near future. I'm queuing up the presentation to make sure everybody remembers the essentials before we proceed. Hello, I'm Dr. Sophia Amaral. Over the past 6 years, Monarch has made vast technological advances in the area of Meyer-Joyce particles, better known as chronon particles. On July 4, 2010, unique temporal anomalies began to occur in a very small and focused area we now refer to as ground zero, located within the Riverport Industrial Zone. This resulted in extremely dense emissions of chronon particles, creating the perfect conditions for extraction, which led to the chronon harvesting operation you see today. All of Monarch's chronon technology relies on these particles. Most notably, the Chronon Field Regulator, or CFR, which is the only device that can ensure stabilization and regulation of mass quantities of these particles. When the time is right, the entire supply of chronon containers will be transported from this location to the Monarch headquarters, where the CFR is located. Only authorized personnel are to handle the containers directly. Unique temporal anomalies become more frequent with closer proximity to the ground zero perimeter when entering the yellow zone. This yellow zone emits dense chronon pockets ripe for harvesting. The ground zero perimeter itself is never to be entered under any conditions. We refer to this area as the red zone, where time no longer flows in a consistent manner and shifts without warning. Many who have entered ground zero have never returned. We know that the fracture will occur on October 8, 2016. We hypothesize that from this point forward, chronon levels in ground zero will slowly deplete until time anomalies cease to occur. For this reason, all harvesting necessary for sustained use of the CFR must be complete before the fracture runs its course. For more information, please refer to your employee manual. Thank you for your time.
Cody, a little gutted though, as you found out you have to wait another day for your game as the UK is at the end of the line. Glad to hear your day has gone well. That is a shame, Cody, that you have to wait longer. It reminds me of when the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6 came out. They didn't actually come out for me on the day of release. They came out the next day. I wasn't able to access it. Had to wait until the rest of the world caught up. But yeah, that does suck, Cody. Hey, Ave. It's going good, thank you. How about you?
fracture is
Sophia
escalating
Emerald.
more rapidly than Mr. Serene had anticipated.
Monarch's resident Chronon scientist.
Chronon levels will lower to a point that
She
renders
must know a lot of the
Ground Zero
same stuff Will did.
obsolete in the near future. I'm queuing up the presentation to make sure everybody remembers the essentials before we proceed. Hello, I'm Dr. Sophia Amaral. Over the past 6 years, Monarch has made
Don't stop firing!
July 4th, unique temporal anomaly.
Engaging!
Located within the river point zone. This resulted in extremely dense emissions of chronon particles, creating perfect conditions for extraction, which led to the chronon harvesting operation. All of Monarch's chronon technology relies on, most notably, the chronon field regulator, or CFR, which is the only device that can ensure stabilization and regulation of the quantities of these particles. The entire supply of chronon will be transported from the location to the Monarch headquarters, where the CFR is located. Only
I know where to go!
Swap it out! Unique temporal anomalies with this yellow
casualty! Shotgunner advancing on hostile!
never returned. From this point forward, chronon levels in Ground Zero will slowly deplete before time anomalies cease to occur. For this reason, harvesting necessary to sustain use of the DFR must be completed before
Air drive! Flash and fire! It's that kid from the university!
That was close. Nick, I'm in the harvesting warehouse.
Looks like there's no clear exit on the ground level. Head for the upper floors when you're ready.
No clear exit down here. May have to head upward.
Are they doing okay? A bit
There's
tired.
gotta be
This
something
game
I
looks
can use
interesting.
to get up there.
Well, hopefully you can get some good rest later. Sorry to hear that you're a bit tired. Yeah, this game came out in 2016, and I played it probably in 2020 or 2021. I can't really remember now, to be honest. But I really enjoyed it, and even though Remedy don't have the full rights to it, there's definitely a lot of Alan Wake stuff in this as well. Because when they actually did this game, Microsoft still actually had a lot of the rights for Alan Wake, and Microsoft has the rights still for this. and so Remedy can't do sequels yet, and they can't directly name characters and reference them in that way. But they've been able to reference the characters in other kinds of ways as well. And so when this game came out, it was 3 years before Control came out, but I didn't play Control until after playing this game. So there was references to Control in this game, or foreshadowing things in Control, that I didn't actually pick up on, but after having played Control in the years since playing this for the first time, and since Alan Wake 2 has come out in the years since playing this game for the first time, it means that there's all these sort of like references that I can now have more strong, like I can have strong connections with, and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, in some ways this game is almost like Max Payne, except with time manipulation powers. But there's also specific points in the story where you make a choice, and that will actually affect how things happen in the game. There's also a live action component, like episodes, but you don't have to watch them. But if you do, anything you've done in gameplay at specific points will be reflected in the live action episode. So essentially there's 2 different versions of each live action episode, depending on your choice as well. But it doesn't mean that you're going to miss out on main narrative stuff. Like the character we're playing as, they're in the live action episodes, I think, but they're not in scenes that compromise the actual story if you're just playing the game and not watching those episodes, if that makes sense. That's okay, Biko, absolutely no worries at all. I hope that shopping goes well. Thank you so much for being here and for watching, and that's totally fair too, as well. Like, definitely don't put my stream as first priority above everything else that you need to do, that's for sure. And that goes for anyone. Like, I'm just a streamer playing video games. You don't have to put things off that you really need to do to watch my stream. Like, I appreciate it, but you know, I know that people have other things that they need to get done, and they can't always stay for the whole stream, or can't even make it to a stream. But it's totally understandable, and I don't keep tabs on how long it's been since someone came into chat last, or how long they stayed for. How did I die? Was I being shot at? I got my volume down for myself, but I didn't even see any enemies shooting me. What the? What the fuck? Although you slept quite bad tonight, but you can only blame yourself for idiocy. You were out drinking with friends yesterday. Luckily though, you got off work 2 hours early so you can relax. Similar to the live action cutscenes from Alan Wake 2. You know that game has some sort of live action? It does, yeah. Those ones are interweaved into the actual narrative. And they're kind of like important. So, these live action episodes for Quantum Break, they're not important in the sense that you'll be like, hang on, why is the main character all of a sudden doing this? It's more like, this character that they spoke to, I wonder what they were doing before this point in the game, and then that live action episode will tell you. But that's good that you went out and had some fun. Listen, they got to look for a bit, was too lazy to shower last night, so you got to do it this morning. That's totally fair, Lucinda, and that death was really weird. Like, I don't think I was being shot at. But that's no worries at all. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda does streams of games like Cult of the Lamb, but her main game at the moment is Resident Evil 6 as part of the marathon that she's doing. She'll also be doing Resident Evil 7 as well as Village and the Shadows of Rose DLC for Village as well. And when 9 comes out, she'll be doing Resident Evil 9 as well at some point. And that's all good for the shout out, Lucinda, no problem at all. Thank you for leaving that lurk, and I hope that things go well. I don't know when I'll be ending the stream, but I definitely want to stream for at least another hour. Hero, hey there dude. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for the clipping. Death by Furniture. Thank you for leaving the lurk, Zereth. Thank you very much. Cult of these nuts. I don't know, Zereth. Isn't it leeches? Ali, the box attacked you and killed you. Maybe the box is an altered item, and we just don't know about it. Hiro came in a great time. Good morning, my friend. Thinking about doing a playthrough of Mortal Kombat 11, and that reminded you of me when I would stream Mortal Kombat 10. Had to come and say hello. Oh, very nice, Hiro. That's cool. I'm glad that you're going to be doing like some more Mortal Kombat. I haven't actually played 11 yet. I've played 10, of course, as you know, but haven't played any of the other ones after that. But I definitely wouldn't mind at some point doing a Mortal Kombat marathon. There is death by furniture, try leeches. That'll clear things right up.
Enemy spotted! Everybody move! He's right here! I'm empty!
So, Nick, I'm in the harvesting warehouse.
Looks like there's no clear exit on the ground level. Head for the upper floors when you're ready.
Sophia Amaral. No clear exit down here. Monarch's resident Chronon scientist. We have to head upward. Well, she must know a lot of the same stuff Will did. There's gotta be something I can use to get up there.
Hey there, Dumbledore. How's things?
Hello, I'm Dr.
Alright, from Sophia Amaral, Chronon Tech Phase 2 milestones to Monarch Chronon research personnel. Sending a quick email to make sure that all divisions of the Chronon R&D department are on schedule. As you know, Monarch will be moving to Phase 3 on October 9th upon completion of the university operation. High-level milestone deliverables for Phase 2 are as follows. Ground Zero Harvesting Op. By the end of Phase 2, we expect to have officially harvested enough Chronon particles from the Ground Zero operation to fuel necessary Chronon tech indefinitely. Access to the Red Zone should be completely prohibited from this point forward. All harvesting equipment will be dismantled and returned to Monarch Tower during Phase 3. CFR Research. All research regarding the CFR must be complete and the CFR must be returned to Monarch Tower for safekeeping. Lifeboat. Prototype testing phase of the lifeboat should be complete. Further testing will commence once the CFR is returned to Monarch Tower. Chronon Tech. Alpha build tech must be complete for all armor and weaponry. Beta tech will commence during Phase 3. Dampener must have reached approved proof of concept deliverables. Please read the milestone booklet to make sure all departmental deliveries are achieved. Dr. Sophia Amaral, Head of Research. They may ask, Rod, what are you looking forward to the most, Directive 8020 or Ghost of Yotai? Probably Directive 8020, because it's the most immediate game that I'll be able to actually get. I don't often buy games at full price, but there's some exceptions that I'm willing to make, and Directive 8020 is definitely one of them. And I'd love to say the same about Ghost of Yotai, but it's not an urgent thing. Like for Directive 8020, I want to be right on it on the day it releases, if I can. Whereas with Ghost of Yotai, I don't really mind if I don't get to it, you know, like on day one. Ave, I had a feeling you'd say that. I know you like the Dark Pictures games. Oh, absolutely, Ave, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I definitely am keeping an eye on Ghost of Yotai. It'd be cool to see how it comes out, but yeah, I have to be very selective of what games I can budget to just pay full price for, and that's more of a priority. Zereth death by leeches? Well, nothing can be done about that. Also, it's a much shorter game, meaning you can finish it quicker. That's true. Normally when I do my marathon of Dark Pictures games, I do it in release order, but because the new one comes out on the 2nd of October, there's no way I can do all the Dark Pictures games and Alan Wake 1 on the 1st of October. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have multiple horror games on the schedule. Traditionally, I always have the first horror game that I do a stream of on the 1st of October be Alan Wake 1. But that doesn't mean I can't have, you know, Directive 8020 scheduled for the 2nd, and then, you know, have Alan Wake on a different day. As long as I actually start the playthrough on the 1st of October for Alan Wake, it'll still be under my tradition rule. The Earth Ghosts try leeches. Leeches, leeches, leeches. It's all about the leeches. You've only begun only buying keys for games. If you're buying them digitally, you get the same game but for cheaper. That's a good way to do it, though, for sure. You know, it's always good to find whatever the cheapest sort of thing will be. Zereth, you put leeches into Steam. This is what came up. Rough cuts. Attack of the Giant Leeches. Thank you for the follow, Senator. Thank you very, very much. You're not rich, so if you can get a game for cheaper than it should be, you do. Specifically if it's something you really want to get ASAP. You believe the last thing you bought full price for is the new Liza P DLC. But before that, you don't know, maybe Baldur's Gate 3, which was in 2023. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's definitely understandable to need to wait until there's a sale as well. And it can be tricky, especially if there's a game that you want to get and you want to avoid spoilers, but you can't get it day one, or week one, or month one. You know what I mean? Because you're wanting to wait till it becomes cheaper.
Not your average elevator.
Hey, Jack. I found a bunch of files here about your bro. Monarch started monitoring his workshop in 1999, and they pressured him to sell in 2010 and set up some chronon harvesting operation surrounding the building.
What was Will doing in there?
Those dates, 1999 and 2010, keep coming up in these files. Here is where it gets scary. 2010 minus 1999 equals 11. Times 11 by 2010, flip it backwards, 01122. It's not exact, but it's like a couple numbers off from being our zip code.
Uh-huh. Keep me posted.
Zeroth, it is DLC for Rough Cuts, Night of the Living Dead, downloadable content. Oh, is it? You're not familiar with that. But yeah, plus keys can drop just a few weeks later that are quite cheap, like Expedition 33 you got for 350 crowns, which is more or less $35, quite the steal for such an awesome game. As for that game though, you wouldn't have minded paying full price if you knew how much you would like it, but still, you get where I come from. Oh, absolutely. Even when there's games that we look at the trailers for and we go, oh, that looks like it'll be cool, it still may end up being a bad game. So if you pay full price for a game and you end up loving it, that's great. But what if you don't? I feel it's better to have spent less and end up enjoying something than paying full price and not enjoying it. If it jiggles, it's fired. Thank you for redeeming that, Keone, as an Arnie impression. Dr. Darling, Revenge. DLC, is it? I mean, that mindset is real. You just doubted you'd enjoy the turn-based stuff, but the addition of parries carries. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's just some games too, like you don't really know until you physically get your hands on it and start playing it as well. Because in case you didn't know, you like parrying. It's one of those things too, like once you get good at it, it can really help a lot. Make things go a lot smoother too. Dr. Darling and Alex Casey monologue from Alan Wake 2. Alright. Let me see. Great. IMDb doesn't have any quotes from Alan Wake 2. Let's see if Wiki Quotes has something. Alright, so we have some quotes from Alex Casey himself, but we also have some Alex Casey quotes from when he's actually in the Dark Place, or the Dark Place version of Alex Casey. So, was that what you were meaning? Because that's the only version of Alex Casey that I remember having monologues in Alan Wake 2. Awesome, Dr. Darling, cool. Alright, so here we go. There wasn't enough alcohol in this city to drown their memories of this nightmare, but I'd damn well try. This case would never be closed. I had more questions now than at the start. The irony of being trapped in a postmodern detective story. I felt watched, the eyes of an unseen audience on me. I wanted to turn to the hidden camera and tell them to fuck off, but I didn't know where to look to break the fourth wall. There would always be another case for Casey. 1,000,000 stories in this dark city. The night opened up to welcome me. I walked into her arms. Roll credits. There we go. That's from Alan Wake 2. As an aside, I know it's weird for people watching the stream who are actually American hearing an American character being said with Australian accent, but as I said, I can't do an impression of James McCaffrey's voice, so I can sort of like try and, you know, make what I say slow and deliberate when I'm actually quoting any of those characters, but I can't make myself sound like them. Speaking of parrying, you're going to be playing some Liza P. Sorry you couldn't stick around for longer, Rob, but I hope you have an amazing rest of the stream and your day. That's all good, Ave. No trouble at all. Thank you so much for popping in and chatting for a bit. I really hope that you have a good time with Liza P. Would definitely like to also recommend people check out Ave's channel if you haven't before. Ave is doing a playthrough of Liza P. It's one of those games that Ave really enjoys a lot. And Ave has recently reached affiliate status, so has been a streamer for not too long, but definitely if you're looking for new streamers that you also haven't come across before, definitely recommend checking out Arve's channel. And that's all good for the shout out, Arve. Absolutely no trouble at all. I really hope that you have a great session with Lies of P, and that you have fun with all the parrying as well.
Okay. Getting closer, I think. Now, which way's the dry dock?
Do you hate games that rely on parry too much, Rod? Well, the only game I've probably played where it is in your best interest to parry a lot would be Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I've never actually played any of the games by From Software that I guess are most known for having games where learning to parry is like of utmost importance as well. So in terms of like whether I like that kind of gameplay or not, I haven't really experienced enough of it in a way that would make me annoyed at it, if that makes sense. So I'd have to play a lot of other games that are probably more heavily reliant on learning that. Because Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, like, there are other ways to defend yourself, so it's not always having to parry with that particular game. But I guess I've gotten a little bit of a taste of that kind of gameplay. Although there is a little bit of a parry thing with Assassin's Creed Mirage as well, which I've played 3 times now, so there'd be that as well. FromSoft is actually mostly dodging, except for Sekiro. That is parrying, parrying, and more parrying. Too difficult for you. Fallen Order parrying is quite amazing in your opinion, Rod. Yeah, I quite like that game. I enjoyed it, and I definitely want to play the game again, and for the first time play the second game, because I've got both of them, but acquiring the second game was a more recent kind of thing. Okay, I would have loved to get all the collectibles and all that kind of stuff, but this is one of those games where once you go past a point, certain collectibles are not available to you anymore to access. So you have to replay the game again, or the mission again. Okay, what would I give Mirage out of 10? As I've said before, it's really hard for me to give ratings. Because everyone has their different idea of what each number means in terms of like, is it good or bad, or is it like great or terrible? I mean, obviously, if there's a game I absolutely hate, then the ranking would probably be 0. And if there's a game I really love, the ranking would be 10. But it gets trickier when it's like, do you give something a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or a 5? Or do you give it a 6 or a 7 or 8 or a 9 or a 10 or a 9? But I liked Mirage enough to have it as part of my annual playthrough series, but it's definitely not on the same level as something like Assassin's Creed Origins or the earlier Assassin's Creed games, which is ironic because it tried to pay homage to them. Ubisoft and the influencers on YouTube and other platforms that get priority over other lesser players in their eyes would call it a return to form, but it's actually more like an homage. Or a return to roots is what they call it, but it's not. Because there's a lot of elements that it doesn't have, which the older games had. Even simple stuff like a mini-map, for example, doesn't have a mini-map. The earlier games did. It has the compass, which is okay, but it's not returning to the roots of having a mini-map, for instance. Or getting rid of the Eagle Companion completely, because the earlier games didn't have that. Dr. Darling, what would give AC Rogue out of 10? Minus 154. Yeah. Keone, so you're saying Odyssey will have an annual playthrough? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, Odyssey has always been an annual playthrough part of the franchise. Because there's things about it that I like. It's not a great Assassin's Creed game, but there's stuff about it that I do like.
I got that briefcase we lifted from William Joyce's car. Laid out the contents in the trailer. You want me to go through?
No. Serene wants the first look. Till then, hands off.
Oh, you thought I hated the game? Oh no. It's a terrible Assassin's Creed game, but it's a good RPG.
Okay, looks like the trailer has power now.
It was bad before. It's real bad now. It's bad, and Bobby's mad, people. Okay. So we don't know exactly what went down. But that library came down way ahead of schedule. There's gonna be a body count, and there's every indication Monarch security people have put in some long, hard hours earning their jackbooted thug merit badge. And why? Why is this happening? We don't know. And Monarch ain't saying. We've asked for a statement, but they're keeping stum. We know the demolition charges went off ahead of schedule. We have those reports of brutality. We know there were people popping off shots. We know there are people who will never see their families again, for Christ's sakes. And where are the damn cops on this? We need some goddamn answers.
Okay.
Paul's men had taken the briefcase from Will's car, dumped the contents on the table. Will had said he needed something from his briefcase to stop the fracture. Wasn't much there, but his phone and a key to the Bradbury swimming pool. Not the most obvious clues.
Jack, it's Beth. Monarch got footage of some idiot accessing Facebook from a nearby security station. Please tell me said idiot isn't with you.
Nick, I gotta go back for him.
Don't. I'll pick him up. Where are you?
I'm on my way to Paul at the dry docks.
Serene's not the priority. I'm getting you out of there. I'll meet you at the dry docks. Channel 1 is the Monarch frequency. Use it to keep ahead of them. And Jack, don't do anything stupid.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Oh yeah, that's right. This email about a script. All right. From Bruce Livingston, my screenplay to Sophia Amaral. Hey, Dr. Amaral, we haven't talked too much, but I am one of Serene's guys from Reaper Squad. Working around all this time tech stuff, or chronon tech you call it I guess, got me real inspired, so I started writing a screenplay. There's a lot of science talk in here, so I want a scientist to check it and make sure it kinda makes sense. Would you mind taking a look? Thanks. Here is the first half. The Knife, written by Bruce Livingston, Act 1. Internal office, night. Bruce Savage stands in his office. He is sexually attractive. Somebody knocks on Bruce's door, and he opens it. It's a scientist lady. She looks like a librarian with glasses, but she is actually a scientist. You can tell, because she has a lab coat. Lady Scientist. Help me! Bruce. Okay. Take this knife, because some bad apples are trying to steal it, and it's very important. Okay. What is your name, handsome? I'm Bruce. Let's shake hands. Bruce and Lady Scientist shake hands. Wow, you almost broke my hand with that handshake. You are definitely a tough guy. She is impressed with Bruce's strength. She looks at his large biceps, like they are delicious pieces of ham, but she doesn't want to eat them. Here is the knife. The Lady Scientist hands Bruce the knife. It looks mostly like a knife, but also like a time machine, because it is both a knife and a time machine. But Bruce doesn't know that yet. Goons break through the windows and shoot the scientist lady. She dies. Avenge me! Okay. Bruce kills the goons with his legs by doing lots of kicking at them. They are dead real quick. Looks like I got a leg up on you guys. The audience probably laughs here, so Bruce waits to deliver his next line for around 5 seconds so that everybody has calmed down. What is so special about this knife? Bruce stabs the knife into his chair. The chair disappears. The chair disappeared! He looks at a picture on his wall, which is a big photograph from 1932, with lots of people from 1932 in it. Bruce's chair is in the picture. Interesting. My chair travelled back in time to 1932 when I stabbed it. When I stab things, they travel through time. That explains why this knife looks like a knife, but also like a time machine, because it is both. Bruce's real goofy friend from across the hall runs into the room. He trips on something on the floor. His name is Slobbo. He isn't as fat as his name sounds. Oh yeah? That is Slobbo's catchphrase, and he says it in a real funny way. Bruce, you saved my life. The scientist lady was only faking being dead. Are you married? Only to my job. I find that attractive but also respectable. She kisses Bruce's cheek. What about my cheek? Oh man. That is Slobber's other catchphrase, which he says in a different but equally funny way. Bruce waits a few seconds for the audience to stop laughing before speaking. Wait, those lips were man lips, not woman lips. Bruce pulls off the scientist lady's wig. She's actually Bruce's boss, Paul Marine. Paul Marine is a douche. My boss? But why? I wanted you to kill those guys because they wanted me dead. I knew you were real tough, so you could kill them easy. But I don't respect you as an employee. So I always make you do the shitty jobs even though you've been working at my company more than most of the other guys and they're real smart. Also, I don't like you because my girlfriend finds you sexually attractive. Now I understand. Give me my time knife back. Paul Marine snaps his fingers and 73 goons surround Bruce. You can't kill 73 goons, so just give up. I don't have time for this. Bruce stabs himself with the time knife and disappears. He time traveled using the time knife. Bruce opens the door. Now he is twice as jacked. You're even more sexually attractive. How is this possible? I stabbed myself and travelled to the past, then trained in all kinds of martial arts to become even stronger. I also strapped explosives into everybody's boots in the past so that when I press the detonator, you will all explode. Oh yeah. I'm glad I have stocks in this company. Why? Because business is booming. Bruce presses the detonator. All 73 goons blow up like eggs in a microwave. Paul Marine doesn't explode. Luckily, I used my metal detector this morning and found the explosives, so I switched boots with somebody else. Say, Slubbo, whose boots are you wearing? No, Slubbo explodes. My best friend, you'll pay for this. You don't want to stab me with that time knife. Why not? Because I'm actually you, from the future. That doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. Remember that time knife is also a time machine. I am you, from the future, but I stabbed myself with the time knife in order to come back here and do all of this. But we don't look the same. That is a good point, and I'm glad you brought it up. First, I time traveled 700 years into the future, to a time where humans have created advanced technology that allows surgeries that completely change people's faces and bodies. I had this surgery performed so that you wouldn't be able to recognize me, but I'm actually you in disguise. I can prove it because I know many things about you. Like what? You have a birthmark on your left ankle. I do have a birthmark on my left ankle. I'm starting to believe you now. You should, because even though I have a new body, I kept that birthmark on my ankle so that when I met you, I could prove that I was actually you from the future. I will show you. Paul lifts up the left leg of his pants, but there is no birthmark. Instead, there is an ankle holster for a gun. Paul pulls out the gun and aims it at Bruce. I was lying this whole time. I'm not actually you. I was just saying all of that so I could get my gun. Son of a bitch. Also, in the future, I melted the time knife and turned it into bullets. Those bullets are now in this gun, which means that I can shoot you, but also send you through time all at once. Finally, you will be out of my way so that I can marry my girlfriend Sophie later today, before you are able to tell her that I'm a real shitty guy. I didn't know you were getting married today. I know. My girlfriend Sophie made an invitation for you because she admires you and thinks you're attractive. But I destroyed the invitation and then lied to her and said I gave it to you at work. But now I'm here to give you a different invitation. To your funeral. Paul Marine shoots Bruce. Slobbo jumps in front of Bruce. No! Slobbo wasn't actually dead. He jumps in front of the bullets and is shot several times. Now he's actually dying. Avenge me! Okay. Bruce goes to attack Paul Marine, but now Paul Marine has disappeared. He's gone! Slobbo is dying on the ground, covered in blood. His body is red like a hot dog covered in lots of ketchup. You must stop the wedding. You are totally a better guy and clearly more attractive than Paul. You should be dating his girlfriend, Safine. Slobbo dies. Bruce just sits there next to Slobbo for a while because many people will be crying at this point. He eventually gets up. Looks like I'm going to a wedding, after all. He holds out the time knife. Somebody's got to cut the cake. Cut the cake means he's going to kill Paul. The audience will understand because of the way the actor says it. It's a real intense moment. Bruce puts on his shades. End of Act 1. Well, there we go. Keone, you forgot this game had a lot of Nissan ads? Oh, I didn't even notice. Dr. Darling sounds like a Red Dead Redemption character. Never mind, more like Threshold Kids now. Yeah, I started off doing my impression of Terry Jones from Monty Python doing a woman's voice. Like from Monty Python and Monty Python's Life of Brian. He's not the Messiah, he's just a very naughty boy. But then I went into the Threshold Kids from Control. Keone, can you read your audiobook? I think you nailed the Bruce accent. Yeah, I wasn't actually sure what to go with for each of these voices. But there we go. It must have been the wind sonar. It must have been. Mr. Epic, is this reading time with Rod Legion? Hi, Rod. Okay, Rod, the voice is okay, but this time let's give it a more Alan Wake voice when you're reading. If only I could speak like Matthew Peretta does as Alan Wake. Yeah. But welcome on in, Mr. Epic. I hope things are going well. Alright, so we have this to read. Alright. To Martin Hatch from Clarice Ogawa. Date October 9, 2016, 7:32 a.m. Subject regarding next steps. The university operation gathered far more attention than we expected. How does this impact our agenda moving forward? I'm concerned that Paul Serene will be paying closer attention to our actions. Perhaps we should delay making our move until things calm down. And then Martin Hatch responded, Nothing changes. We move forward. The university fallout was a setback, but we can use these complications to our advantage. Paul is focused on Phase 3 of the plan. He is questioning if there are traitors within Monarch, but I am confident that he does not know where to look for them. I will make sure to shift the blame elsewhere. The gala is going ahead tonight. That is when we make our next move. You take care of preparations. Make sure Dr. Kim's lab is ready for detonation. I will make sure that Paul is sufficiently distracted as to not question our involvement.
Nick, you still there? Shit.
Oh cool, I've actually unlocked another Beth video. And also another Jack Joyce diary as well. Mr. Epic, still need to play this game, but don't have an Xbox, nor do you want one. You'll play it next year on your new PC when you finally have it. That's a good idea, for sure. Yeah, this is a 2016 game, and next year it's celebrating its 10th anniversary. So I would definitely want to do something for it, even though I haven't played it like heaps of times over the years. But I enjoyed it. It's got a little bit of Max Payne-ish kind of stuff in terms of like, well, there's time dilation, so you can do that. You can do like teleport and all that kind of stuff. So it's almost like Max Payne, but with time powers.
Let's talk about a cab driver named Nick Marsters. Where is he? Why is he helping you?
You tried to kill him. I don't think you like that.
What does he know about?
He was the only one I got there in time to save. I saw that room. The bodies. None of the witnesses from the university got out alive.
Let's focus on...
No, you fucking killed them. All of them. You went too far. Seeing those bodies changed everything. I knew I had to stop it. Stop it from ever happening in the first place.
Nick Marsters, where is he?
Fuck you.
I think it's time to take a break.
October 9th. William Burke fucked the rescue operation. Put him on the trail of the lifeboat to buy some time, make sure he didn't find out what I'm really up to. Jack's gone. Disappeared while I had a goddamn gun to my head. Tried to contact him, but he's out for blood. Dealing with goddamn amateurs. This isn't how this was supposed to go. She never told me the fracture would start at the university. I could have stopped it, avoided all of this. Why didn't she warn me? She knew that this would happen. Why the hell didn't she warn me?
All right. July 4th, 2010. It's 9 a.m. Beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's finished. Finally finished. 11 years. And it's finished. In 1999, she warned me that my research may lead to a fracture in time. Covered my tracks, hid the machine, but it wasn't enough. The fracture's no longer just a possibility. It's imminent. This is the countermeasure. This is the assurance that the fracture will no longer run its course. The science is sound. Now it's just up to the execution. I haven't heard from Beth Wilder in months. I don't know. I don't know if something's happened to her. I get the feeling I'm being watched. Watched. I can't tell the amount of things I've sacrificed in my life for this. I've isolated everyone I cared about. My relationship with my brother. Everything. This has to work. It can't be for nothing.
Mr. Epic, do you think there will be a next Xbox console? You highly doubt it, especially since all their exclusives are going to PlayStation Now. Even Gears is going to PlayStation Now, and if Halo also goes to it, then there is literally no need to buy one. You don't know what it is, you just never liked Xbox, only PlayStation. Yeah, that's definitely fair enough. I think they will probably do another console, but whether they do it like next year, because I mean, there's been some times where it's been like 6 years between console generations. So Xbox Series S and X that came out in 2020. So next year that'll be the 6th year since it came out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do one, but whether or not they would do any more after that, I'm not too sure. Welcome back, Lucinda. Godfather. Oh shit, you forgot Mary was in this. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, he plays William Joyce, Jack's brother. You're back, Lucinda, until you have to leave for your counselling appointment in about 30 minutes. Oh, cool. Yeah. Well, welcome back. We just unlocked some videos and some audio. Hey there, Pierwin. Welcome on in. What a cool game. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah. I wish I actually played it a bit more over the years, but I really enjoyed it the first time I played it. And so I've always wanted to do another playthrough. And so here we are. And I was able to see, before I started this playthrough, what choices I made at certain junction points in the story. And I wanted to make sure that I was going to be choosing different ones. Unfortunately, when I did my first playthrough, I wasn't actually exporting VODs to YouTube at that time. So all the playthroughs I was doing back then are just gone. But I still wanted to choose different choices, though, in this playthrough. That's true, Mr. Epic, yeah. Yeah, he was in Lost as well. Yeah. It's funny too because he was also in one of the X-Men movies as well. He was in the Wolverine movie, the first one they did, X-Men Origins Wolverine.
It's locked. There's gotta be another way to get through here. Jesus!
HQ, we just heard an explosion near the harvesting perimeter.
Yeah, take a wild guess who that could have been.
Charlie, get off the line. Striker team, take defensive positions around ground zero.
Roger.
I recognized Will's workshop as soon as I saw the old billboard on top.
The area we refer to as Ground Zero.
It was clear that the workshop was at the center of the Monarch operation. I wanted to see what was in there, and it seemed to be the only way to the dry docks and Serene.
Got the word. Safeguard squad's checking out that explosion. Striker team is establishing a defensive perimeter around Ground Zero.
An entire striker team? For one guy?
University incident got HQ wetting their pants. The kid's gonna get torn apart like a goddamn piñata.
We're not alone!
He's here somewhere. Go find it.
There we go. Flank target!
Engaging target.
Signs of an incoming stutter.
Safeguard, I want Joyce contained before that stutter hits.
Godfather Al. Yeah, what was his power? Manipulated light or something? That's true, yeah. I don't know if he was based on an actual character from X-Men comics or made up for the movie, but yeah, I think he had that power to manipulate light sources. I wonder what the extent to that was, aside from just turning things on or off.
What the hell?
Dr. Darling must be barred from the other side. It always is. But are you sure you want to get to the other side? Because that's where the alliance map is.
Green zone is compromised. Bearcat is en route with more backup. Hang in there.
Hang in there! Yeah, Pewin. Yeah, this is another game by Remedy. Came out in 2016, so it was 3 years before Control came out.
Bearcat approaching! Gates locked! Ah, screw it! I'm coming through!
There's even a couple of actors in this game that would go on to be in Control. There's a character named Beth Wilder in this game, played by Courtney Hope, and she would go on to become Jesse in Control. And Jesse's brother Dylan, the actor who plays him, also is in this game as a character called Nick.
Engaging target! I think it's Joyce!
Nice driving, guys.
Answers don't give you everlasting satisfaction. Sometimes you need to brace yourself for disappointment. Think about it. Imagine your favorite TV show. You've been through it all. The ups, the downs, the crazy coincidences. And then, bang! They tell you what it's all about. Would you be happy? Does it make sense? How come it all ended in a church?
Thank you so very much, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that Bane impression from Batman Arkham City. Thank you. Oh no, that's... hang on. The theater is where you face off Joker, isn't it? Now I'm confusing myself. Listen, this guy's voice keeps reminding you of Yuri Lowenthal, but you know it's not. But the ends of his words sound like him. That can happen too, for sure. And certain words have just a certain way of being said by certain actors. And sometimes it just matches up. Cellcat, thank you so very much for the 40 months in a row. That is amazing. Thank you, Cellcat, for that. Really appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. How's things? Also, it was Arkham City, Mr. Epic. I hate when that happens. I hate when I say something is from something, and then I second guess myself and be like, oh no, it's not actually from that, it's from something else. And then I was right the first time. Thanks for the GG's, Keone. Mr. Epic, that line really got you at the time, like you're thinking the same about the ending of Lost. Oh, yeah, I never actually watched that show, but it's one of the downsides of trying to do a show in the way that J.J. Abrams does it. The whole mystery box kind of thing.
Developed technology for his men to move through stutters. He knew the fracture would occur, prepared for it.
Oh shit.
Yet he never tried to stop it.
workshop? At Ground Zero?
No, never. He hid that part of his life from me. Nothing prepared me for the weirdness that was waiting there. And even that was just a prelude to the bad stuff that would follow in that same place later.
It's the only way forward. That can't be normal. Absolutely no entry. Well, I'm pretty sure that's more of a guideline than a rule.
So now we love Rob. Rob who? Mr. Epic, you don't know what you expected at the time about those smoke demons, but you expected more than what you got. Oh, yeah, I'm not too sure. What else they could have done, maybe? Cellcat, never heard of this game. Did this get a lot of attention? That's actually a good question. I didn't play it until it had already been out for a few years, so I'm not too sure how it was received and all that kind of stuff. But I played it probably in 2021, I think it might have been, for the first time, and I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, I'm not too sure if it got a lot of attention or not. Microsoft still owns the rights to it, so it hasn't been on PlayStation yet, and Remedy can't release it on anything else. Like, if they were to do a sequel, they'd have to get the go-ahead by Microsoft and all that kind of stuff. In terms of, like, using the characters in other Remedy stuff, they can't do that yet. They can do references to characters from Quantum Break, but they can't actually have the characters appear from Quantum Break or have their actual names used. But you have a couple of actors from Quantum Break that are also in Control and also Alan Wake 2 as well. For example, Sean Ashmore, who plays the main character Jack Joyce in this, he's also in Alan Wake 2. And Courtney Hope, who plays Jesse in Control, is also in this game as well. And in Alan Wake 2, there's some references to their characters in Quantum Break, but they can't actually name their characters. So yeah. Keone, do you have all the achievements for AC2? I think I do. Yeah, I think for the original version on Xbox 360, I got all the achievements. And for Brotherhood, I got them all except for multiplayer ones. So you misspoke, you mean me. Oh, okay, Sona, yeah. That's fair enough. Yeah. But no, I don't think of myself in that way, so when someone, even if it's a compliment, says that to me, I don't know how to take it, because it just doesn't compute for me, because I don't love myself.
What the hell? What is this? What the hell? What is this? That already happened. What the fuck?
specifically requested copper-clad niobium.
Well. There's no words to describe it. Will was gone, but he was all around me. This entire secret life he'd never talked about, everything he tried to protect me from, it surrounded me. A puzzle, trapped in broken time. We all thought he wasted his research grant, his career, obsessing over some failed experiment. That's what he led us to believe. What he built there, it never failed.
It works. It works. Need my grant extended another year. Please, don't do this. Hello.
He's wearing a Night Spring shirt. I just noticed. Mr. Epic, Remedy just got the go-ahead to make a new Max Payne game from Rockstar. You'd think they're in a rush for a new game like this, which is kind of sad. Yeah, I think it was, what, two years ago now they announced the remakes of Max Payne 1 and 2. But yeah, their next game is FBC Firebreak, coming out. I think it's already out. Oh no, it's coming out in less than a week now, I think. So I'm just trying to add a little blip in the VOD. Oh, that's totally fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, Lucinda, that's quite cool. I can't remember if I noticed it in my first playthrough or not, because that was a long time ago.
Countermeasure. I hope to God this works.
Will. It's gone.
Come with me. I can survive this. You're the only other one who's seen what I've seen.
Don't do it, don't.
Give me the device.
What if
I knew something went horribly wrong there, but it was scrambled. It was impossible to crack.
because it's currently redacted information.
It was overwhelming. Every unanswered question I had was compounded by what I'd seen at that workshop. The events at the university were part of something much bigger. Something that had started 17 years ago.
Okay, dry dock. Get to the dry dock. I'm almost there. Gotta get to Paul.
Yeah, it really is, Mr. Epic. It is sad that the voice actor of Max Payne passed away. You wonder who they will use for the new game, and also wonder if Max will still look like the director of Remedy. Yeah, yeah, it's actually a good question, to be honest. Because I know that in Max Payne 2, the face model for Max gets changed from being Sam Lake's face from Max Payne 1. So I wonder if they're going to basically just keep Sam Lake's face and just put it into the remake of 2 as well. From Charlie Wincott, trespasser alert to Monarch team leads. Nick Masters has escaped containment and is in the goddamn security station. Who's the fucking meathead responsible for watching over the university witnesses? Consider your contract terminated. How some spindly cab driver managed to get past you guys is beyond me, but he's casually checking Facebook on a high-security Monarch terminal. Yes, Facebook. That's how safe he feels right now. Converge on his location immediately before he figures out how to do some actual damage. Oh, and remember Jack Joyce? The guy you were supposed to have apprehended? Yeah, he's still shooting his way through our entire operation. Get your shit together, Charlie. Lucinda, okay, Rose, it's about time for you to head off to your appointment. Then you've got to jump right into your work and work from home when you get back. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much, Lucinda. I definitely will. That's totally understandable. Thank you for watching, and I really appreciate it. I hope that you have a good one. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon, currently going through Resident Evil 6. We'll also be doing 7, Village, and the Shadows of Rose DLC for Village as well. Also a fan of the Dishonored series, so also like stealth stuff. Has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes, especially some animated ones, but also some really cool static ones. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. And that's all good for the second shout out. No worries at all, Lucinda. I hope that everything goes well. Hope that you have a great session and that also work goes well too. K. Smart, thank you so very much for the follow. Thank you. Oh yeah, absolutely, Cellcat. Charlie does seem a bit upset. Just a tiny, tiny bit upset. There must be something that has irked him for him to react that way. Okay, Lou, no probs at all. You actually follow my YouTube channel and figured you should follow here too. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you so much for popping into a live stream. I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for watching my YouTube channel as well. And checking out the VODs and stuff from my playthroughs.
We got contact!
There was something wrong with
Whoa.
Cronon syndrome. He'd had his powers much longer than me. What was the cause? Was I sick as well, or was it his time travel? I didn't know. It didn't make anything he'd done any less hateful.
Cellcat, poor guards were just having coffee. They just wanted to enjoy it. But then someone with time manipulation powers just had to turn up and ruin their break and make it a quantum break. To Sophia from Fiona Miller. Date October 9, 2016, 5:45 AM. Subject Dr. Kim's lab and Serene's treatment. Dr. Amaral, would it be possible for me to gain access to Dr. Kim's lab in order to search for any files that might assist in our research? I am concerned about the slow progress in developing a permanent cure for Paul Serene's Cronon syndrome. The treatments are only a temporary solution. I know that Dr. Kim was close to discovering a cure at the time of his death. I know that you use this lab to administer Paul Serene's treatments, but if I could borrow your keycard during the gala tonight, perhaps I could investigate this further while everybody is occupied with other matters. Fiona Miller. Sophia responded, Fiona, I share your concern. Paul's treatments are becoming increasingly ineffective, and I hypothesize that the onset of the fracture will increase the Cronon syndrome's rate of progression exponentially. I've been trying to take a more calculated approach at finding a permanent cure for Paul's sickness, but Martin Hatch has shifted all the necessary resources into our tech division instead. I'm beginning to question his behavior. Every attempt I've made to discover a cure has been met with Martin's red tape. Just between us, I do start to wonder if Martin even wants Paul to be cured. I've looked into Martin's past. He began work for Monarch in 2001, but I couldn't find any records about his past or any aspect of his life before then. It's almost as if he just appeared out of nowhere. He was the only one present during the accident that claimed Dr. Kim's life. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I do wonder what his agenda truly is. Regarding your question, unfortunately there is nothing of value in Dr. Kim's lab, aside from Paul Serene's treatments and confidential files that would be of no use to your research. We'll have to find another way to develop a cure. Dr. Sophia Amaral, Head of Research. Sudden Stop. The Sudden Stop, the final Alex Casey novel, by Alan Wake. This copy is signed by the author and dedicated to Emily Burke. Cool. Here's a close-up look of what the actual book looks like. To Fiona Miller from Beth Wilder. Date October 9, 2016, 5:22 a.m. Subject regarding Jack. Beth, they're saying that William and Jack Joyce have both been detained. Did you manage to get to William first? Did he reveal the location of the countermeasure? You said you could get Jack out of there. What happened? Interesting developments over here. With the team focused on the university op, I managed to dig through an old email correspondence between Paul Serene and Dr. Kim. The content of the messages is very cryptic, but before he died, Kim was running some kind of tests from his lab, and William's research and advice related to this was somehow connected to what he was doing. Did he know about the countermeasure? I think I need to get into Kim's lab and find out more, but that place has been on restricted access since he died. Not a lot of choice though. If Jack and William are in custody, then that lab may be our only lead left. I'm just not sure how to do it. I sure as hell can't just ask somebody to let me in there. Then Beth responded, Fiona, William Joyce is dead. Our only shot at stopping this thing is Jack. He can lead us to the countermeasure. I still believe that. Serene got to Jack first at the university. Too much heat for me to intervene. He's being moved to Ground Zero. I'm following the convoy there and will rescue him once his transport is past security checkpoints. Not going to be easy, but it might be our only shot. Keep Charlie Wincott distracted so he's not looking over the security feeds. My cover won't last much longer. You need to be my eyes on the inside. I agree. You should check into Dr. Kim's lab and let me know what you find. I know gaining access will be difficult, but with the gala tonight, you might have a window. Might be able to steal Dr. Amaral's keycard. I will contact you once I'm on the other side.
There we go. Yeah.
Jack, you have to understand that Will forced my hand.
What the hell happened to you?
There's no use fighting.
You killed him!
I'll explain when the time is right. You'll meet me tonight at the Monarch Gala.
Gala? Time's ending and you're having a fucking party.
Because when time ends, my plan...
We do this now. I'm not meeting you at...
Yes, you are. I've already seen it happen.
Seen what? What's this all for?
Goodbye, Jack.
No!
I like how the ringtone for Jack's phone is actually the jingle for Night Springs. Oh no, it's not. Hang on. The jingle for, well, it's been used for the Remedy logo at the start of Alan Wake before. And it's also been used in several other Remedy stuff as well. But yeah, it's the dun 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 thing. Okay, so this is from, this is To Mutton Hatch from Clarice Ogawa. Date October 7, 2016, 8:01 p.m. Subject Liam Burke's status. Sir, I've been thinking about Liam Burke. I know you've worked closely with him for a while now, and he's been useful, but there are assignments we can't use him for because of his insufficient security clearance. For instance, having to keep him in the dark about much of what will happen at the university, about the stutters we're expecting, about where it'll lead, makes him a far less effective field operative than I'd prefer, and causes quite a bit of logistical difficulty, given that he's still going to be a part of the operation, and frankly, it feels like wasted potential. I'd like you to consider the possibility of bringing Burke into the fold. He's completed most of the striker training, and even though he didn't finish the program, he made an impression on me as a tremendously capable asset. His service record is exemplary, and he has a well-earned reputation as somebody who gets things done, no questions asked. By the same token, I would love to include Burke in our long-term plans. We could use a man like him in our corner, and I could deploy him far more effectively. Let me know what you think. Clarice responded, about Liam Burke's status. Actually, no, Martin responded. Clarice, I understand why you consider Mr. Burke an asset to our future plans. Unfortunately, while he is an exceptional individual, he is less suitable for the kind of duties you have in mind than may be immediately obvious. I'll explain. Yes, he's been trained as a striker, but Mr. Burke was disqualified, and for good reason. The men we have chosen to be strikers have strict physical requirements, a certain moral flexibility, and the kind of killer instinct you have to be born with, cultivated to a fine degree. A ferocious knack for survival. Mr. Burke certainly has those qualities. He wasn't disqualified from the striker program because he lacked them, or because he couldn't wrap his head around the technical aspects of operating the technology. In fact, his performance was exceptional, so I fully agree with you that he's an impressive operative. But strikers, by their very nature, have to be made aware of Project Lifeboat and its purpose, at least on a general level, and that means they have to be able to accept its implications. Unfortunately, Mr. Burke has a deep attachment to his wife, and the fact is that even if we brought Mr. Burke in, that wouldn't guarantee a spot for her in the program. To be blunt, we don't need any more nurses, and we're already at capacity overall. We need Mr. Burke, but we don't need his wife. Mr. Burke would never accept that, particularly now that Mrs. Burke is pregnant. Therefore, it's vital that he doesn't understand the nature and scope of the threat we face. As for having him play a role in other aspects of future developments, I suspect that despite his seemingly immoral nature, Mr. Burke may have other qualms he's not consciously aware of. If he ever has to truly make a choice between conflicting loyalties, he may take a stand on principle and elect to act against his own best interests. That's not a chance I'm willing to take. And then Clarice responded, Sir, given the very recent events at the dry docks, I now see exactly what you mean. Clearly you were right about Burke's loyalties being more fickle than they appeared. Of course, we have plenty of unanswered questions about how it came to this. To begin with, I don't see why Burke would be involved with Joyce. There's no way he did it out of some kind of altruistic urge. There has to be more to it. We know Burke didn't divert Joyce's transport, since whereabouts at that time are accounted for, so there has to be somebody else involved too. I'm looking into it. So I've got so many emails. This is AC all over again. There really is a lot of emails. There's also some really long emails that are kind of like tongue-in-cheek stuff. Like there was a screenplay that someone had written, and there was a lot of like text in that too. AC, heckin' rude. You don't do email. You call from a New York area code and try to sell you extended car warranties. Even to people who don't have cars. And they're like, what? I didn't realize that I could get an extension on my car warranty without even having a car.
Hey, there we go.
Cool. So we've unlocked Paul Serene Diary 2. AC, sorry, you meant extended car warranties.
Okay, finally. Found a stutter-proof pocket. This should work.
I don't think anybody will ever hear this, but I need to record it. If only for my own sanity. I don't have long until they find me again. The end of time is here. I'm living it, living the goddamn proof. How did it come to this? Where did it all start? I conducted an experiment with Jack Joyce. I didn't listen. I was a goddamn fool. We caused a fracture in time. I entered the machine, was sent to the future, but where I ended up, there was no future. Time has stopped. Forever. I've spent weeks hiding from those things. They're always searching for me, and I'm not alone. Someone else is here, hunting me. I see her shadow. The machine is broken. I can't make it work. I have to find a way back. Before this ever happened, find a way to prevent the mistakes we made. This was my fault. It's my fucking fault. I have to make it right. I have to find a way.
AC got a great deal for Subaru owners this week. Nice. From Manuel Peretta. The actor who plays Alan Wake, in terms of voice, is Matthew Peretta. From Manuel Peretta. Liam Burke, psych evaluation, to Martin Hatch. Martin, first of all, I have to again register my objection. What you are having me do under the guise of a psych evaluation is a blatant violation of Liam Burke's doctor-patient confidentiality, and the only reason I'm doing this is because you leave me no other choice. Now, I recognize that in the world to come, our current rules and legislation, even our standards of morality, may no longer be applicable, but we aren't there yet. You and Mr. Serene are placing the long-term mental well-being of hundreds of individuals in my hands, and I'm telling you right now, if they don't trust not only me, but the system that put all of us in our particular positions, there's no way we can recover from it. On to Burke. It is my considered professional opinion that the man is a bit of a powder keg. For all his calm exterior, he's under tremendous pressure. I understand your reasoning for pulling him out of the Striker program, but what you have essentially done is instill in him a sense of encroaching doom. He doesn't know the specifics, obviously. He didn't make it far enough in the program to be briefed on that. But he knows that we're preparing for a future threat that is somehow related to the flow of time being interrupted. And that there are dangers out there. Dangers that we have specifically been training the Striker units for. There are men who are content to merely follow orders and let others worry about the consequences. Burke is not one of them. He is willing to commit acts of violence without asking why, but don't mistake that lack of qualms for blind obedience. Burke needs agency. He has a fundamental need to feel in control of his life, and you have put him in a position where that's no longer possible for him. He's good at seeing patterns and drawing accurate conclusions from the facts available to him, and he has deduced, quite correctly, that he was being trained for a specific scenario that Monarch believes will happen. He is also painfully aware of the fact that if and when that scenario arrives, it will not be a part of the solution. He understands the nature of the Striker suits, that they are only useful in a zero-state situation, and he understands that in such a situation a man without a Striker suit is, essentially, dead. He doesn't know about the lifeboat protocol, obviously, but if he did, he'd then also know he's not part of it. Either way, the bottom line is that he's in a hopeless situation. He fears that the end of the world is coming, and he knows that if it does, the only way he could survive it is with the technology Monarch has denied him access to. He doesn't understand the details, or even the exact nature of that end of the world, but that just makes it worse. Fear and lack of understanding breed tremendous anxiety, Mr. Hatch. He may not show it, but believe me, Burke feels it, for himself and for his family. It may interest you to know that his wife is pregnant. You can understand how that adds to the pressure. To be honest, given the parameters we're operating under, I don't know how to resolve this. In Burke, you have a tremendously efficient operative, but you've put him in an impossible position. I believe he will remain effective as long as he doesn't have reason to believe the scenario he fears is imminent, but once he believes it has arrived, all bets are off. That is, unless you can give him hope of survival. But at this point, resentment and suspicion are starting to turn into paranoia, and frankly, I'm not sure he would trust either of us anymore. And speaking of trust, I recommend you think about what I said in my opening paragraph, Martin. Our greatest challenge and greatest assets in the subjective years to come won't be technological, but all too human. Don't make the mistake seeing people as just entries on a spreadsheet. From Charlie Wincott, Nick Masters, to Ground Zero Op, all. Yo, so I looked into this Nick Masters guy. In short, he's a sad little joke. I don't even know why we're wasting time on him. He used to be a pretty promising football player. He actually got drafted by the Rexes, which I guess you can consider an achievement if you give a shit about that sort of thing, which I don't. Not that he ever went anywhere, because he messed up his knee in a car crash on the night of getting the news, and that was it for his big career. There's no police report on this, but looking at his social media at the time, seems like he was out celebrating pretty hard, so I'm pretty sure he had no business getting behind the wheel in the first place. In an apparent attempt to prove the universe runs on irony, he now drives a cab. License and permits check out. He's got 8 unpaid parking tickets, a couple more for speeding, pretty much what you'd expect. No relatives except his father, but the old man's in the hospital and pretty much dead to the world from what I can tell. Looks like Masters on a dozen different dating apps, with very limited success. Big surprise, and he seems to be seriously into weird conspiracy theories and bullshit like that, only without the usual crazy racist frothing at the mouth. It's all pretty dumb, but surprisingly entertaining. I'll be honest, I don't think anybody would believe anything he said, but hey, you guys deal with him however you want to. That's your business. Charlie.
Still got it.
Sir.
Paul.
Come back, goddammit!
Don't.
Holy shit!
Gotta move. Come on! Okay. Focus, Jack. Focus. Okay. Focus, Jack. Focus.
Focus. Okay. Focus, Jack. Focus.
Stutters were getting bad. He's shifting back and forth without warning. At the time, I didn't think it could get much worse.
But we both know it did.
That's gotta hurt. Need to get the hell out of here. Jesus! Cutting a little close, Jack. It's like a goddamn maze in here. Okay, keep going. No, 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 not again. No, 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 not again. Move. Okay, here we go.
Beth had been on her way to meet me. I expected she was frozen somewhere up there, by the side of the dry dock.
Zereth, put your tongue back in, Rod. Yeah, I guess after hours of talking and reading stuff. Voice is getting to the point where it's like, I'm tired, boss. It's time to stop talking. Biko, yeah, you're still online, just putting your shopping away. Food, glorious food. Everyone's sitting in a circle, Rod's telling everyone the stories, like how sweet you all are. Welcome back, Biko. I hope that you can enjoy the food that you got. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? You need to get groceries so badly. Oh yeah. Well, hopefully when you go get them, you can get what you need, and then it won't be overly busy. So you just got hit with the biggest troll ever. You're not prepared for those comments. That really sucks that that happens, Sona. That kind of thing can be very, very, you know, not only frustrating, but depending on what the comments are, you know, they can definitely cause a wound mentally.
Don't do anything stupid.
I've never been a great listener.
Well, time to start. Get in.
What if I don't trust you?
Then shoot me.
Look, I'm sorry, but I'm taking the van.
That's for not listening to me back there.
Ow.
You want to stop time from breaking down? You need my help. And thanks, by the way, for the +1 in the back seat. Starting to feel like a goddamn babysitter.
She scares me, Jack.
They play brother and sister in Control.
My ride, my music. Deal with it.
I love this song.
What led you to the swimming hall?
Will said there was something important in his briefcase. All I found was a key with Bradbury Swimming Hall on the chain. Only lead we had. I guess this is it.
What was your brother doing in this shithole?
Perfect place to hide something you don't want found.
I think it's time you tell me what you know.
I know your brother built the one thing that can stop the fracture. I know we're meant to find it, and I know Monarch doesn't want us to.
And yet you're wearing their uniform.
I like the way their pants fit.
I agree.
Tried to create a cover to gather information. You've known about this for a few hours. I've been preparing for it for most of my life.
You weren't aware that William owned the place?
There's a lot I didn't know about Will.
We need to find your brother's countermeasure. And fast. Things will get worse as the fracture progresses. And Monarch will be turning Riverport over looking for you.
Biko, you were in full story mode when you got back, and everyone's little faces sitting in a circle. How sweet, lol. Yeah, reading some emails and all that kind of stuff. Spectrum, you're waking up, working out the kinks, especially bad this morning. Oh, sorry to hear, Spectrum. Yeah, I really hope that you get a great day, you know, despite having to work out the kinks and stuff. So I'm not going to lie, it hit deep, and you're glad the mission was over. Sorry to interrupt your stream. Oh, that's all good, Sona. Definitely not an interruption. But that's definitely understandable as well. And it's good that the mission's over now. And, you know, hopefully they won't be there again. Hey there, Scar. How's things going? Welcome on in. She is hot and dominant. That is the character Beth Wilder. She's played by Courtney Hope, and she also is the main character in Control, Jesse Faden. And the guy that is with them in the yellow jumper, the actor for him actually plays her brother in Control, Dylan Faden. How's it going, Scar?
Okay. I'm gonna find another way in. Hey, Nick! This looks a lot like your taxi.
Can't be. I parked it way back at the... Holy shit! That's my goddamn license plate. How the hell did it get here?
I don't know. I have a feeling somebody beat us here.
This is all connected. Some kind of message. Think, Nick, think. 01122. 01122. Numbers, teleporting taxis, math. What is this?
Well, the answer is redacted. Clearly. Oh, that's great, Scar. I'm glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing well. This is my second playthrough of this game. First playthrough was probably 2021. At the time, I wasn't exporting my VODs to YouTube, so I don't actually have that playthrough. But there were certain choices at certain points where you have to make choices, and when I loaded up this game, you can go into the timeline view and see what choices you made, so I made sure to take note of what those were, and then when I started a new game, I wanted to make sure that I would choose the opposite this time around. And it's another game by Remedy. Currently it's only available on Xbox or PC. It's not on PlayStation. Exactly, Keone, you know what I mean. Redacted indeed.
You got some better solution other than, you know, unlocking the door?
Sorry, a lot going on. There's no way in over here.
Maybe we need an orange peel. All hair must be eaten. Dr. Darling, you're leaving work in 34 minutes and 38 seconds. Well, that's good, Dr. Darling. I'll be finishing this stream once we actually get through Act 2. We've only got this level left, and then we have another Junction choice as Paul Serene to make, and then that's where I'll end the stream after that. Let's go on PC. This game is badly optimized. They fixed it on Xbox. Also, game was on Game Pass. Yeah, that's how I'm playing it, actually, with Game Pass. I got it again so I could play this game. I've got a dilemma now as well, because it's like PlayStation Plus is like $18 or so for a month, and Xbox Game Pass is $22. or $23. And so in the future, when there's certain games I want to play, I have to toss up between, do I want to play the PlayStation version or the Xbox version? And if it's on Game Pass versus PlayStation Plus, then I have to decide which one is the cheaper option at the time. Hey there, Anmita, welcome back.
How you holding up?
I've been better, but at least Monarch's feeling the heat. I checked online, big anti-Monarch protests going on all over the city. I took some crazy pictures to fuel the fire, man.
Just hold off on posting anything for now, okay?
All right, but I'm getting antsy.
Any ideas how to get inside?
The whole building's falling apart. There's gotta be an opening somewhere.
Key doesn't fit.
Well, that's pretty unlucky.
Any ideas how to get inside?
The whole building's falling apart.
Scar, yes, but you get more games on Game Pass. It depends on what games you want to play, of course. That is true. Where there's games exclusive to either console, though, if I want to actually play it without buying it full price, then I have to decide whether I want to actually, that month, pay for Game Pass or PlayStation Plus. Because on PlayStation, there's a lot of Assassin's Creed games that are on PlayStation Plus, but I've already got them on Xbox. But the only reason I'm not streaming everything that is also on Xbox is because having to actually mute and unmute my mic by grabbing my Switch and then pressing mute or unmute every time is really annoying, versus PlayStation where you just press a button on your controller. And, yeah. It might seem like a silly reason, but I just prefer on the PlayStation being able to press a button quickly. Because the other problem is, I need to free up my right hand so I can actually press the mute button switch on my headset on or off, and if I'm doing something in the middle of the game, I have to juggle and sometimes stop the game and then, you know what I mean? So it's much easier with just a button press with the thumb on the PlayStation controller to mute and unmute.
Hey, think I found a way in.
Okay, I've got it. I have a theory how my taxi ended up here.
Your taxi, what?
I looked up the zip code 01122. It's located south of here. I left my car at the university. It ended up here. It went south. Now you said time is like broken? What if space is broken too and everything is being pulled towards this zip code? 01122.
Can we backpedal a bit? What about your cab?
Okay. I'll explain later, honey. I gotta Google this.
Amita, thanks. Work was crazy the last 2 hours.
You work for Monarch. Have you ever heard of the zip code theory?
No.
Okay. What would you do if I told you that all of Monarch's plans may be centered around the numbers 01122?
I would go on living my life, probably with slightly less respect for you.
Hear me out. 2010, 1999. Both years show up in Monarch files. Minus 1999 from 2010, 11. Times 11 by 2010, flip it backwards, what number do you get?
Remind me why I saved you?
Whatever. I posted the theory on a forum and already got 13 likes.
Amita, thanks. Work was crazy the last 2 hours. So many people. You feel like a bot now. Typing like crazy. Yeah. You'd get to that point where you're just like, look. time to finish up. Yeah, Cellcat. He got 13 likes. Holy shit. That's groundbreaking. Scar, now PSN also getting better. Game library getting huge. Yeah. As you said, though, it does depend on what games you want to play as well. Like, if there's only 2 or 3 games on Game Pass or PlayStation Plus, people might be like, I won't worry about it. I'll just wait till the games I want actually come down in price. But if there's like 10 or 15 games, then that's a different story. Because then it's like, I've got all these games that I want to play that are on this service, and if I want to be able to play them, I need to make sure that I've actually covered enough so I can actually play them,
Hey, my buddy Matt just texted me. Can I text him back?
No.
Just to say I'm okay.
No.
Smiley face?
No.
Oh.
No. 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 Scar also is cheaper if you're a streamer and want to stream many games per year. That is true. But then too, like, if you're gonna pay for like a subscription, but you're not gonna even get to one of the games for that month, there's no point paying it to not play anything. Yeah, Kieran's like, no.
Damn it. These stutters aren't going away. Will had used the building to hide away his personal items. What the hell were you doing here, brother? Time travel experiments with rats?
Schrodinger. First chrononaut.
Okay, May 17th, 1998. This is William Joyce, and I'm about to conduct the first animal test of the machine prototype using my trusty pet mouse, Schrodinger, in order... Where? He's gone. Where'd he go? Shit. Come on, Schrodinger. Come to Willie. Come on, come on, come on. You're okay. You're all right. You're all right. Okay, finally, we're sending Schrodinger into the machine clockwise through the corridor, which will send him 5 minutes into the future, meaning he will re-emerge exactly 5 minutes after he enters the machine. It has now been 3 minutes. No sign of Schrodinger. This is a very good sign. 2 minutes to go. Okay, so yeah, turns out he just kind of sat inside the corridor for 5 minutes, took a shit on the tubing. This reveals a very clear flaw in my test. My mouse is an idiot. Okay, the machine is warming up again. Should be able to activate test number 2 in around about 5 minutes and 15 seconds. It's now clear the only quantifiable test will be travel to the past. The machine is now calibrated to send Schrodinger 5 minutes into the past, which means that he will now be traveling counterclockwise through the corridor, and when he comes out the other... Holy shit. Holy shit, it worked. This is clear proof that it's... What I'm now looking at is a future version of the same mouse that has successfully traveled 5 minutes into the past. Schrodinger, meet future you. Ow, ow, motherfucker bit me.
The game's going well in Meta. We're in Act 2 of the story. There's 5 acts in total. There's actually some live action episodes that you would normally play between the end of each act, but I didn't have them installed. But you can play without them. There's things in them that if you watch them, they'll explain certain things that characters have done before you meet them in the actual gameplay, and sometimes also afterwards. And you can still get the full story in terms of like understanding what's going on by just playing the game without watching those episodes. But if you want the extra layer of storytelling and characters and all that kind of stuff and what they're doing and all that, then you'd watch the live action episodes. So for this playthrough, won't be doing that, so it'll be a shorter playthrough in that respect. But yeah, it's going pretty good. And thanks for the GGs as well.
$12,000 moving bill. You must have hauled a lot more to this place than just some old boxes.
Moving bill. Riverport Discrete Moving Services bill. Riverport Discrete Moving Services. No questions asked. You pack, we move. Moving dates March 1st to March 28th, 1999. From workshop of William Joyce, 821 Industrial Lane, Riverport, to Bradbury Swimming Pool, 261 Bradbury Street, Riverport. Client's name, William Joyce. Special instructions. Extremely delicate boxes. Contents are confidential. Pack boxes not to be inspected. Pick up and drop off only. Shipping 17 truckloads over the course of 17 days. Total cost $12,713. The name Bradbury is actually a reference to Ray Bradbury, an author.
You owned this place since 1999? Why didn't you tell me, Will?
Bradbury Swimming Pool deed. Will, I put all of your paperwork regarding the purchase of the Bradbury Swimming Pool in this folder. I knew you'd lose track of the documents otherwise. I've made sure that the purchase can't be traced back to funds from your research grant. I don't know what you're up to, and it's not my business to ask, but we've known each other long enough for me to say this. I trust that you know what is best for you, but I can't pretend that I'm not concerned. Your career is showing so much promise, and your recent actions feel like a drastic turn in a direction I can't begin to understand. I kept my promise and haven't told Jack, or anyone else, about this, but he's worried about you, even if he doesn't know how to show it. Jack hasn't heard from you in months. He needs you. Your attorney and friend, Alison Cunningham, March 29th, 1999. Thanks for the GGs, Kearney. Hey there, Jeremy. Welcome on in. How's it going?
No wonder you are always coming up with crazy shit.
And we're back. This is Bobby Radford with the latest. We've got an official statement from Monarch Solutions, and it's just what you'd expect, really. You know, your typical slick, mealy-mouthed bullshit. I'll sum it up for you. As far as they're concerned, the whole thing was some kind of an accident with the premature demolition. Some lives were tragically lost due to that. They're investigating. Essentially, they're saying, no comment, don't worry about it. Nobody has access to the site right now. All we know is what they tell us. Thing is, there were a lot of people there. Some people I know personally. Seems to me a lot of folks ain't answering their phones now. So what's that mean, huh? I think it means that we... So what am I saying? Well, they got lots of lawyers, so I'm not saying anything other than this whole thing stinks to high heaven. I don't understand it, but I can smell a goddamn rat. This shouldn't be happening. This is Riverport, USA, damn it, not some third world hellhole where nobody gives a crap. Somebody's gonna have to take responsibility here. Who's it gonna be, huh? Call me up on the phone now. I wanna talk to you.
We need to keep our contact limited from this point forward. I'll find you when the countermeasure's complete.
Jeremy, it's going. Just getting ready for the day. But the guy on the radio here sounds like a voice actor from The Division, also on a radio. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the same person. Because I'm sure that there's actors that specifically get hired for being radio voices in games and stuff. I mean, they might do other stuff too, but they might be actual radio announcers that like to do, you know, work on fictional stuff every now and again.
Working on it.
Keone, would you like to be an actor in a game? Oh, I wouldn't mind. It's not really like something that I aspire to do, but it'd be kind of fun.
July 4th, 2010.
The hell is this?
Wilder, I'm addressing this video to you.
Might be able to see this in full screen, maybe. Or not. Okay, fair enough.
You told me to stay away from my workshop, but I couldn't just leave it there. I went back to get it, and the entire place is a disaster zone. The countermeasure, gone. Taken. Shit. The safe, empty. I just need to know you have it, because if it falls into the wrong hands, its power is immeasurable. Our future, our entire lives depend on it. This can't all be for nothing. You know where to find me. Please, hurry.
The video made it clear that he'd been working with Beth in the past. Made me wonder what else she was hiding.
It went by very quick, but in that video, he was wearing an Old Gods of Asgard shirt, which is a band in the Remedy universe that in real life is actually played by Poets of the Fall. Keone, you have my vote to voice the Terminator in the next game. No diving, no jumping. In the shallow end, diving platforms at your disposal at the deep end.
Let's try this again. Nope.
You taking a swim in there or what? Come on, let us in.
Yeah, just hold on.
All right, let's take a look around. Down here.
About time.
I already did. Now, how about you tell me how you know Will?
I've never met your brother.
I find that hard to believe, considering the video I just watched.
What are you talking about, Jack?
See for yourself. It's in the next room.
This note. It's directed at me.
July 4th, 2010. Beth Wilder, I'm addressing this video to you. You told me to stay away from my workshop, but I couldn't just leave it there. I went back to get it, and the entire place is a disaster zone. The countermeasure, gone, taken. Shit.
What the...
The safe, empty. I just need to know you have it, because if it falls into the wrong hands, its power is immeasurable. Our future, our entire lives depend on it. This can't all be for nothing. You know where to find me. Please, hurry.
2010. Holy shit.
What was he talking about?
He recorded that for me in 2010? What the fuck? He said the countermeasure's gone? It's not good. We need to figure this out. Let's keep looking.
Did you find something?
Red paint. It's the same color as blood. I wonder if someone was trying to make it look like a blood trail. Or make a blood trail look like paint.
Yeah.
This place is creeping me out, man.
Help me push this out of the way. Jack, your brother addressed that video to me, but I've never met him before in my life.
Well, it sounded like he thought you had his countermeasure.
I wish. But he said it was stolen on July 4th, 2010. Somebody took it. But I'm hoping this place will help us figure out who. I'll give you the honor of pressing the button.
All right.
Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Second time machine. This changes everything. If we can get this thing working, then we don't need that countermeasure. We can change everything. What if we stop the fracture from ever happening in the first place? We can go back to yesterday, undo everything in the past before it happens. Nobody dies. Paul doesn't go through the machine. Monarch never exists. I mean, the fracture never occurs.
Jack, wait. Let's think this through. That's not how it...
I can go into the machine like Paul did at the university. I helped them set it up. Then we activate the core, put the corridor in place, and set the date. I can do it, Beth.
I'm not so sure we can do this without the countermeasure. But you're right. We'll need the machine.
Right. Let's start with the core.
What the shit?
I saw some kind of visions of this machine in his workshop. You must have hid it here.
What is this? A goddamn spaceship?
Okay, core controls. Where are they?
To Beth Wilder from William Joyce, date July 5, 2010, 9:33 a.m. Subject, where are you? It's gone. The countermeasure is gone. What happened? Call me immediately. To Beth from William, 3:01 p.m. Same date. Where are you? Have you taken it? It's not safe in the open. You don't understand the power of this device. I dialed the number you gave me in case of emergencies. You aren't answering. What is going on? To Beth from William, 11:13 p.m. the same day. I'm freaking out. Still trying to call you. 4:26 a.m. 6th of July 2010. Fuck. Call me. Email me. Something. To Beth from William. I can't sleep. Please call me. The number you gave me is now disconnected? Where are you? Hello? It has been a year. I still haven't heard anything. You know where to find me. To Beth from William. I've given up hope that you're still listening. I'm not sure why I'm writing this, maybe to get some closure. You changed the course of my life when you entered it. I spent over a decade devoted to your cause. I sacrificed every relationship I had, pushed away everyone I love, all in the name of a lie. There is no threat coming. There never was. I have to force myself to believe this. It's the only way to move on. It's the only way to pick up the pieces and start over. This is goodbye. I've seen it. The cause of the fracture exists. It's here. Are you still out there? Beth, the time has arrived. It's here. Everything you warned me about is about to come to fruition. Please give me a sign that you're still out there. Put my mind at ease. Tell me you have the countermeasure. I'm losing my mind over here. I spent years trying to convince myself that you were wrong all this time and that I built the countermeasure for nothing. I tried to move on, pick up the pieces, but now I have seen the proof. Paul Serene brought me in to advise on an experiment at the university. They've built it. They've built another time machine, almost an exact replica of my own design, but with key flaws in calculations. Just like you said, if they activate this machine, then the fracture will occur. How is this possible? How have they followed my design so closely? Somebody's been watching me all this time, haven't they? Somebody is orchestrating this, all of it. I'm being followed. At first I thought it was paranoia, but it's true. A man has been watching me every move. My every move. I secretly took his photo, ran a search. His name is Liam Burke. He works for a security division of Monarch Solutions. I first noticed it weeks ago, but this could have been going on for years. What does he want? What does he know? How is he connected to this? I need answers. I don't know who I can trust anymore. I don't know who else is involved, what they want, why. I need to hear from you. I need to know that I'm not all alone in all of this. If what you once told me is true, then the onset of the fracture may be inevitable, but I can't simply stand by and allow it to happen. Not until I know the countermeasure is safe. My friend told me that my wife and daughter look like twins. I said, well, they were separated at birth.
My wife told me to stop impersonating a flamingo, so I had to put my foot down.
Thanks for redeeming those as Arnie impressions and Bane impressions respectively, Dr. Darling. I think I've heard the second one before, not the first one though. Hey there dudes, welcome on in, I hope things are going well.
Find anything back there?
No, nothing I can make sense of.
Parents killed in Riverport car crash article, December 22nd, 1999. Parents killed in Bradbury car crash. Holiday cheer is in short supply in the Riverport community of Bradbury after a tragic car crash claimed the lives of a married couple, Anthony and Catherine Joyce. The accident took place within walking distance of the family's front door on Princeton Street in the early afternoon. Catherine Joyce, who was driving, lost control of their car after a collision with another vehicle and crashed into a utility pole. The other car left the scene of the accident. The Joyces were both well known in the Bradbury area as prominent members of the community. Last year, they were recognized by the mayor for their charity efforts, particularly the Riverport Multiple Sclerosis Walk they have organized every year since 1993. The couple left behind two children, the promising young physicist Dr. William Joyce and Jack Joyce, still underage. A candlelight vigil will be held for Anthony and Catherine on Sunday to unite the grieving family, friends, and the community during this tragic time. Oh, cool, Dr. Darling. Be free in less than 2 minutes. Hey there, Max. How's it going? Max, going well. How are you today? Oh, that's great, Max. Glad to hear that you're doing well. I'm doing good myself too. Gonna be ending the stream soon. We're almost finished Act 2 of the story.
Hey, I found a map of the entire layout of this place.
These schematics are all in Will's writing. He did all of this. Built everything.
Monarch was made aware of its existence shortly after it was completed. In 1999.
1999.
They believe it was destroyed shortly after. I imagine Will wanted to keep it that way. Hey, Jack. You might want to check out this monitor. None of
of these consoles even look like they're from the 21st century. Guy sure as hell knew how to make his life more complicated.
Okay. Gotta figure out where to start. Where are the core controls?
How the hell did they keep this all a secret? 17 years and they still didn't find it.
Hey, Nick.
What the hell am I looking at?
The time machine.
Fuck off! That was totally my second guess.
I can't let Mark answer. Do not post any selfies with the time machine.
Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I mean, of course I'm gonna take selfies with the time machine. It's a goddamn time machine. But I won't post anything.
Come on, let's help Jack find the core controls.
All right, I'm on it.
Will received a massive research grant in 1997. He'd successfully built the time machine by 1999. But the results scared him. He never told a soul.
Physicist on the Rise article. Riverport Physicist on the Rise, June 4th, 1997. Dr. Joyce and Dr. Meyer became household names early this year when their paper on the proposed existence of a chronon field became one of the most hotly debated theories in the quantum physics community since the Higgs boson. William Joyce, born and raised in Riverport, wasn't satisfied with simply being a part of the discussion and decided to actively search for proof. His proposed research project led him to obtaining a highly prestigious Harold Steinberg Fund with an estimated value of $150,000. Dr. William Joyce is officially the youngest recipient of the Harold Steinberg Research Grant to date. While the specifics of his research proposal remains confidential, it is likely that Joyce aims to demonstrate clear proof of the so-called Meyer-Joyce field, as well as potential applications for the manipulation of this field. A research timeline has been established, with milestones that point to early 1999 as the period when this research will be ready for public unveiling. We will continue to follow William Joyce's story as part of our Riverport Rising series. Salcat, Ferris wheel of time. Anyone who buys a $3 ticket will age 20 years. Now that would just be crazy. Oh, is it, Max? It's the first time seeing this game. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, this game came out in 2016. I didn't play it until like a few years back, and I haven't played it since then. But since then, with Alan Wake 2 coming out, and personally having played Control, because I didn't play Control until after I'd played Quantum Break. But going back to this for the second playthrough, it's been really cool to see all the references and stuff that Alan Wake 2 have confirmed as being what they were working towards, you know. Salcat, today for $150,000 you can get a small office and a used coffee maker. And the most important aspect of that is the coffee maker. Game looks way too good for 2016. Yeah, they did a pretty good job with it, I think. Yeah.
It's a hell of a thing, huh?
Jesus, look at this thing. One guy built all that? No way that's possible, man. It took me 5 months to build a shitty birdhouse. You think he had help? I'll bet a lot of guys got paid under the table to get this thing running.
You seem to be taking all this surprisingly well.
Don't get me wrong, this is weird as fuck, but it beats being back in that room with two asshats holding a gun to my head.
It's fair enough. Time travel, huh?
I knew this kind of crap existed. I've seen this one guy who looks like me all over town. And then I found out that this me-looking dude, Ben Jones or something, he won the lottery. I've always wanted to win the lottery. Coincidence?
Yes.
Or Nick is getting pimp rich.
Okay, we're ready to fire it up.
Holy crap. We're actually turning it on. We're doing this! I want to hit the button.
Don't touch anything until we've got it figured out, and then still don't touch anything. Just never touch.
If you want somebody to test it first, I'm fucking in there, man. My whole life, I knew I was meant for something big, and this is it. This is finally it!
You said Will built a countermeasure. What makes you so sure this isn't it? The time machine?
He said the countermeasure was stolen, but the machine is still here.
A Civilian's Guide to Time Travel. Cliché working title by William Joyce. Rough ideas. February 28th, 1999. Opening statements. Open with a zinger. Schrodinger cat joke. Note. Find appropriate accompanying cat photo. Note. No cat photo. No science explained here. Marketing bullshit. Time machine equals works. Implications equals limitless. Give me your money spiel. Build up existence of time machine. Content here dependent on findings from first human test later tonight. Findings, facts, dumbed down for the mouth breathers who will inevitably want to invest. Purpose of guide, to explain to the mouth breathers how the machine works and why. Note, proofread and delete all mouth breather references. Time machine overview, how research started, include gratuities for research grant. Sucking ass community and investors. Note, also thank Jack for his patience. Now that this is over, I promise to be there for him. Note, too personal. Basic overview of time machine. Parts. Chronon particles. Note, nobody will give a shit about this or understand. Skip it. How time travel works. Simplest terms. Subject activates time machine. Step 1, core. Step 2, the corridor. Subject sets the desired time travel date. Subject enters the corridor. Compare corridor to donut in shape to explain. Note, add joke. You don't want to eat this donut, or your body will suffer terminal chronon saturation, leading to your slow but inevitable death. Note, cut joke. Disturbing. Subject walks around the corridor. Walking clockwise around corridor equals travel to future. Walking counterclockwise around corridor equals travel to past. Clock-like design. Subject arrives at new time in future or past. Space-time continuum. Travel across space. Time travel is not a portal. Spatial destination will not always be the same as entry point. Time travel is tied to a rotating black hole core. Note, explain the core first? Note, fuck it. Just compare the core to a car engine. Note, look up info on car engines. Subject will arrive in future past at the location where the time machine and core were located in that time. Cannot travel to a time when the time machine and core are not active. Cannot travel to a time before core was first activated. Examples of how time travel works. In 1999, a time machine core is first activated. The time machine is located on an island. In 2000, the same time machine, with the same core, is moved to a circus tent. Teddy enters time machine in 1999 and and travels to 2000. He exits the time machine and is in a circus tent. Note, use better examples, no circus tent. Teddy cannot travel to a time before 1999 because the core was not active. Will bang my goddamn head against the wall every time somebody uses the example of not being able to go back and kill Hitler to try to sound clever/funny. Note, a dinosaur joke, though? Note, explain you can't go back and see dinosaurs. Fucking sucks. Closed loops. In theory, all actions resulting from time travel equal, already accounted for. Should not be able to change the past. Any attempt to change things was always part of the chain of events in the first place. Already happened. Explain Novikov self-consistency principle until heads go pop. Metaphor to explain closed loops. Time is an egg. You can move the egg, but no matter where you move it, the same chicken will hatch. Note, terrible example. Plus, you could just eat the fucking egg. An egg is sitting on the table. You leave the room, come back, and the egg is broken on the floor. You aren't sure how this happened, but it saddens you. The egg was important to you because, insert reason that makes sense here later, you travel to the past to prevent the egg from breaking. When you arrive in the past, you rush over to the table, accidentally bump it, the egg falls and breaks. You caused the very thing you try to prevent. Closed loops. Why the hell do all my examples end up about being eggs? Note, replace egg with something else. Give me an egg. There's an episode of a show that was called Early Edition, and the main character, played by, I think, Kyle Chandler, would get a newspaper that would actually tell him what was going to happen the day before it actually happened. And what he would do is he'd try and prevent whatever bad thing was going to happen. His friend, one time, was actually involved in something that was going to happen. There was actually going to be a pregnant woman in an elevator, and his friend was going to be the one to help the woman deliver the baby inside the elevator. So his friend, who didn't want to do it, tried everything that he could to make sure that he never ended up in the building and in the elevator. But guess what? Everything he did to try and prevent that from happening is exactly what was needed to put him in the place where he needed to be for the pregnant woman, so he could actually help her deliver the baby. So that part that I just read that he wrote in this sort of like description of what he wanted to do for his like presentation on time travel, how the egg falls, you don't see how it happens, so you go back in time to try and prevent it from falling, but you end up being the reason it fell in the first place. Dr. Darling, you try to live your life best. You try to live your life the best you can, drawn like a moth to a distant moon, and here you discover a strange truth that you're only a conduit for Rod's redemptions. Rod Legion's redemptions. Salcat, Teddy and his time machine sounds like a 90s movie. It really does, actually. Imagine going back in time to create movies that people thought of in the future. Keone, I'm living my best life by not playing AC Rogue. That is true. Already played it once. That was enough.
It says the time machine core needs to be reset.
Great. What the hell's it look like?
A round thing in the middle. Think.
Dr. Darling, that was from AC Revelations, in case you didn't notice. What is Assassin's Creed Revelations? I don't know about this game. Sorry, I forgot I had to actually mention where quotes are from every time. It is a great story, Max, for sure. Oh yeah. I love Assassin's Creed Revelations.
I can't activate the core till it's reset. Hey, it looks like I can reset the core from here.
Are you sure you know what you're doing there?
No clue. But I did help Paul set up the machine at the university.
Which then caused the fracture.
Look, Will knew the calculations were wrong. Hoping that means he knew what he was doing here. This is what Will was leading us to. We have to test it. The core. That's what we set up first.
This could actually be the key to finding the countermeasure.
We'll see. It's still resetting. The core is reset. We need to activate it from the control booth.
I think the control doohickey's right here.
It's a hell of a thing, huh?
Jesus, look.
Here goes nothing.
What was that?
It's fine. It's fine. It worked. It actually worked. Okay, we activate the corridor next.
Whoo! Jesus, look at that thing go!
You, seem to be taking all this surprisingly well.
Don't get me wrong, this is weird as fuck, but...
Cellcat will go back in time to make movies that never existed. Remember that movie with Keanu Reeves playing the Grinch? Then they Google it and it's real.
It's fair enough.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, Max, doohickey.
Might be what you're looking for.
The corridor. It's key activated. Will's key. Thank God.
Whoa! Did you guys see that?
Will's key did that?
Yeah.
Key to a time machine, and he left it in the trunk of his goddamn car.
That's my brother in a nutshell.
That didn't sound good.
Fuck. Let's just hope it still works.
Yeah, Keanu Willem Dafoe is the Grinch. Yeah.
No.
What?
God damn it. I don't know. We were so close. I'm gonna try it again.
Yeah, like hell you are. You saw what happened. Something's wrong with the machine.
We don't know that.
You're not trained for this. Anything you do is gonna make it worse.
We
You
can't.
know I'm right.
Stop trying.
You lost people. You're angry. I get it. But this is bigger than us. We can't fix the machine. But I might know somebody who can. Sophia Amaral.
The Monarch scientist. I saw her video near Ground Zero.
Serene's head of Cronin Research. She'll be at the Monarch Gala tonight, but security's airtight. She'll be nearly impossible to get to.
Unless I have an invite. Paul told me he expected me to meet him at that party.
Something tells me that was not a friendly invitation. Jack, no.
end of Act 2. So okay, that could really work. It really, really could. Oh yeah.
The future used to be so clear when I was reliving the past. Once I caught up to the moment I had left, that ended. All I've had to go on since then are the plan and the visions. I knew Jack would come to me. I'd seen that, but I didn't know why exactly, or how it would end.
There he is. You were right.
My visions of the future aren't always clear, but they don't lie.
Speaking of lies, Joyce is saying he's discovered his brother's time machine.
We've spent 17 years looking for it, and he finds it in less than a day?
Does sound unlikely.
Still, we know it's out there somewhere, and we don't know what his brother managed to tell him.
If he really has located the machine, why would he come here and tell you? Smart Money says he's trying to play you.
Maybe, but the machine is out there. It's in our interest to find out where. And if Jack knows, I have to talk to him.
Dr. Joyce could have provided the answer to that question.
William's attitude and knowledge made him a liability.
Is that angry young man going to cooperate any more than his brother did? You remember Jack as a close friend, but that clouds your judgment. Don't make this personal.
It's not.
Then don't forget why we're here tonight. After what happened, our people need reassurance that we're in control. You're the man who could win them over. Let me handle Joyce, so you can concentrate on your speech.
I know what's at stake here, Martin. Dr. Sophia Amaral had taken over our Chronon research department after Dr. Kim's accident. She was the only one who could treat the Chronon syndrome.
Thank you, Inmita and Keone, for the GGs. Thank you very much. That's true, Dr. Darling and Salcat and Inmita and Mr. Epic. Yeah, Lance Reddick. Rest in peace. He had such a great presence. That's true, Mr. Epic. He was really a great actor. Yeah, Salcat. Yeah, he unfortunately died. Indeed, Keone, rest in peace. Thank you, Max, for the GGs. Zereth GG.wake up. Thank you for the GG, Zereth. I did, Dr. Darling, yeah. Yeah. That would have been interesting. I think it's the same character, though. It's just that in Alan Wake 2, they can't call him Mr. Hatch. So that's why they called him Mr. Door instead. I mean, if Remedy had the full rights to this game, then they could have just straight up called the character Mr. Hatch. But that was their workaround, to call the character Mr. Door. But yeah, having Lance Reddick play Wall and Door would have been cool too, as well. Mr. Epic, apparently he was a Destiny player, such an amazing guy. Oh, he was? Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's things like that which, just further ground the reality of, these actors that we see and stuff. At the end of the day, they're like everyone else. They get up in the morning, they do what they need to do, they breathe air, they drink and have to eat, So there's like a lot of, movies that they themselves would like to watch and all that kind of stuff, so. Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling. So anything from Wall and Door? Alright, so here we go. Night Springs, a special place, a shifting space, existing in a countless number of parallel realities, sometimes a quaint, small town, sometimes a hulking metropolis, different every time we set upon the road that leads us there, and yet, like a half-remembered echo of a fading dream, always familiar to us. These are the stories that take place there. Awe-inspiring, macabre, terrifying, heartbreaking, nail-biting, absurd, and thrilling. Sometimes all of these things at once. A haunting new season of mind-bending episodes written by Alan Wake. I am your host, Wallendor, and I will see you soon in Night Springs. There we go, Dr. Darling. That's him doing the intro for Night Springs. Imita, he was also in Horizon Games, both Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. That's really cool. Yeah, I haven't actually played those games yet, but I would like to in the future.
Mr. Joyce is waiting for us down below.
The mansion was an extravagance, but it was useful for events like the gala, and it deflected attention from our nearby R&D facility.
We should go.
What are these doing here? We should be set up by now.
It's all on schedule. You're micromanaging again.
Don't even twitch.
Oh, I forgot to read this. To Sophia Amaral from Erica Cross. Date October 6, 2016, 9:18 p.m. Subject: What happened to Dr. Henry Kim? Sophia, I realize this may not be a welcome question, but I feel like I need to ask. I knew Henry Kim very well. I went to school with him, and he was actually my husband's best friend from my first marriage. Unfortunately, when I moved down to Florida, we didn't manage to stay in touch. Let's just say that life took me into unexpected directions. It was a very welcome surprise to hear from him when he was recruiting new people, and I'm glad to say we hit it off again. We spoke on the phone a lot. He came over to meet my wife, and, well, it was like old times. It could have been awkward, but it wasn't. Henry was like that. You can imagine my shock and disappointment when I heard about his death just a week before my own employment at Monarch began. We didn't get to work together the way I'd hoped. Now Monarch has been very good to me, but this death has been eating at me. I know it's something people don't want to discuss, and I understand that there are confidentiality issues. However, having recently been cleared for some of the more sensitive coronal research, I now know that the story of his death is a fabrication, and Henry has become something entirely different. I'm not blaming anybody, but for my own peace of mind or sense of closure, I suppose, I'm wondering if, given my new security clearance, you are in a position to explain how this came to pass. I should add that I brought this up with Martin Hatch the other day, and he made it clear, in no uncertain terms, that I should drop the matter. Given that, I'm taking something of a chance talking to you about this, but I feel like I can't let this go. I'll understand if you aren't allowed to discuss it, but I'm more than a little scared and upset. I hope I can rely on your discretion either way. Erica. Erica, first of all, my condolences and apologies. I didn't realize you had a history with Henry, and frankly, I would not have promoted you into this position had I known. If you would be more comfortable working on something else, I can make that happen. No questions asked. To be clear, I'm not talking about a demotion. I mean a comparable senior position in another department. You're correct in that it's a very sensitive topic, but given your current security clearance, I can tell you what I know. Unfortunately, I don't know much. For the past 6 months, I myself have been trying to work out what happened, but I haven't made much progress. I know Henry was working late in his lab, and there was some kind of a chronon particle search. Of course, we know that exposure to large quantities of chronon particles can result in physical changes. Paul Serene is an example of that. His first exposure resulted in his extraordinary abilities, and the second exposure caused his progressive condition. In Henry's case, that exposure transformed him into a chronon-disruptive wave function subject, or a shifter. It is of course clear that Mr. Serene's and Henry's conditions are essentially the same thing, even if Mr. Serene's case hasn't progressed as far. However, it's not all clear how Henry could have been exposed to such a powerful dose of chronon particles, particularly as the lab area itself underwent none of the temporal changes we have come to associate with such an exceptional event. None of the containers on scene had remotely enough chronon particle capacity for such a high dose, and furthermore, all of them were intact and accounted for. In short, we don't know where these particles could possibly have come from. I'm not surprised that Martin Hatch was unwilling to discuss this. He was the only other person present in the lab when the accident took place, but I don't know why he was there or what happened, and he claims to have no memory of the events. Despite this, Martin somehow managed to contain Henry in the artificial zero-state field set up in the lab. I am unwilling to speculate as to how this could possibly have happened. Suffice to say that I have many questions about these events myself. Think about my offer, Erica. You're a first-rate scientist, and I would hate to lose you, but I would absolutely understand if you wanted to change departments. Please give my best to your wife. It was lovely to meet her the other week. Sophia. Max is an IT tech used to help stars like Dave Bautista and Ric Flair with their smart homes. It's refreshing to see them at home. They lounge around like we do. That's really cool, Max. Yeah, it's a good way to look at people like that too, because like it's very easy to put people on a pedestal, celebrities and stuff, and need to remember that they have bad days just like everyone else does. They have good days just like everyone else does. You know, they have their own sort of like goals and dreams, and they also have things that they probably wanted to do that they couldn't do, you know. Mr. Epic, why is Alan Wake 2 still an Epic Store exclusive after so long? Just released it in Steam already. Not too sure. I don't know. I think they helped fund Alan Wake 2 as well, maybe. Max, once you saw Dave eating a bowl of cereal of some sort while watching TV on the couch, you were there because Wi-Fi was down upstairs. Like, this guy has internet problems like the rest of us, except maybe he's got a 15,000 square foot or 1,400 square meter home. I mean, that's it too. You know, there's definitely major differences as well. And that's a given. You know, these people that go into these industries and they get into these professions and they reach a certain level.
And here you are.
I had to see the lifestyles of the sick and traitorous up close and personal. And it was such a nice invitation.
How do you want to deal with this, Paul? Paul.
Just thinking about a road trip I took a long time ago. In a car far less comfortable than this.
Let's focus on the issue at hand. Paul, what should we do about Joyce?
I could still try to reach Jack and make him see reason. Or I could let Hatch deal with him so nothing would distract me from leading Monarch.
In my first playthrough, I chose the personal option. I'm still going to show what potentially could happen if you choose that, just for the sake of covering both choices. But the choice I'm going to go with for this second playthrough that's opposite to what I chose before is going with the business approach. So I'll cover the personal approach first, and then show the business one, and then confirm the business one.
Up into the past. I tried to change things.
Answer me this question, Bo.
I once trusted Jack more than anybody. It was my only chance to make him understand the truth.
The fuck do you mean nobody got a look at the shooter?
But without me there to give the speech, my empire would start to crumble like a house of cards.
So if you chose the personal approach, Serene chooses to focus on his relationship with Jack and let Monarch fend for itself for a while. Keone, does this game have multiple endings? I don't know, to be honest. It's been so long since I played the game that I don't remember if there was.
I believe that with hope comes miscalculation, and as you and I are well aware, Mr. Joyce, with miscalculation can often come catastrophe. And that leaves me with you, Mr. Joyce.
But my old friend would be a lost cause, dead and buried along with the rest of my past.
Tonight is a celebration in face of darkness. Tonight we celebrate because I promise to you that we are prepared.
Monarch would grow stronger with my presence. The plan would go forward as intended.
Hey there, Crooked. Every time you want to redeem a Nani impression, it's been already redeemed recently. 3 days in a row it's happened. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's the other thing too. It could be like that. I've had that happen too with Channel Point redeems and other people's channels where I'm like, oh, I'll go and redeem this, and no, I won't. It's already been redeemed. Yeah, Quantum Break has been going really well. I finished Act 2. This is technically in between Act 2 and the start of Act 3. So once I finish this part, I'll end the stream. But it's been good to revisit this game, and I may finish it tomorrow, but I may not. But it's okay, it doesn't matter if it takes 3 streams. So choosing the business option, Serene chooses to focus on leading Monarch rather than wasting time on Jack. So in my first playthrough, I chose the personal approach. So for this playthrough, I'm choosing the optional, the opposite of what I chose in my first playthrough. So we're going to go with the business approach. So no personal interrogation from Lance. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
We didn't come this far to get derailed now. You talk to him, find out what he knows, then get rid of him.
You're all heart, moneybags.
I know you want to make this all about you and me, Jack. But that's far away in the past now. And I have a speech to prepare for. I've seen where this leads. I've been to the end of time, and I've escaped it, all the way to 1999, when it all started. I've tried to change things, but by trying, I only made them happen in the first place.
Alright, so 43% of the community overall went with my choice. Interesting. Alright, so I'm skipping the episodes for this playthrough, so we'll just skip. And this is where I'm going to end the stream. Before I do that though, I'd like to give some shoutouts. would definitely like to recommend the following streamers: AC, who's doing a playthrough of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, the remastered version, Ave, who's doing a playthrough of Lies of P, Inmita, who's doing a 100% playthrough, no HUD, no fast travel, and no looking at the map unless forced, of The Witcher 3, Crocodiles, who's doing a historical order run of multiple different games across different series. He's currently up to playing Pentiment. He's also got a lot of games left in that historical order run. He's playing through games that are set from the BC era, starting with Ancestors, the Humankind Odyssey, and going all the way up until the 1940s. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of the Resident Evil series, also sometimes does streams of games like Cult of the Lamb. Resident Evil wise, she's up to Resident Evil 6 as part of that marathon. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghosts in New Eden. Salcat is doing games like Dark Pictures Anthology House of Ashes, and Scar has been doing a playthrough of Days Gone. So definitely recommend checking out those streams if you haven't before. That's okay, Keone, for this stream. No problem at all. Biko, thanks for the company and stream. Love Quantum Break. Hope you stream tomorrow. Definitely will, Biko. Yeah, this is my Wednesday and Thursday game until the playthrough is finished. So yeah, the next stream of this will be when it's Thursday for me. Thank you for the GGs, Max. No problem at all for the stream. Salcat, no problem at all for the shout out. No worries. Same to you as well, Crooked. No problemo, Assassino, for the shout out. No problem at all either, Lucinda, for the shout out. Amita, thanks for the stream and the shout out. Have a great one. Catch you tomorrow. I definitely will, Amita. I hope you do too. No worries at all for the stream and for the shout out as well. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. So the next stream you'll see from me will be this again. And if you see me streaming this, then you know it's become Thursday. On Friday, I'll be starting Phase 1 of celebrating Until Dawn's 10th anniversary, doing a all collectibles playthrough. That means getting all the clues and also collecting all the totems. On the weekend, I'll be getting back to Tomb Raider with Tomb Raider 2. I'm doing a all secrets and pickups playthrough. And on Monday, I'll be getting back to Doom 3. And Tuesday is a stream day off. Sometimes it's an extra stream day. Sometimes I might go, I want to do an extra stream of Doom, for example. And then I'd go, okay, then Tuesday would be Doom. But I don't know if that will be the case or not until we actually get to next week. But yeah, Tuesday is kind of like a floating day for me. So that's the current schedule. No worries at all, Sona, for the stream. No problemo. I hope that you have a good one too. You too as well, Biko. I hope you have a great day and week as well. That's right, Dr. Dali. Aha! Exactly, Lucinda. Aha! Be interesting to see how many. And the thing is, too, like, if I die after already collecting something, I'm still going to have to collect it. So that means that we'll get extra ahas, other than however many items there are in the game to pick up. Thank you, Zereth. You take care as well. Yeah, Lucinda is like, it's going to be, a lot of them. I can't remember how many secrets there are, but at least there'll probably be at least 100 ahas given secrets and item pickups as well, because obviously not all items are in areas that are considered a secret area. We're going to go and raid out to Ave. I don't know if I've actually raided out to Ave at all since they became a streamer. So we'll go and raid to Ave. They're doing Lies of P at the moment. There's a general raid message that everyone can feel free to copy and paste, and I'll put one in chat for subscribers as well. I don't have any Quantum Break emotes, but I definitely have Remedy emotes of Alan Wake and Control, so I'll put them into the raid message for subscribers. And there we have it. Thank you once again everyone for watching the stream. I really do appreciate it a lot. We'll see how we go with this game tomorrow. We may be finishing it tomorrow, but we might not. But I won't know until we get to that point in the future. Listen, you're wondering if you're going to put orange peels in there. If you weren't, you're going to add them. Oh, yeah, that's fair enough, Lucinda. Yeah, I was sort of like going through all the emotes and I was like, right, double check that I actually got all the Control and Alan Wake related emotes as well. Hope that everyone has a great rest of your day, and catch you in the next one.